Well, it's a major sporting event in the UK in the summer of 2022, but if you're into angling, there's nothing bigger than FishOMania. If you're thinking of joining us here this afternoon, don't bother. It's sold out. Stay where you are and tune in to FishOMania 2022. FishOMania, we've been going for a quarter of a century. Thousands have tried to qualify for this. Come on! Harry Bignell, one of the most immense performances ever. Andy Bennett is the first ever back-to-back winner.
He's unlike any other angler I've ever seen.
This is the man you have to watch out for. He's the master, the king of FishOMania. Oh, look at this. Showing no signs of nerves.
Cool as a cucumber all the way through.
A lot of money at stake, a lot of pride at stake.
Everybody's fought to get here. Everybody wants to win. This is as close as it's going to get.
This could go any way. If you're an angler, this is Wembley Stadium. It's Silverstone. It's St Andrews. This is the heart of the fishing world. We're right in the middle of Lincolnshire. It's a new venue for FishOMania 2022. We are at Westwood Lakes on the outskirts of Boston. Stay with us for the next 5.5 hours. It is a carnival of carp and other fish, as Keith will explain. It's FishOMania 2022. We are live all afternoon. Go nowhere. Well, they've come from far and wide to reach the final. There is the legend of the sport. His 12th final, Jamie Hughes, 3 times winner, the man they all have to beat. People bet on this, and a lot of money has gone on Andy Bennett, who won in 2019 and 2020, had a quiet year in 2021, but he is the hot favourite with many people in the know this year. Those are the legends of the sport. We have emerging stars as well. The youngest ever contestant in the final, the next-gen champion, is Charlie Law, who's only 18 years of age. I said young and old. 61's not that old, really, is it? But Steve Openshaw is our senior competitor. This is a man who fishes every day of his life. He owns his own lake, and he's got quite a fan club behind him. He has come from the Wirral. They have come from far and wide. Felix Schurman has come from Germany, from close to Frankfurt. Fishing for F1s is going to be a new experience for him. He's making a big holiday, as is André Schieper, who has come from the Netherlands. He's not had that smile off his face for the whole week, meeting the champions there. Harry Bignell, he's here for the fun, that he says. Andy Powers won just about everything in angling, apart from the FishOMania title. Will 2022 be his year? 2019, 2020, 2021 have all been years for Sarah Taylor, who's been the next-gen champion. She's been the ladies' champion, she's the reigning ladies' champion. Can she add the FishOMania title to her silverware? He's been smiling for the last 12 months. He is Harry Bignell. He is the champion in 2021. He absolutely romped it last year. Can he hold on to that title? Well, stay with us for the next 5.5 hours here on Sky Sports. A major fishing event wouldn't be the same without the face of fishing, or as he's known, Fish Face, Keith Arthur. And of course, we need experts, and a man who won it, and he's been partying since 1999, is Steve Cook. I'm thinking Nottingham Forest, Steve Cook. I'll get your name right, I've only got 5 hours. Right, we'll have a word with the chaps in a second or two, but let's make things official, as Keith said, with a fish in there, by going to our Master of Ceremonies today. Getting us off to a bang is Andy Scott.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the beautiful Westwood Lakes for this year's FishOMania 2022. Without further delay, to all of our anglers, the very best of luck. It's all in!
As you can hear, we are off to a flyer. There are crowds, and people laugh when I say there are crowds at FishOMania. The 2,500 tickets went just like that. Impossible to get the tickets for this afternoon to be here at this carnival, this festival of fishing. And they are, Keith Arthur, congregating around the big names here this afternoon.
They certainly are. I looked very early on and Andy Bennett had a crowd behind him, and that's just grown bigger and bigger. Paul Wright's catching a fish. Is he catching a fish? No, he's got lots of fans here, and he's in a very, very favoured peg. Everybody fancies his peg.
And Steve Cook, you know what it's like. The nerves will be jangling, won't they? Cookie, they won't be able to get their hands on there, and they will settle as the afternoon goes on.
They want an early fish. Get an early fish in the net and it calms you down straight away. Then you're not chasing up and trying to catch other people.
And they've been trying since, when's the first qualifier? Was it 22 qualifiers up and down the country? How many goes did you have this year?
7.
Just 7. The 7?
Just 7, yes.
Yeah? How close did you get?
I didn't.
You didn't?
I didn't. But I want to be here.
Keith, the new venue, how different is it, and what are we going to see that's different this year?
Well, we've never had a venue like it before. It's classified as a snake lake. In other words, it's quite narrow and meanders around a bit. It's like a bit of a W shape. It's got a completely new species of fish for FishOMania. We've got F1 carp, and F1 carp are hybrids between common carp, king carp and brown goldfish. And they were bred originally for the table in Israel, but they're ideal for fish farms because apparently they don't breed, so if you stock them you have to buy some more. But they're tricky customers. There can be millions in front of you. You can get thousands of bites and miss every single one. They are just tricky.
Steve, last year the fish were a little bit shy. They didn't want to be on the television. This year they're saying a lot of the anglers are going to get over 100 pounds, we're hoping.
There'll be lots of weights today. I think it'll be a very close match overall. Not a lot of weight between the top, say 5 or 6. But there'll be lots of fish to be caught, lots of fish being seen caught by everybody. Everybody's going to have a decent day today.
Well, we have been going on FishOMania since the early 90s, 1994 to be exact. Steve was the winner back in 1999. He has made the Roll of Honour. These are the previous winners. We've had 24 winners in 28 years. Of course, Matt Hall and Jamie Hughes have won it several times. Andy Bennett won in 19 and 20. Jamie won in 15, 17, 13, and he didn't keep up that kind of record every other year by winning in 2019, but there were different circumstances there. But who will, at around 5 o'clock this afternoon, get their name on that Roll of Honour and take home the trophy and also a big bag of money as well? This is what's on offer this afternoon in FishOMania. The champion takes home £50,000. The runner-up, £10,000, and the 5 section winners, £2,000. So, Keith, there's going to be a lot of competition out there.
Absolutely. In the old days of winner take all, it was very easy to give up and feel you weren't in with the chance. Now everybody's got a chance winning £2,000 right up to the last few minutes. And it will be an exciting match today because, as Steve said, there's lots and lots of fish, and one fish will make a difference.
Well, the first, you say getting off the mark is important. This is Andy Powers on peg 19. Andy, well, he's won virtually everything, hasn't he? But he's never had a great deal of luck when it comes to the final of FishOMania.
One of the things about where he is, it's a barbel area, and he's just had a barbel. He's fishing for barbel, so I've got to fish for barbel to win this today where he is. And that's what we got. And they're usually bigger stamp of fish, the way more than the F1s. Andy Bennett's just had one. He's actually playing another one as well, just had another fish. So people are starting to catch fish straight away.
Harry Bignell is catching.
Harry's last year's champion, comes from Beverley, just north of Hull in East Yorkshire. Life-changing experience last year, but he's not gone out and splashed all the cash. He said that he's put it in stocks and shares and some in the bank and reinvested a little bit, and also treated his 4-year-old daughter.
Wise move, a wise move. The interesting thing today is how the F1s respond. They're smaller than the carp, they're smaller than the barbel, they're much more prolific, but we just don't know how they're going to react. They normally get caught, I think I'm right, Steve, close to the surface.
Yes, surface.
And that's where the fish are going to be most disturbed, isn't it, on the surface? And it's not very deep. Anyway, there's nowhere much more than a metre deep on the whole lake, but normally the F1s are in the top few centimetres. Are they going to be happy there?
Is there a favoured area of the lake for you this afternoon, Steve?
General rule when fishing is, in the summer, you want the wind blowing somewhere towards you. And this end of this lake where we are, where Andy Bennett is, it's got all the wind blowing from sort of both directions. It gives you a calm spot in front of you, and all the fish congregate in that area. So that's another reason why everybody thinks Andy's going to do really well.
Well, Keith, I think we can have a look at the shape of the lake. It's known as a snake lake, as we see Christian Jones there get one in the back. And this is an optical illusion as well, because it looks like pegs 24, 25, 23 have a lot more space to fish in, but it's very neatly and precisely measured out there.
I paced out the pegs the other day. They're all 10 metres apart, and we've got the usual FishOMania pegging, 2 pegs in, 1 peg out. So everybody's either got blank water to their right or left. So they have got plenty of room. Incidentally, the lake is the green bit. You'd think that would be the grass, but the lake is considerably greener than the grass with the prolific algae growth, which the fish enjoy and is good for them. But it's been so dry, everything is rock hard, and the normal grass is
Wind
burnished.
direction today, where's the wind going from and to?
The wind is blowing from the southwest at the moment. It's likely to go more westerly, so it's actually blowing into about, well, almost where we are, so 16, 15, 16, 17, around there. And it's almost finished where Andy Bennett is, and he's got a layer of scum on the water in front of him, which he's sort of in the last lee bit.
One of the things is people don't know, with the amount of people we've got on the bank and movement walking out, normally most of the fish here are caught close to the bank, near bank where you fish off, to probably halfway out, not further across, but nobody knows whether it's going to push all the fish to the far bank and change how it normally fishes it. It's because it's such a big change to how it's normally fished.
Well, guys are normally used to just fishing their bit of scenery, aren't they, without kind of crowds behind. One man who's been very popular this afternoon, by the way, is just to my right-hand side, because he's been handing out goodies to all of the anglers and the spectators this afternoon, is Andy May, a former champion. Andy, I'm sorry to hear that you didn't qualify this year. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm delighted that you're here as our expert. Now, give us a bit of an insight. How are the ladies and the gentlemen going to be fishing out there this afternoon?
Yeah, it's obviously the unknown this year. It's going to be absolutely amazing to see it all unfold. Obviously, the first time it's been on the Snake Lake, they can't back away anywhere. You know, so whatever fish are in front of them, they're going to stay there. You know what I mean? They can't be off cut or anything like that. It's not like big open water where they can chase out or anything like that. It's really going to be interesting to see it unfold. I can't wait for it.
Andy, you've had plenty of experience of F1 fishing, I know.
Yeah.
What difference do you think that the crowds and everyone is going to make to how the fish respond today?
Yeah, obviously F1's, it's the Crucian carp strain in them, so they're notorious for being a bit finicky, a little bit shy. But I think the fact there's so many of them in here, I can't see it being a problem for them. I think they will feed. Obviously there's other fish like big carp and barbel as well, so yeah, I think it'll just make everything else feed, so can't wait for it.
Andy, we're coming back to you during the course of the afternoon as conditions change and things begin to evolve here to Westwood Lakes in Lincolnshire. Now, back in the day, we used to have the peg draw the night before the event, when the partners and friends used to go and pull the ball out of the hat. What we do now, a little bit more organised. We have it in the middle of the week, so the anglers can come and they can have a look and they can prepare and they can do their homework. They can bring their gear down and they can cast an eye over it. They can't cheat and come and have a practice in the days before. So we had the peg draw earlier in the week, and this is how things evolved.
This is the moment that the 25 anglers and their families and their bank runners have all been waiting for.
1 and 2 are supposed to be very well fancied. 5, 6, 7 and 8. And 17, 18 and 19, there's a spinner, an aerator.
Where I want to draw, I mean, I practiced Sunday and there was a lot of fish seemed to be at the bottom end of the lake, so it'd be like 13, 14 area. It's probably more likely to be tight match, really, with 4 or 5 people in the last hour going into it with half a chance, and then that's the sort of match I think it'll end up being.
It's tough to call, but I think if I had to pick anywhere, it would be between like pegs 12 and 19, maybe somewhere like round there.
Emily Fraser handles a lot of major sporting celebrities, but she's never as nervous as this moment when she has 20. She hopes she's got 25 balls in the bag, and she's got the velvet bag there. So Harry, this is where you are going to be.
23.
Andre Schipper. Andre?
Peg 24.
He's a very fancied peg 24. One of the favourites with the bookies is a man who has lots of experience and success, and that is bagger Andy Bennett.
Peg 16.
Bagger Bennett's on peg 16. This is Felix Schurman.
18.
Sarah, the ladies' champion, will be on
Peg 8.
Warren Jennings.
7.
Now, the king of FishOMania, the great Jamie Hughes.
Peg 5.
Number 5. That's where the crowds are going to be congregating initially. Next up is Perry Stone, who'll have Rob Hitchens, former winner, on his back as a bank runner. And Perry will be on
Peg 20.
Number 20. Now, our junior champion is 18-year-old Charlie Lord.
Peg 6.
Are you sure that's number 6? Yeah, we're going the right way.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Andy Power.
Number 19.
Peg 19. So, Harry, you now know which peg you're going to be sitting on. Peg 23, your reaction?
It's what it is, isn't it? Just chill out and just fish a match. That's it. Done. Easy, innit?
There's obviously favoured pegs, but as Harry proved last year, the favoured pegs don't always mean they're going to win. You know what I mean? So, yeah, with it being such a close call, I think any of those draws should honestly win it. It's very close.
Well, Keith, after we talked to the guys there after the peg draw, they were all very, very happy with the pegs that they got. Previously, we've had favoured pegs and the wind has blown in one direction. We had a little run where they were winning it in a certain area of the lake. But this year, I get the impression that anybody could win. It could come from absolutely anywhere.
No one really knows. It really is difficult. Obviously, M pegs are always an advantage. So 1 and 25, we've got Andy Dyson and Paul Wright on those 2 pegs. Paul Wright, I know, is very highly fancied. He fishes a lot of Lindholm where they catch a lot of F1s as well. So he's very used to the fishing. Art Hilmy, who's on peg 15. He's on a real hot run of form at the moment. He's not in a bad area. But Bagger Bennett is in, if you should call him Bunghole Bennett, really, because he's where he fished last weekend. So he knows the peg really well, and his conditions are really similar. He's got this layer of scum in front of him.
Well, these are the odds. Andy Bennett, Jamie Hughes, Andy Powell, who are established anglers, not unsurprisingly the bookies' favourites.
Yeah, you've got to go on form. When you don't know how the lake's going to fish and how it's going to affect the pegging, then you have to go on form. And, we've got some of the finest anglers in the country here at the moment, but they're money odds. They're not bookmaker odds. They're odds that have been decided by people placing bets.
Things will have changed as the day goes on.
Exactly.
Well, let's go down to the water's edge and have a little shake around the lake and get to know our anglers a little bit better. Taking care of the early peg numbers, a debut on FishOMania. It's a very big welcome to Claire Thomas.
Thanks very much, Robert. It's a big day indeed. Now, you've mentioned that most of the carp to be found in these lakes are of the F1 variety, so it feels quite appropriate to start here because these pegs have been described by some locals as being pole position. At peg number 1, you'll find debutant Andy Dyson, 38 years old. He hails from Crewe, which is actually where he qualified for this festival of fishing. Old Hoff is his local venue. Now, that might not be too far away, but he has left the wife and 4 kids at home. Apparently they're a little bit distracting when he's trying to focus on all things fishy. Don't panic, he has got them a Sky Sports subscription for the day, so they're watching on. Shelley and kids, hope you're enjoying watching Dad make a splash his first time out here. Let's wander along and meet another debutant. Jamie Howarth can be found over at peg number 2. Now, when Jamie's not angling, he loves a game of pool alongside his close friend, Andy Bennett. Now, as we know, the former champion left his own qualifying very late. So up until he squeaked into the draw here for the grand final, Jamie was going to have a very celebrated bank runner indeed. In his absence, Craig Ebrell has stepped up and will be bank running for the Mancunian today. When I came by to meet him this morning, he was knelt at this bank you can see just here, feverishly cutting away at those reeds with a pair of nail scissors. He'd left his garden shears at home, so I think that took a little while, but they are neatly shorn and he is underway. He's got a couple of fish in that net already. Now, fishing is a sport intrinsically linked with the virtue of patience. So, cue our next angler who's been waiting for a place at this, the hottest of all pole parties, for 28 years. Wayne has been attempting to qualify for this one since 1994. He's finished second 6 times in qualifiers, once by a single ounce. So he's delighted to finally be here at a FishOMania grand final. Less delighted by the outfit that he's found himself in here today. He's a die-hard United fan, so I think the blue ensemble wasn't met with too much appreciation. It's a veritable obstacle course here, so round we go to meet the angler at peg number 4. It's John Alexander, a 30-year-old who is a bait trader when he's not actually out angling himself. So several of the anglers here today will be using his products as they bid to become the king of fish. And the queen of fish, of course, will meet Sarah Taylor a little bit later on. John is full of confidence. He was here just last weekend and won a top-level event. So he reckons he knows these waters well and they suit him very nicely. Now, the angler on peg number 5 needs no introduction, but my producer says I have to give him one anyway, so here we go. Let's head over and meet a man described to me earlier in the week as the Lionel Messi of the angling world. It is 3-time champion Jamie Hughes, making his 11th consecutive appearance in these finals, his 12th appearance overall. He has got experience in spades, and it shows in the way that he fishes. He knows every technique going. He's a very adaptable angler, we understand. So regardless of the peg, he is always a threat, and being watched on by wife Emma and daughter Sophie, who woke him up at 2:30 this morning. Hopefully, he might be deprived of sleep, but he's not deprived of fish. Rob will catch up with the rest of the anglers later on. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Claire. Back to you in a second or two. Jamie Hughes doesn't just have his family behind him. There's a lot of anglers watching his every move, learning. It's like a university of fishing this afternoon, isn't it, Steve? Watching these guys out there, looking at their techniques, the way that they keep their nerve as well and their concentration.
Pretty much most people are doing very similar things. There's not a lot of tactics that you can choose from here apart from fishing pole, so it's all going to be pole, very little rod and line fishing, and they're going to decide what they're going to fish, either carp, F1s or barbel like Andy Power is.
There he is with another fish there, Steve.
Just to have another fish, yeah.
That's incredible, because somebody who's fishing the match today told me in the week the barbel are gone.
Yeah.
No barbel. And I thought, well, they're by that spent. No, they're not. So they are.
I spoke to him in depth this morning, Andy, and he said, for me to win today, I must catch barbel. He says, so I've got to fish through them. If they decide not to feed, and they are temperamental fish, I've got no chance. But if they do, he's got a real chance of winning it from an unfavoured area, really.
Steve, you've been there, you've done it, you've won it, you've got the T-shirt, the trophy is very proudly on your mantelpiece at home. How do you block out the crowds and everything that's going on around you?
Catch a fish.
Yeah?
You don't need to be in front, but you need to be catching fish. And especially when other people are catching, what happens is nerves start to take over you. And time runs away really quick in this competition, really, really quick.
Well, we mentioned that Claire is a debutant this afternoon. Let's go meet the rest of the anglers down on her pegs 6 to 8. And I believe they're all debutants as well.
They are indeed, Rob, and none of them younger than Charlie Law, known to his mates as Claw. He's behind me and has just caught an absolute whopper. Proof that if you are good enough, you are old enough. Now, he might be only 18, so back when Jamie Hughes was making his debut back in 2009, he was probably still learning how to spell fish, but he is the reigning youth and junior champion and was very quietly confident when we caught up this morning, looking to really make waves as he steps up to this biggest senior of stages here today. Now, over on peg 7, another debutant, Warren Jennings, known to his mates as Wazza. He is a carpenter, so carpenter and a carp catcher. A lot of carp in that sentence. He's someone who wins a lot out at elite level in angling competitions, but very softly spoken, very humble. So a bit of a dark horse, perhaps, today. He told me earlier on that if he were to win the £50,000 jackpot, he would spend it on a holiday for himself. I'll tell you what, you can get a good holiday for £50,000, can't you? He was very keen to stress, though, that it wouldn't be a fishing holiday. He would use it as a bit of time away after his winning exploits. Now, if that's a man who wants to spend his £50,000 on a trip abroad, this angler would spend it on something a little bit closer to home, because Sarah Taylor, the reigning UK women's champion, would spend her prize money on refurbishing a wardrobe in her house, which she is transforming into a TARDIS. She's a massive Doctor Who fan, and much like her favourite Doctor, Jodie Whittaker, she is a woman making history. She's won the Next Gen event here. She's the women's champion. No one has ever done the treble. No one has won those 2 accolades, come to FishOMania and conquered. We're looking forward to seeing how she gets on today. 22 next week. What a birthday that would be to win the biggest prize of them all. Well, there you have it. The first 8 anglers here at the 2022 FishOMania title hunt. Let's head over to Andy Scott. He's going to introduce us to some more of them.
Yeah, Claire, thank you. Welcome to Peg 9. John Jones just behind me, 38-year-old from Dudley. First time at FishOMania, but he's a Golden Reel finalist. He works for Dudley Council as a carpenter, plasterer, plumber and bricklayer. Where on earth does he find time to fish? He's also just qualified for his pyrotechnics licence. He'll be hoping for some fireworks from peg number 9. He actually, in the last competition that he fished, he set off the fireworks when he came runner-up, so nice little story there. Now, peg 10, Christian Jones. Very, very strong start for the 23-year-old from Ellesmere Port. His bank runner is Kieran Marsden. He's a fishing coach down at Partridge Lakes. He won the Westwood Lakes Autumn Classic. Very happy with this peg. When we were here yesterday, the wind was actually blowing in the opposite direction. Still on peg 10 here. The wind is actually blowing into him. He's had a very strong start. Already a number of fish in the net. Let's just walk you on now to peg number 11. Very popular man on the lake today, Stephen Openshaw. Steve, his bank runner is Alan Dewhurst. Now, he's a 4-time FishO finalist. Came 5th in 2015, 2018. He said to me, I don't even count them. If I didn't win it, I don't count them. Got to give a shout out to Lingmere Fisheries. As a day job, Steve actually runs Lingmere Fisheries, and he has just become a granddad for the 3rd time. So he wasn't too happy about me talking about his age, so I'm going to leave it out. But congratulations to Steve, granddad for the 3rd time. And he, again, has had a number of fish in the net already. Strong start over on this side of the bank, Rob.
Well, thanks, Andy. I'm sure, as you know, if you're tuned into us, the way it works this afternoon, the guys catch the fish every half an hour. Their bank runner heads off. Very important. It's like having a caddy in golf. They weigh the fish, and then come, what was it, about 4:30 this afternoon, we will do the calculations to see who has caught the most fish over 5,000. That's the idiot's guide, and we've got the experts here. I'm the idiot. So when these guys get a little bit too technical, I go in and ask the stupid questions. But we're hoping to see less of us this afternoon and a lot more of this. And I think we're going to, Keith, aren't we? We're going to see a lot of fishing already. Everybody's getting off the mark.
There's a lot of fish being caught, lots of various fish as well. And Steve mentioned right at the start about Andy Power catching the barbel. We've seen him catch 4 or 5, and we need eyes in the back of our heads to see that. Yeah. But he's definitely set out his stall to catch barbel. But you watch him, and it's incredible. No other sport do you see anything like this. He's fighting a fish. He feeds down the edge, picks his catapult up, feeds further out, puts his catapult down and carries on fighting the fish and then nets it. So he is genuinely a fishing machine.
And Harry last year, the reigning champion, had, he came from nowhere, didn't he? And he absolutely blew apart the field last year.
Yep. The fish ended up on that bar in front of him, the shallower bar. They were definitely there, and he exploited that brilliantly.
Well, let's go back to the lakeside and hear from more of the anglers. Back to Andy Scott, it's peg 12.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. Peg 12, Jimmy Brooks. Lots of applause already. Jimmy's had 2 F1s, 2 carp, and a number of smaller fish in the net already. The local guy from King's Lynn, so he's only 35 miles down the road. He says, I fished this lake hundreds of times for pleasure, slightly different in a matchy environment. He thinks, actually, the road is very tight to the bank here. He said the cars and the crowd, it won't make a difference. It will be those nets coming in and out of the water every half an hour. He's an electrician by trade, and he also loves a game of 5-a-side football. Let's make our way down to Dave Shire's peg 13. Don't want to bother Dave here. It's his 2nd final. He was 6th in FishOMania 2018. Father of 2. I just want to say hello to everybody. So Isla and Dylan sitting right behind you here. Big wave, guys. Wishing Dad all the very, very best of luck. Dave qualified from Lindholm. So he's had a strong start as well, Dave. Going to keep you coming down here. Adam Richards from 33. Now, Adam worried me last night. The 33-year-old from Easing Wold. His bank runner is Nick Speed, a former chef. I said, what are you going to do tonight, Adam? He said, we're going to have a barbecue, and it's all on Nick as the former chef. Delighted to say that everybody is reported to duty, fit and ready, although Adam did say that some of the chicken was a little bit pink. You just can't keep some people happy. So let's just keep going on down the bank here. I'm trying to keep my voice down because I didn't think we'd be this close. As Art Hilmey's into a fish here. I'm going to turn you round. This is Art Hilmey, peg 15. Timing is everything. We're joining him at just the right time. The 42-year-old from Cottingham. His bank runner is Harry O'Sullivan. Now it's Art's FishOMania debut. And nice little story here. John Alexander, who we heard from on the other side of the lake with Claire. Art was fishing in a match with him when John qualified, and they found a feather in the back of the tackle box. And John said it must be a lucky feather. When Art qualified, he also found a lucky feather. It's in the back of his phone case, and he went on and qualified. All feathers are available from the Art Hilmy souvenir shop, £50 a pop. So that is Art Hilmy on peg number 15. Rob, back over to you guys.
Well, this is what we want to see, guys, isn't it? We want to see fish being caught this afternoon. Okay, talking in simple parlance, there's not a lot of massive fish out there, but there's a lot of good sized fish.
Yeah, there's the F1's average of maybe 3/4 of a kilo up to a kilo. There's some slightly bigger, but they're the smaller ones. The carp go up to 3 kilos and the barbel 2.5 kilos.
2.5, 3 kilo for a big one, yeah.
Well, that was John Jones there, keeping up with the Joneses. His neighbour this afternoon is Chris Jones from Ellesmere Port, who came 9th in FishOMania back in 2019. It looks like they've got a hot area of the lake.
Yeah. I think everywhere's hot though, Rob, at the moment. You know, if you look round, you'll see landing net handles up in the air, you'll see elastic coming out almost everywhere. You know, we like to get shots of the floats in the water. They're not still long enough to get a photo, to get a shot of them at all.
Well, let's go back and meet more of the anglers, and let's go back down there to Andy Scott, who's with a very familiar face. Needs a little introduction, really.
Rob, you took the words out of my mouth, really. On peg 16, I reckon it is the most popular peg for fans. Everyone you could get space is behind Andy Bagger Bennett's peg. And the reason for that is, if you're talking about CVs, records, match achievements, there's just too many to list. In terms of FishOMania, the 2019 winner, 2020 winner, he was actually a late qualifier this time round. Interestingly, Bagger Bennett fished a practice on here on Sunday. 2 of the 5 hours he spent just plumbing the depths, trying out different things. He only actually fished for 3 hours. In those 3 hours, he still managed to come second. As you said at the top of the show, Rob and Keith, so many people, bookie-wise, are backing Bagger Bennett. 17, Danny Keenan. Now, I want to make sure that I get this right, because Danny came and found me this morning, because when I asked him yesterday, I just said, you know, anyone you want to shout out to, anybody you want to thank. He said, oh, no, really, I'm just concentrating on it. He came and found me this morning, and he said, there's a big party in Crumlin. They've got the big screen up at Annie's house. Mum, Irene, she would kill him if we didn't give her a shout out. So big shout out to everybody in Crumlin. Bank runner is Ben Summerscales. Danny, I said, do you have any superstitions? He said, no, none whatsoever. And then his partner Jan said, well, actually, on the way to every match, he gets a chunky Kit Kat, so a man after my own heart. Other brands of confectionery are available. And let's just finish off on this little run of the lake. Peg 18, Felix Schurman, the 29-year-old from Germany, based just outside of Frankfurt. Key man here is Adam Wakeland, his bank runner, who's been a real ear to bend tactics-wise. And really, that's because there's no F1s in Germany. There's no F1s for him to practice on. So this really is all new to him. He is the former feeder world champion. That was out in Italy. And they've had a few sessions on the lake. You know, he's had a few sessions just to practice, but he is at a disadvantage. But it'll be interesting to see how Felix gets on today. Let's make our way further down the bank to Peter.
Yeah, very good afternoon, actually. I was going to say good morning, but it's gone midday, and it's been a terrific start for Andy Power. You need a good start in any sport. The 34-year-old from Somerset, let's have a look at him in action. 5 barbel, 3 carp, 1 tench at the last count. Very fast-moving situation. He wasn't sure what sort of day he was going to have in this water, one of the deepest parts of the lake, but he's started really, really well. Says he's going to spend all his winnings, should he win it, on fuel, because he lives out in the wilds of Somerset. Interesting part-time job, though. He's a sign writer. Imagine that on the sign outside Mr. Power's residence. FishOMania champion. We'll leave him and let's have a walk onto peg number 20. Interesting story, this. Perry Stone. We must stop and stay here. Angela, how are you? Yeah, that's Perry's wife, and Angela's got a very, very big interest in today's event because her car actually blew up this week. So Perry, busy there, just putting his baits in. Perry's got on record as saying, should he win the big money, it's a new car for Angela. So no going back on that. But his runner, sat over there just taking it all in. The winner in 2004. Rob, nice to see you. A big thumbs up from Rob. Right, let's hair on down the bank to number 21, Greg Welsby. This is a really good story. Two men from the army. Louis, his bank runner there, as you can see. Now, Louis is Greg Welsby's boss in the British Army, but not today. Don't know who's calling who's. He's got a big grin on his face there. You're not calling him, sir. I think he draws the line at that. But Greg is a City fan. He's Matt. His brother is a big United fan. But all set for a really good day here, hopefully. Any winnings would go into a new house. But these two men from the army, very, very much on parade and very focused. Now back to you.
Well, great to hear from Pete Stevens. I used to watch Pete on the television when I was a kid. He's done everything in television, but he's finally doing FishOMania. You can hear when Pete was talking there, the hooter in the background. You're going to be hearing that every 30 minutes this afternoon, and then you can see a lot of activity behind the anglers as their bank runners head over to the scales and will very carefully and neatly weigh the fish. And these are the nervous moments when they get to find out, Keith, exactly what's in the bag. It's like Christmas Day.
It's like Christmas Day, and I'll tell you what's even more like Christmas Day. As our reporters have gone round the bank, we've seen more people with fish than not with fish, and that's astonishing. For this, the first hour of FishOMania, that's unheard of.
And Andy Power had an assortment of fish
Exactly,
there as well.
yeah.
It's like a stall at the market.
£1 fish, No, we won't do that one.
What would you want? What would you want in there, Steve? What would be a good weight in that first half an hour?
10, 12 kilos, something like that, 20 pounds. I think Andy's going to be somewhere near that. He's going to be close to that, I think.
So if he's got 5 barbels, 3 carp and a tench, he's not going to be far away, is he?
No, I'm sure. And straight away, if you get a good weight at the first half an hour, you're putting people under pressure.
Yeah.
People who are not catching what they thought they were going to catch as quick start to think, I need to make changes. And the plan goes out the window.
And I know that we are preaching to the converted, to the angling world here today, but in the making of this programme, Keith, no fish get hurt, do they?
No,
they treat them with a great deal of respect.
Absolutely. Well, they're a valuable commodity. It's a commercial fishery.
Yeah.
Every fish that's in here has cost money. They've all got a value, as well as being semi-wild creatures, and anglers look after their quarry probably better than anyone else.
You were telling me last night, he can judge what the weight's going to be by just looking, and he did you a disservice a few years ago, didn't he?
No, it was a scalesman to be. Keith recognised that they gave me too much, so they had to reweigh me again.
He's like
twice that happened.
He's like, he checks the bill every time in the restaurant as well.
It doesn't happen now, incidentally.
Keith never sees a bill.
No. What's a bill? You're paying restaurants. No, all the scales nowadays are digital.
Yep.
So they can't be fiddled, they can't be changed. There's no adjust a screw. You push a button, it's zeros. Put the fish on their way.
And of course, getting something in the bag in the first half hour is important, but very rarely is it that the leader in the first hour, the first 2 hours, is the leader come about 4:30 this afternoon.
It runs on the board, like Steve said. When you catch fish early, you're putting pressure on other anglers. Am I doing it right? Are they doing it different? Can I do what they're doing? So it is important to put a marker down early.
The thing is, if you've got 3 fish at a kilo apiece, and you're 3 kilo in front, they've got to catch 3 to be level. So you're always in front.
We're seeing some busy scales, that's for sure.
They might need new scales. He's broken them. Andy Power's superb half hour.
And he's playing one at the minute as well. So Andy started like you'd want to start. Put pressure on people. He's not catching small fish. He's catching pretty decent sized
And as you
fish.
say, he's got a bit of everything in there. As he actually says that he most enjoys catching pike at Chew Valley. There's none of those here today, but he's got a whole kind of variation in the bag.
I think about Andy Power, he's brilliant at everything he does, every discipline. Only thing I don't know he does is fly fishing, and I would assume that he does, but every discipline he's really good at.
You might be catching those pike on fly. It's a chew. It's a trout reservoir where the pike are a bycatch, but they bait fish as well in the winter.
Well, we've met most of our anglers so far, but let's go down and meet the final 4 and get back to the waterside with Peter Stevenson.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. It's a wonderful time down here. As you say, loads of sports I've covered over the years. Can't remember anything so tranquil, but with that underlying bit of tension. And as we've said already today, this competition's been going a long, long time. Alex Hume behind me watched it as a youngster, and now here he is, getting the chance as a grown-up to come down and try his hand. He's training to be a lorry driver. He's got mum, dad, brother back home in Crewe all watching this, all keeping their fingers crossed that he can have a good day. Now let's move on to one big name from last year. Harry Bignell is the boy everybody was talking about. The champion on debut. 50,000 prize, first prize. Tells me he's been stopped in supermarkets, asked for selfies because he's now the face of FishOMania. Really nice story. Hopes he can do it again this year. He spent his money on stocks and shares, and that's where it'll probably go again if he got a chance to pick up the big pot again this year. But a really nice story. We thought about Peg 23, but he says it's his roulette number and it's also his mum's birth date. So he's not too bothered. Right, let's get a move on. We're going to go round the back of Peg 23 on to 24 to find our visitors from the Netherlands. We've got, here he is. Now then, this is André Schipper from the Netherlands. Caught the ferry over into Harwich last night. Looks like it was a smooth sailing because he looks like he's in decent form. Loved his fishing in the Netherlands since he was a youngster. Likes a bit of mountain biking as well. And as we're talking, his number 2, Peter, just finished away, but we're going to go this way under the trees, guys. Let's go. Round the back of the pole. Come on. There we go. Bit of a tight fit. Mind all the kit. And we've got one nice long walk onto Paul Wright. He's on Peg 25. He said he was looking forward to this because he's got plenty of room to play with. He's got Michael, his bank runner, with him. Nice story this because he was 37 on Thursday, so that would be a lovely birthday present. In common with quite a few other anglers here today, he's just turned angling coach as well, so devoting his life towards this wonderful sport and hoping, should he win any money today, he'll go towards a purpose-built van to put all this very impressive kit in. So there you go, Rob. It's back to you from 25.
Thank you, Peter Stevenson, who is nimbly getting around the equipment there. He's been training all week. He's been doing pole artists. Hey, we're here all week. We're here for 5 hours this afternoon. And when we come back after the break, we'll have the results of the first weigh-in. Well, the whole Sky Sports Roadshow and, well, 2,500 keen anglers have congregated here at Westwood Lakes in Boston, Lincolnshire for the biggest fishing event of 2022. £50,000 goes to the winner this afternoon. The winner last year was Harry Bignell. Let's cast our minds back.
So let's meet some of your 2021 FishOMania anglers.
That is Ryan Laycock, and he's the first angler to get a fish in the bag.
Andy May, 2016 champion, competing in his 5th at FishOMania.
Harry Bignell. Now, Harry, he's in his first FishOMania final. He tells me he likes his chances.
Andy Bennett has gone off to an absolute flyer. This is why this guy, the reigning champion, well, champion for the last 2 years, is the Bucky's favourite.
It was cold and raining last year. This year it's just chilly after a heat wave, so the fish will be moving around.
To Peg 21, where we have got the one and only Samantha Sim. It's her first FishOMania, but she is the first lady to win 4 FishOMania ladies titles.
It's kicked off a bit better than I wanted it to, really.
In the opening half an hour, it was Andy Bagger Bennett, the reigning champion, who caught just under 5 kilos. We have 24 top-class anglers. We also have 8 of the next generation.
We've got defending champion Sarah Taylor,
Well, that is our leader at the moment, Owen Newman. Jamie Hughes.
And he's getting another one.
Harry Bignell is leading at the moment with 13.32 kilos. Second place is Robert Taylor, but things may change when they hear this noise.
That's magic. How'd you do it?
Harry Bignell in that weigh-in had 13.125 kilos. In second place, during the course of the afternoon, Robert Taylor had 15.6 kilos. So he caught almost as much in the last half an hour as his nearest rival, Robert Taylor, had all afternoon.
He has another fish, surprise, surprise. Nobody else has any fish because he is taking them all.
The winner of Next Gen is Owen Newman by 25 grams.
This is in the main event. Guess who's catching again? Harry now has the second ever biggest weight in FishOMania. Stand very tall. Be very proud. Harry Bignell from Bedley in East Yorkshire. One of the most immense performances ever in FishOMania. He has absolutely stormed it and deserves every single penny of the £50,000. Well, his reign is over, but he's still sitting on his throne over there, Harry Bignell. He's had a quiet start. I can tell you a little secret here. We'll tell you exactly what the anglers have got in their bag in the first half an hour or so in a second. There's a flurry of activity behind us. Harry has got off to an OK start. In fact, all 25 of the anglers have caught something in the first 30 minutes. Keith, they will want to know, won't they? They'll want to know their weight as well, Steve. They'll want an idea of how they've got off the mark, whether they've hit a 6 or a 4 is a quick single that they've got off to in cricket terms.
They'll need to know whether they want to make changes straight away and how far they're behind, whether they just keep doing what they're hoping your peg's going to pick up. It's not won in first half an hour. That's the main thing.
If it was, if we've quit now, I suspect it might be Andy Power. We'll find out exactly what he's caught in a second or two because they're trying to let those scales settle behind us. But he won't mind, will he? He's got those glasses on. He's just fully focused.
This is one of those venues, Steve, where you set up to build a swim. So you catch what you can as quickly as possible, but you feed another area or two in case the fish move or you run out.
Yeah, they keep swapping positions, letting fish settle down, and they'll pick a few fish out of one area, then they'll come back to another, or they'll wait for it to build up and finally attack it late on. But we've already seen Andy catch 4 since his weigh-in, so if he carries on like he's going to start building an early lead. But will the fish like that all day?
We'll talk about equipment as well. We see Andy May over there wearing a great pair of shades. He's just doing it because he's a poser. But he's got those shades on for a reason. It helps with his focus, doesn't it?
It helps with everything. It takes the glare off the water. They're polarised glasses, so they straighten out the razor light. It helps you see through the water, which doesn't really work here because the visibility is virtually zero. But they do also focus you. It's like they put blinkers on a horse, isn't it? It's the same kind of thing. You tend to concentrate in front, but mostly it's to protect the eyes from the glare of the water.
Stops you from blinking and all sorts of things.
Yeah.
We see alongside him there. Tell the viewers that don't know what that contraption is in the water, the aerator.
That's an aerator, yeah.
Oh, thank you.
So what that does, that keeps, this time of year, the oxygen levels drop overnight because photosynthesis makes the algae grow.
It's an education.
Well,
the
algae dies off during the night, gives off carbon dioxide like all plants do. So in the morning, the oxygen levels, where there's lots of fish, can do with a boost, and the aerators do that. We've got a fountain aerator on this side. On the other side, there's a paddle type aerator, a splasher.
We're watching peg number 1, which is Andy Dyson, who's making his debut this year. He has Martin Steele on his shoulder. He says his first ever memory of FishOMania is watching Matt Horwin, another legend of this sport.
Absolutely, yeah. You notice as well that although you try and keep focused, when you've just caught a fish or when you're doing something like Andy was doing there, he's changing his bait, feeding maybe, you try and take everything else in. Your bank runner should be doing that, and Andy Power is really disciplined at letting the bank runner do it. But my eyes, I don't know about yours, Cookie, my eyes are everywhere when I'm fishing.
Only thing, one of the things I can say is like Andy will be focused. He won't need anybody to tell him what to do. But it's Andy, if you're like me, you'll get focused on something and somebody will say to you, look, you've spent too long doing that and you're not putting enough in your net, you need to change. And sometimes you need that, like a nudge in your back, but Andy and Bennett and the top men don't.
It's quite interesting before, you know, watching Wayne Kearney, who's an experienced angler, alongside James Howarth. Even though they're rivals this afternoon, Wayne, who's much more experienced, was passing tips, almost lecturing James alongside him, who's a newbie in this tournament.
I used to use a little strategy. I used to ask anglers, "Are you catching on so-and-so?" knowing they probably were. And I'd go, "Oh, really?" And I'd be doing the same thing, but wouldn't let them know.
There is a bit of kidology as well, isn't it? I mean, obviously we use catapults. And in past times, I've been to venues where you pick your catapult up and feed. You weren't actually feeding in bait, but people would think you was feeding a lot of bait, so they'd start to feed if you were catching a lot of fish. So we do have a bit of kidology as well.
Gamesmanship.
Yeah, gamesmanship.
And everybody does it, and it's all in fun. There's nothing sinister about it.
But your top anglers, if you speak to Andy, what you're going to do, he'll tell you exactly what you're going to do. Because in Andy's mind, and same as Jamie Hughes, in their mind, they're better than you, and they'll push ahead in front of you, even telling you what they're doing.
Well, Andy Power is one expert. Our resident expert this afternoon is the champion of FishOMania back in 2016. It's getting longer and longer away, that, isn't it, Andy May? The guys here saying about changing your tactics is maybe a little bit too early, Andy, to do anything rash after just over, 45 minutes or so of FishOMania 2022. But talk tactics to us.
Right, OK, so tactics-wise, I've had a quick sneaky walk round this half of the lake where they seem to be doing really well. So the likes of Art Hilmy, the bagger Andy Bennett and Andy Power doing really well, and the catching. So I'll talk you through the rig that Andy Power's catching on to start with, and that's a rig similar to what we've got here. So it's set at sort of 3 or 4 foot deep. It's not a deep lake this, and he's only fishing really close in. So he's got 3.5, 4 foot of water. He's got quite a nice positive float on the slimline body, so when he gets the bite of the fish, he's straight into him. And basically all the shots, if you follow my finger down, all the shots are in the bottom third of the rig. Now what that's doing is creating, making the bait nice and stable on the bottom for these barbels to come along, see the bait and nail it straight into the fish. Little hook on the bottom, just got a 4-inch hook length on, so it's really, really positive. Now the other style that certainly Art and Andy Bennett is doing, that's what we know is like shallow fishing, or, you know, fishing up in the water. So where you've got sort of the deepest bit of water down the middle, as I say, it's only 3.5 to 4 foot. They'll be fishing rigs similar to this. So real short bit of line, pull tip to float. Now what that does is creates a tight line from the top of your pole to your float, so when you get a bite, you're straight into the fish. Little tiny babby floats, and then we've got a tiny, tiny little bulker shot down here with a very small 2 or 3-inch hook length on. It's just very, very positive for the fish. To be honest with you, I can't see it really changing much. There's another couple of different styles that will come into it, but we can go through that later on. I don't want to talk you all through it now. I want to talk about something later on as well, don't I?
Andy May, I get the impression that you'll never be short of things to tell us. The only thing that would improve your broadcasting would putting those glasses on, and maybe a COVID mask as well. Right, behind the scenes, we've been doing the calculations. Everybody has caught something so far, but this is the top 10 of the 25 anglers here at Westwood Lakes this afternoon. Off to an absolute flyer. He's got a variation of fish in his bag, is Andy Power. Not far behind him is Art Hilmy, who had, I think he was in the Open last week. He and his pal are both going to share the money if they win, and he's not far behind Andy Power. Chris Jones is one of our younger anglers. Andy Dyson, one of the debutants. Look at Charlie Law, only 18 years of age. The next gen champion. He's not just here for the ride. Jamie Hughes in 8th place at the moment on peg 5, not so far away from Wayne Kearney. So even 10th place. He's got 5 kilos in the bag so far. If you've got that every half an hour, you'd be very happy, Keith.
Absolutely. Be even happier with 8 kilos 700 every half hour, wouldn't you? Well, that's a hell of a weight, you know.
That's what Andy Power's got over there on peg number 19. The Somerset Spodder. I hope I said that right. Andy the Power. It's a matchroom production, so everybody's got to have some kind of nickname, don't they?
A spodder is the device for feeding bait a long way without a hook on it. So you tie it to the end of your line, it's like almost like a soft drinks can. Fill it up with bait, cast out, and it tips the bait where you want it to go. Just explaining what a spod is in case you thought it was something different.
That is over on peg number 15, and that is Art Hilmy, who is a self-taught angler. He said the first time he went out fishing, he caught absolutely nothing at all. Experienced angler came over to him, put an arm around him and said, listen, this is the way you want to do it. Started catching fish on the river hole and hasn't stopped catching fish since. He's the man who's got the lucky feather. And if he is successful this afternoon, he's going to be sharing the winnings with John Alexander, who's on the opposite side of the lake on peg number 4.
Must have been a long arm because he's a bit of a unit, but he's on an absolute roll at the moment. He's been winning matches week in, week out, hasn't he, Steve?
Yeah.
Very recently.
When you're on a roll as well, you become really positive in what you do. And you believe in yourself, that's the main thing. When you're having a bad run, you think, oh, should I, shouldn't I do this? But when you think you're winning, you're doing it right all the time.
Peg 10, Christian Jones. After the first weigh-in, he was in 3rd place. He came 9th in 2019. If he wins this afternoon, he's going to invest, like many of the anglers today, so that if they are successful, they can reinvest in their angling and buy himself a new van.
He used to fish in the same junior team as Sarah Taylor.
Dave Shires.
They all started, didn't they, around the same lakes, Mr. Openshaw's lake in Liso on the Wirral. This is Dave Shires, who's currently in 15th place. He's on peg number 13, Dave Shires.
To be fair, I thought this would suit Dave. He fishes at Lindome a lot. This type of fishing, it's a little bit bigger lakes, but this type of fishing will suit him. And he was really positive this morning, so I think it's coming all right. It's hanging in there with everybody first off. It's never, like I said earlier, it's not won in the first hour. That's for sure.
Do you know what, Steve? You don't know this, but we asked the anglers to give us their first memories and what inspired them to go fishing back in the day. And he says his first ever memory of FishOMania was back in 1999 when you won it.
What a guy. I didn't think he was that old. I had no grey hair then. I'm actually a ginger. I know you can't believe that.
Well, it's great. People have come here, Keith, haven't they, to see people catch fish this afternoon. And wherever you place yourself on the lake, you're going to be seeing some action this afternoon.
Yeah, there's fish coming all round. I mean, some areas, as will always be the case, are better than others. And it will change. You know, make no mistake about it. The wind is going to change a little bit, but the fishing will change. Andy Power's backing up. How many barbel are there? Enough for him to be catching them all day? Has he got a plan B? Has he got something else he's setting out to do?
If you watch what he's doing, he's feeding his far line over to them reeds as well, so he is keeping his options open. It surprised me how quiet it is. Like for the bagger, I thought it'd have started off a lot quicker and then sort of eased off a bit and just kept adding fish. And he's made some change. I've noticed he's made quite a few changes to his tactics already, which maybe says that he doesn't think it's fishing how he thought it was going to do.
We've mentioned the concentration, and as you can see, he's there, his eyes are focused, he's got the shades on, but the downside of FishOMania in doing well is that you may get a distraction of one of our reporters talking to him. And you can see Peter Stevenson just in the edge of that shot, and Peter is down there, and I think he's going to have a little chat with his banker, and I think it's Matty Dawes.
Yeah, because Andy's very, very intent on focusing on his fishing, and you can understand why he's made a terrific start. So let's, as you say, talk a little bit and reflect with Matt. What do you make of this? Because before, when we talked this morning, he wasn't that optimistic, was he?
He quietly was, to be fair, but this area, these two pegs here, because I aerate a barbel, live in this area. And I think Andy thought we needed to catch them to do well. And then the first 3 fish we had were barbel, so it's a good sign. I don't think it's just because the net's going in and out, it's making it a bit iffy for a little bit, so I might have to change to a cross just because the fish feel safer further away for now. But we've got a few fish in the net now, so ticking along, but I think a change is going to have to happen soon, I think. You're not getting too excited, I can tell, but maybe that's your natural demeanour. Nah, nice and relaxed. Get wrinkles if you're stressed. What about as the day wears on and if he still stays up there? At what point do you start to get a bit of tension? No, you just got to do your job, look around the lake, try and keep Andy calm. It's like the first time I've been with Andy, so I haven't sat behind him when he's fishing, so it's trying to work out what time just to say, thinking when to move and stuff and doing the right decision, that's all. So the headline could be Lucky Charm, to be fair, for you, if it's first time. That's it. Could be it now, could be my job full time, travel with Andy. No, it should be all right. Keep going, I think, but... OK, well, thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the day and keep an eye on him. Yeah, we'll keep going. Cheers. Thank you.
Well, Peter Stevenson talking to the bank runner there. But as the afternoon goes on, Andy Power, if he is leading, has got to really forget about that shyness, because we're going to be wiring them for sound and talking to the leaders as things evolve. We've had an hour almost of FishOMania. The second weigh-in is due after the break. It is an absolutely glorious afternoon in the Lincolnshire countryside. We are at Westwood Lakes for FishOMania 2022. The only thing disturbing the peace is that hooter in the background, but it's something the anglers want to hear because it means that we've been going an hour in FishOMania, and we'll find out what is in the bag as we have our second weigh-in. Let's go down to the water side and get a live weigh-in from a legend of this sport, Jamie Hughes, who's been followed very closely this afternoon by Claire Thomas.
Well, I'm down at Peg 5 where Jamie Hughes is looking for a historic 4th FishOMania title. Here comes his second haul. He had 6.475 kilograms after the first weigh-in. So an opportunity now to close in on those top spots. He was placed 8th coming into this. So let's have a look and find out what is in that bag. I can see a fair few fish in there.
3 kilo 500.
3.5 kilos, so not the haul that he had the first time around, but a healthy haul and an opportunity to keep building that catch. Jamie's, of course, here for the 13th time. He's got plenty of experience. He won't be panicking. There's plenty more where those came from.
Well, the man who was second in the first half an hour was a debutant in the finals of FishOMania, Art Hilmy, who is also from East Yorkshire. I think he's had a good second half an hour. We'll find out. Let's go see what's in the bag with Andy Scott.
Yeah, Rob, let's see if he can make it back-to-back. Very strong first half an hour, just over 8 kilos in second place. So let's just nudge Harry O'Sullivan, the bank runner. Let's bring this net up to the scales. Almost as soon as you left us first time, fish after fish are on a very strong run at the moment. You could say it's an art attack. Plenty of F1s in the net. Let's just keep one eye on the scales here. Let's just let it settle. Yeah.
6.725.
6.725 to go on top of the 8 that put him in second place at the start. So very strong start from Art down here on 15.
It's good to see Andy waking Harry up there. It was Hurry Up Harry, come on, wasn't it? We're going down. There is a pub here this afternoon as well. There's everything in this festival of fishing. But all eyes in the first half an hour on peg number 19 and Andy Power, who'd got off to an absolute flyer. How's he progressing? Peter Stevenson.
I'm told he's been busy, but maybe not just as busy in that first half an hour. I tell you, the crowd's really built up down around this peg. Matt, his bank runner, as I talk, is wrestling his net out of the water. Off you come, Matt. Straight across to the weighing scales. 8.7 in the first half an hour. Not just maybe as much as that, but they'll be hoping to still try and... There we go. What are we looking at, Alan?
We are looking at 5 kilo 900 grams.
5 kilo 900 to add to that great totals to start off with. It looks like being a decent day for Mr. Power.
Well, a great start there for the Power, who is leading. Every single angler has caught something this afternoon. Young, old, male, female, from the Netherlands, from where we got from Germany as well. They've come from everywhere. I know we're being watched, by the way, today in Canada, over there in Ireland as well. Welcome to Lincolnshire. What an afternoon we're having, Keith.
Fantastic, sunny Lincolnshire. Who'd have thought it? It's unbelievable. But the fishing is I'm actually surprised how good it is. I wasn't sure how the fish would react to the crowds. I wasn't quite sure how to respond to the sun. It was dull and overcast and chilly here yesterday. It's not quite back to what it was in the week, but it's certainly a very warm day today.
It's turning into a spectator sport as well, isn't it?
For once, there's plenty to keep people occupied all around. They're not just little areas where they congregate around all the way around the lake because everybody's catching a few fish.
Tell us what's also going on around here today, because as we drove in, there is literally a fishing village here. People come here and spend a week's holiday. You can't get a bed here for love nor money this week. The anglers couldn't get the finalists. They're staying all over the place. And also, there's a lot of equipment that they're showing off here today. And if you're into angling, this is the epicentre of the world.
Most tackle manufacturers are displaying the goods there today for people to look at, and some companies even selling equipment. You've got a ready-made market here. People are interested in fishing and they're here to watch fishing and want to see all the new equipment that's available out there on the market.
I tried to book a midweek stay here in May. Couldn't get one. It's a very, very popular
You had
venue.
to treat a girl, don't you?
There you go. Bit of fishing, bit of a hot tub.
Apparently there's 1 or 2 rooms in Skegness if you want to head along the coast later on.
I've got friends there.
Well, that's where our cameras have been trained early today, over on Peg 19. Andy Power, who is leading after the first weigh-in. Of course, it was Art Hilmy, one of our debutants, who was in second place, but we're not official yet, but there has been a lot of movement on the leaderboard after an hour. And the first hour has flown by. Time does fly when you're seeing lots of fish being caught.
I've just seen there Andy Power, who caught early, very, very short. And Steve said he looked like he'd lost the fish a little bit, but he was feeding long. You remember Steve said he was feeding with a catapult long. He's gone long and he's got a fish on.
One of the things is, because obviously with it being FishOMania, you're always going to have problems with spectators and film crews. And the film crews are quite close to him when they're filming. And he's caught so short, which isn't normal what we normally do in FishOMania. We're always fishing quite long, as far away from your bankside disturbance. And it's starting to affect his fish that have moved away from him into the deeper water. So that's why he was done that. He's gone across, and it just shows you what sort of anglers, when things aren't right, to make a quick decision to change it, start putting fish in there. And he's just had one straight away.
John says actually over there on peg number 9 that he just prefers fishing down the edges.
Yes, it's usually the place to be. I mean, Jamie Hughes said to me this morning, you can throw a pinch of pellets in 2 inches from the bank, and within seconds there's fish on it. You only catch one, and they go again, and you have to feed somewhere else. But there's a lot of fish in here, and they're very hungry.
Well, that is Jamie Hughes, peg number 5. Winner in 2013, 2015, 2017. Last year was in the final, but finished in 12th place. And he said there's the most fish ever for a Fish-O final. This is peg 23, our reigning champion, Big Nell, as I've written down here, Big Nell. That might be another story, but Harry Bignell, the biggest ever margin last year. He won by 63 kilograms from Sam Brown, who finished in second place. There won't be a gap like that this year.
No. It was just a one-off year. They'd made some alteration to that place last year at Ayfield. They dug some of the bank back because it went out into a point to make it more level, and it left a shallow bar. And Harry knew that, and Harry fished on it, and fish wanted to be in shallow water because it's quite a deep lake as normal. But here, it's a shallow lake, pretty much the same all the way around.
A tradition of FishOMania is that you go head first into the water when you win at around 4:30.
They'll probably die if that happens.
It's not very deep here, is it? How deep is it?
3 foot.
Yeah?
3 foot. So they want to walk in, I think, or just paddle. I think that's what it's going to be.
Peg 5, Jamie Hughes.
You never write that man off, do we?
No. Not when it's down to a fishing race, which it could well be.
He did a bit of a chat about how many big finals he'd fished. He said, I've fished 20 some odd finals, and I've only won 3 FishOManias. And I thought, well, I've fished in nearly that many, 18 and some other big finals. I've only won 1. You know, I think he's quite greedy, actually.
It's incredible, really, when you think that he's qualified as many times as he has, because to qualify for FishOMania, you've got to win a match with at least 100 anglers. Yep. There aren't many of those around these days, and to win that many is, well, it is beyond belief.
No.
This is Sarah Taylor, peg 8, the reigning women's national champion. She turns 22 years of age last week. She's been on a fishing vacation since last Wednesday. She's here this weekend, and her folks are behind her. You'll see them there in the expensive seats behind. So what do you want to do for your birthday? Guess what she wants to do?
Fishing.
Go fishing.
When you're that way inclined. And she's good. She's a good lady angler. Catches plenty of fish. She's beat a few men on the next peg.
Well, she beat the boys in the next gen in 2020, didn't she?
Yeah, there you go.
And she is here in her own right. And she makes fishing her life as well. Graduated last year. Comes from the Wirral.
Very accomplished.
She's got a bedroom to die for because her back window overlooks Hoy Lake Golf Course where the Open is.
Is there any fish in them lakes there?
There's lots of fish if you look beyond it in the River Dee. Where it meets actually, it's a great place where she is. It's where the Mersey meets the Dee, meets the Irish Sea. But today we're at Westwood Lakes. And this is it's a speed. This could be important. How quickly you get that fish in, get it in there, and you get your bait out and start catching again.
Yeah, all the hooks are barbless, so they come out. You can roll them out really easily. You don't need to pull or jag on them to get them out. They go in easier as well, barbless hooks, so they're very efficient.
It's about getting a rhythm, Rob. It's about getting in a nice rhythm. Feed, lower your rig into the fish, get a bite of a fish, feed again and play your fish, feed while you're playing your fish, unhook your fish, feed again, go back out and get in a nice rhythm and don't come out of that rhythm.
A few years ago, we put heart monitors on the anglers.
Yeah,
didn't we?
I had it on.
Yeah,
I had it on.
and we joked that it's an athletic sport. But it doesn't. The heart goes up and the adrenaline pumps as well.
Mine never dropped below 160.
160?
160. Yeah, that's honestly,
Yeah.
160. I'm not, my resting heartbeat's normally about 56. It was 160 from very start all the way through till the last half an hour when I knew I couldn't win it. But yeah.
To give you an idea, Steve, when footballers warm up, Premier League footballers before the game, the sports scientists ask them to get their heartbeat to 140. So you're above you're a fine specimen. You're
I'm
above
only 22. Look at the state of me.
Are you saying he should be a footballer?
I'm sorry. Look, jokes apart, over the years, they do look more like athletes, the anglers, don't they? They are proper sports.
Yeah, I'm a proper athlete.
Sports folk.
But it happens in all sports. You know, darts players, everybody gets more athletic because you need to add that extra edge, don't you? And if that edge means you're 5 kilos lighter than you were, then you do it. I was talking to Rob Hitchens today, who was winner back whenever, and he's with Perry Stone today. And he looks exactly the same as when he won it back in the 90s, 1990s.
Well, that is peg 9. That is John Jones, who said his first ever memory of fishing was using a branch from a tree and a hook. And he managed to get perch and minnows. He's waiting to find out what face comes out of the water. A picture of concentration.
We all started like that, Holden's Rob, you know.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, because I never feel like my heart's racing when I'm fishing, but obviously I wear a monitor now anyway, but it's often 160 up and 160 down.
That's John Jones, who was in 22nd place the last time that we had a weigh-in. Reminder at the top of the pile was Andy Power. But Andy Power is no longer the leader. The man who was in second place, the likeable Art Hilmy on peg number 15, has got a tiddler more than him, 14.775 kilos, just above Andy Power. Wayne Kearley, who has been trying to get into the final of FishOMania since 1994. When we first started this event, he's having a good afternoon. He's in third place. One of our younger anglers, a former next-gen contestant, Christian Jones, is currently in 5th place. Then we have Adam Richards and then Sarah Taylor, the reigning UK women's champion. Jamie Hughes is lurking there. He's like a shark, just basking underneath the water, waiting to pounce on those above, and, well, less than 5 kilos behind the leader, Art Hilmy. Andy Bagger-Bennett, surprisingly, down in 12th place. Good to see everybody's name there. Maybe not unsurprisingly, Felix Schurman, who's made the journey across the North Sea to join us here from Germany. He's currently in last place. It's a new experience for him. But Andre Schipper from the Netherlands is in 19th place with almost 6.5 kilos. There's some big names down there as well. Perry Stone, who's been here before, currently in 18th place. And the vastly experienced, the veteran, Steve Openshaw, currently in 15th place. But it's great to see the lead is changing hands. It's going to swap and change all day.
Absolutely. And if you think Felix, although Felix isn't catching brilliantly well, Danny Keenan's next to him, a good British angler, and he's struggling as well. So it's obviously an area just to our left here, actually, that isn't as prolific as it could be.
You know, one of the things is we think we know what the fish do and how they react and where they're going to be, but we're not 100% sure. We play a game of chance, really. We think that the chances are they're going to be there, but sometimes they're not.
Well, currently in pole position, the man with the pole in his hand, from East Yorkshire, is Art Hilmy. He's gone from second into first place, but this is a marathon, it's not a sprint. Well, the women's champion when it comes to angling is here with us this afternoon. She's on peg 8. She's had a very decent opening hour. That is Sarah Taylor. Going to be speaking to Sarah in a second or two, but she's busy at the moment. So let's listen to what she had to tell us yesterday.
So I started fishing when I was about 4. My dad took me, and then kind of got into match fishing around the age of about 10. Started fishing my first match and just kind of carried on from there, really. So my first fishing memory, I remember going down to watch like a junior FishOMania. This was about 2013, 2014. Fellow competitor in this year's final, Christian Jones, was actually in it, and he's a good mate of mine, so I went down to see him, yeah. So taken from that day, I really wanted to be involved in the day as well, and being such a high-profile competition, and like it's crazy to be in such a massive final now. It's crazy, it's a dream come true. So 2019 was a crazy year. I mean, it was one of those matches where everything just kind of went to plan. You know, I practiced a few days before, and then the plan was executed on the day, and everything just kind of went my way, and then ended up winning the trophy. And yeah, it was a surreal feeling walking up on that stage and collecting that trophy. I love being able to do that massive cheer on the stage. It was like a lot of years of dreaming suddenly coming out on the stage. It was really awesome, yeah. And the crowd behind me was also brilliant. So 2020 was a completely different time to 2019. So I went more down the carp route rather than the silverfish and the skimmers. And luckily I've managed to catch a load of fish down the edge in the last hour to really boost my weight and be able to take the title, yeah. I remember saying years ago about being the only person to ever win all 3 titles, and to be 2/3 of the way there is just ridiculous. I mean, I used to joke about it, but now it's 2/3 of reality. It's crazy. The next dream for me, probably get back in it, obviously depending on the result. Well, not depending on the result, but I want to get back in it, you know, try and get back into finals, go for all the majors, try and, you know, qualify for as many as I can, and hopefully in the process win as many as I can. I think that's any person's dream really, is to win as many major trophies as you can.
Well, Sarah Taylor is a great, spokesperson, salesperson for the sport, and he's destined one day to be in our studio. But the problem, Sarah, is that you're always out there, either in the next gen final, the ladies final, winning those, or in the FishOMania final. What's it like being out there on the big stage?
It's crazy, mate. It's unbelievable. I love fishing these events. You know, it's to be on such a worldwide stage. It's something I've always dreamed of, and to be putting it into practice, it's crazy. Yeah.
And you've got a media degree, so you've been trained in speaking to us as you've got those eyes focusing on the fish. How different has it been being in this to being in the next gen or the ladies' finals?
Say that again for me, sorry?
How different is this to the other finals that you've been in?
Well, you're fishing for a bigger prize for a start. I mean, that's always makes a difference, but yeah, I mean, the atmosphere, it's just completely different. You know, you're fishing against 20, 25 anglers. Well, I'm fishing against 24 anglers. But there's 25 of you. You know, you're fishing for bigger prize money, and yeah, it's a different feeling, but at the same time, it's, I don't want to say a familiar feeling, but it is, you know.
Do you know where you are in the field? You were 17th after half an hour. Do you know where you are now?
No, not a clue.
7th.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I like the 7s. That's cool.
Working your way up, Sarah.
Yes, Keith.
How are you catching?
How am I catching? I'm on my shallow line on the deck at the minute, just trying that. I was catching down my edge earlier on, but I'm just trying over my shallow line now. I'll probably be going shallow in a minute.
You getting any signs out there?
I've had a couple of fish out here, but yeah, they seem to be getting a lot of liners and yeah, showing signs that they're coming up, so.
What have you had, Sarah? It's Steve here. Have you had carp or have you had F1s?
I've had a bit of both. So I've had, to be fair, the first fish I had was an F1. But the rest have just kind of been like small carp, like smallest has been about £2, biggest has been about £5 or £6. It's been nice. Oh.
Have the beans? I'll let you play that. You concentrate on what you're doing.
Come on, fish.
Is it foul looker, Sarah?
I don't think so. I'm having a couple, like I said, because I'm fishing on the deck of my shallow line, but.
We'll be quiet. You carry on. You concentrate what you do, but we're going to listen to what you're doing. When I was a kid, I used to commentate playing in the 10 foots of hole. So commentate on yourself.
I commentate to myself all the time anyway, to be fair.
What I will say, Sarah, is really impressive that you feel really at ease with that camera speaking towards and having cameras around you. For a young age, you feel really at ease with this.
It helps having that degree in journalism, I suppose.
Well, yeah.
It wasn't money wasted, was it? Come on.
No.
Concentrate, go. There you go.
Yeah, well done.
Only a small one, but all ounces count.
And the fans go wild.
Yeah. My posse behind me go wild.
That's mum and dad, isn't it?
Yeah, mum, dad, a few friends as well, yeah.
Have you got a plan, Sarah, or is it just to see how it goes on and change as things need to change? Or have you got a time plan, or?
Well, I kind of do, yeah, I do have a bit of a plan. Obviously, I've got like plan A as the main plan, and then B, C, all the way to Z, in case things don't work.
Are we still on A?
But yeah, just about on A. Like I said, there are options to go B and C and D, but at the minute I'm still on plan A, so.
Well, you're holding your own at the minute, so. Just keep putting fish in the net and keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, that's the aim, really. Is just keep going, really.
Well, you know what it's like. It's not a sprint, is it? It's never over till it last whistle. So.
Sarah, thank you very much, Sarah. We will let you concentrate on what you do best. But you're absolutely excellent at broadcasting, it has to be said as well. Sarah Taylor, who's down there on peg number 7, or currently in 7th position on peg number 17 with 10.225 kilos. The leader at the moment on peg 15 is Art Hilmy, who has a narrow lead with 14.775 kilos. This is peg number 22. This is Alex Hume, another one of our debutants, a lorry driver from Crewe. I've got a feeling he stops off at a few places as he's got to work with his tachometer and does a little bit of fishing on the side as well.
That's another one of them barbels that is just put in his net. I tell you what's really strange, Keith, that there's not that many F1s being caught. For the amount of F1s that's in here, they seem to have gone a little bit quiet. Now, whether that's because of the pressure of the people on the bank or the film crews walking about, or what, I don't know, but it's surprising. Everybody thought that F1s were going to be the bread and butter fish, and carp and barber were going to be also rams, but it's turned the other way around at the minute.
I couldn't say it before the start because we weren't on, but I did say it to several people before the start. I actually thought that's what would happen. In fact, I said it to you, didn't I? The silly old carp will feed when the smaller fish don't. And that is what, I mean, Sarah says £6 carp. It's a big fish for this lake.
Yes.
Down in position number 11, or peg number 11, Steve Openshaw, who qualified in the early weeks of April at Heronbrook Fisheries, likes to fish Castor Shallow, and he's the granddaddy of the sport. Spanner, as he's known to his pals, the senior statesman, 61 years of age.
That's not old.
No, it's a boy.
Yeah. It should have short trousers on.
He actually said that, but he had a problem with the trousers, and when they arrived, they were a little bit too tight for him. We suspect that they got the wrong size, so he's got his tracksuit bottoms out there, Steve Openshaw. If he wins, apparently he's giving the money to Mrs. Openshaw.
It's a very wise decision.
I don't think he had any choice in that matter.
No. We know the bosses.
Yeah, I think it surprised a lot of people. These people who come here regular and fish this type of place, we're all expecting an F1 feast, and at the moment it hasn't occurred. But you know, there's plenty of time for that to happen, and these lads catch £100 really, really quickly.
When I came here a couple of weeks ago to have a look round, what Steve was doing there, how long was his pole still for? I never saw a pole that still.
No.
This is the reigning champion, Peg 23, Harry Bignell, who won last year with a catch of 85.22 kilos. If he wins, well, he invested his money last year. He gave his daughter a big treat. He will be taking them this year, he says, on a family holiday. But oof, that is a significant catch.
That's a
carp. The barbel?
No, it's a carp, that one, I think, Keith. I'm sure it's a carp. Definitely. It is a carp.
See the tail.
It's probably like £5, £4 or £5. Harry's got his bank runner there is like an excellent angler, really underrated lad, and he'll keep him really down to earth and grounded for this again today.
Same last year, wasn't it? Sure.
Yeah.
And Harry's very aggressive, isn't he? He's very, very quick at landing fish. He's got that great ability to be able to net fish early, rather than chase them around with a landing net like this old timer does. He's on it.
This is Peg 12, Jimmy Brooks, who's bravely soldiering on. He has picked up a little bit of a foot injury. He was fishing here last weekend as well, finished third in the Open, so familiar with the waters.
Again, this sort of venue really suits Jimmy. It's this type of venue. I was going to say another good angler, but to fish in this competition and be in the final, they're all good anglers. You have to be.
Yeah, there's no venues anymore where you can go and be and draw that one peg, which we know has happened in the past, where you just can't be beat. And, you know, to be honest, on the qualifiers, everybody else can go home where they're fishing for Paul's money.
Yeah, it's not like that.
The noise you can hear means that we've been angling now for 90 minutes. We are due the third weigh. And a reminder, at the top of the pile is Art Hilmy with 14.775 kilos. In second place is Andy Power on peg number 19, 14.6 kilos. That is, well, you can see, Keith, well, this is an idea of where the fish have been caught this afternoon. It's been spread right across the lake.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And that's how I think we'd like to see it, spread out across the lake with quite a few people in with a chance, and hopefully it'll just keep pushing on and adding to that.
15, 19, 3, 10. That's well spread out, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, the weigh-in is due. Let's go down, and Art will want to know exactly what he's caught in there. The third half hour, keeping an eye on his progress, is Andy Scott.
Rob, thanks very much. I sound like I'm sort of cutting and pasting and repeating, but this net here, Harry O'Sullivan's bringing it over for our third weigh-in. Again, very healthy catch of fish here. So, second place after the first half hour, he was top with a total of 14.775. So all eyes on this scale. Let's just have a look and let it settle.
6.700.
Boris confirms 6.700. So another, from what we've seen through the first two rounds, similar to what he caught in the second half hour. Very, very strong stuff from Art, Rob, over here on 15.
Well, we suspect that Andy Dyson on peg number 1 has had a good half an hour. Let's find out. Claire Thomas.
Andy Dyson with a carp tattooed on that right forearm, as you can just see, a fish very close to his heart. Let's see how many are in that basket. We're just starting the process of getting his third weigh-in of the day underway. Currently placed in 5th. It's been a strong showing on debut so far for the man from Crewe. His family watching on, as we mentioned earlier on in the day. How many fish has Dyson hoovered up? Well, some good sounding thuds in that basket. Let's see what the tally results in. He'll be looking to narrow the gap on those ahead of him on the leaderboard as things stand.
5 kilos, 625.
Well, another very solid haul by the man, making his first appearance here at FishOMania. We'll be making our way around some other pegs and bringing you third round weigh-ins as the afternoon progresses.
Well, in TV terms, we call it a Manhattan, don't we? Because it's like a skyscraper to see where the fish have been caught. And a lot of activity has been right there in the middle pegs in the lake.
Yeah, and that isn't really what was predicted. The prediction was that the very early and the very high pegs would be likely to produce the biggest bags of fish, but you know, as we said all along, they swim and they like to follow the wind, and they don't necessarily look like they want to get away from the crowds.
I think of the crowds, they're all congregating out. Gentlemen, you okay? Good, yeah, it's good, isn't it? Yeah?
I think what's happened is generally this lake's matches are won by F1s and a few carp, because F1s are more ferocious and feed shallow and get to the bait before it gets to the carp. Because they're not really feeding the F1s, it's giving chance for your other fish to feed. So it's thrown it on its head a little bit. We're expecting F1s and to follow the wind and be where they are. It's not worked out like that at the minute.
That was Paul Wright on peg 25. He was actually the last out of the draw on, was it Tuesday we had the draw, wasn't it? And actually got the final peg, got peg number 25 as well, but he said he was quite happy with that, and he's hoping to celebrate his birthday later in the week. If you've just tuned in and you wonder what on earth you're watching, this is 5.5 hours of live fishing on Sky Sports Action this afternoon. It is the mecca of fishing. The winner takes home £50,000, second place £10,000, section winners a couple of grand, and anybody who's anybody in fishing is here this afternoon. We actually have former champions who are bank runners this afternoon. It's like being at the Open and having Tiger Woods on your bag, isn't it?
I wouldn't know, Rob.
Well, I'm sending you for sandwiches. You'll find out in the next break.
It is a fantastic day. There's no getting away from that. The weather is idyllic. There's that lovely breeze just to take the edge off the heat.
So, you know, I used to go to a school called Mallet Lambert in Holland. We've had many fine sporting achievements, rugby players, athletes, footballers. This guy could be the first fisherman to go on our Hall of Fame on James Reckitt Avenue. And he's John Alexander from Hull, who says that if he wins today, he's going to share the prize pot with Art Hilmy. And he's hoping that Art keeps his side of that agreement because Art is currently winning. And it's great to have that camaraderie.
It's always a good it's a good hedge of bets as well. I used to share with someone back in the 80s, and it was always good fun. And then he suddenly won a lot of money on one match and said, "Oh, well, I'll give you half." And the following week I won nearly as much, so he was much happier then.
Well, this is one of our European contestants from Maidenblik. He qualified from Snake Lake de Berenquil. I hope I've said that right. I've been practicing my Dutch. It's the representative of the Netherlands, André Schepper. Well, we mentioned Paul Wright there, who has had a flurry of activity. Let's find out what's going on with Paul down on peg 25. Peter Stevenson is alongside him.
Yeah, Paul is very, very focused, but Michael, his bank runner, off you go, Michael, is going to pull out, and we can catch up with the weigh team. Just getting the bag out of the water. Apparently he's had a pretty good morning. Very formidable looking weigh team here. Here we go. Fish in the basket. Get them in. Decent crowd watching as well. Get it all in, don't miss any. Here we go. Onto the scales. And we're looking at
5 kilo 575.
5 kilo 575.
Very decent. We've said if you could catch 5 or 6 kilos every half an hour, Keith, that might be the target to aim for this afternoon. So Paul Wright will be happy with it. He's got Michael Owen as his bank runner. We'll be hoping he doesn't pull a hamstring. 4.5 hours of continuous activity.
Might get him right to Love Island.
Bum bum. They're working harder than the anglers, the bank runners. It needs to be on the weights. It needs to be in the gym. Well done, Michael. Have a rest now. Top work.
Yeah, just leave that there. It's nice to see fish being caught from every angle of the lake, and everybody's catching a few fish. And like I said earlier, none of these guys are out of it yet.
2 or 3 of the anglers, as their net's been taken out of the water to be weighed, you've seen them actually playing a fish at the same time.
Yeah.
This is peg 14. Adam Richards, who was in FishOMania back in 2018, didn't have a great year. But the former chef is having, well, I was going to say a little bit of luck, but no, he's finally catching.
Very well fancied for today
Yes.
as well.
That again, that's a carp again. So there's a lot more carp being caught than F1.
And the average weight, you've probably got to get 3 F1s to equal a
Yes,
carp, maybe even 4 or 5. Because some of the F1s are quite small, but most of the carp are considerably bigger.
I was speaking to Andy and Jamie this morning. They both sort of suggested or seemed to think that you'd want 110, 220-ish to win.
Pounds.
But there'll be, pounds. And there'll be a lot of people in that ballpark figure. And it's looking like that's where it's going to be.
So you're looking at 50 kilos. We've got 2 leaders with both over 20.
Well, Keith and Steve don't hear the same voices in their heads that I hear on a regular basis, but the voice in my head is telling me that the lead has changed yet again. Art Hilmy is now in second place. Andy Power, who had a great opening half an hour, has gone back into the top position. Andy Dyson on peg number 1, and James Houth suggests that the fish are having a little congregation over there in pegs 1, 2, maybe 3 as well, because Wayne Kearney's had a decent half an hour as well. So Andy Power is proving that he's consistent.
We saw him change tactics, and obviously the change worked. He went longer. He's feeding slightly differently over there. He is catapulting that bait, but he's also feeding in a little pot on the end of his pole, which really concentrates the fish around your float. You literally drop the bait in and drop your float in behind it, and everything's in a really tight circle, and that looks like it's paid dividends.
It was forced into that by camera crew, really.
This is the 25 to 14 positions. Andy got almost 8 kilos in the last weigh, and I think I'm right in saying as well. So one of those guys gets 8 kilos, like Harry Bignell in 14th place, our reigning champion. He's up there in the top 3 again, so things can change.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you know, we're 3/10 of the way through.
Is this the time now? At what point do you change your tactic? You talked to Sarah, who said she could go from plan A to Z. We will be talking to Andy May in a moment or two as well on maybe how you evolve your tactics. Would you, I wouldn't say panicking, but would you be now maybe looking at it differently?
You want to be ticking over. You don't want to be falling each weighing further behind. You want to maybe maintain your distance and hope for it to pick up at some point during the day. But at some point you've got to say, I've got to attack it and start to take me up that leaderboard.
Because you've got to make up the difference between
what they've got in front of you already.
And to get in front of them. So it's a lot of fish need to be caught to start.
It's not like we've normally had FishOMania venues. There's been big fish. So one 6 kilo fish, 7, 8 kilo fish could bump you up quite quickly 3 or 4 positions. This, you haven't really got that.
Well, that's the current leader, Andy Power, on peg number 19, who has been runner-up on 2 occasions. In second place is Art Hilmy, who's a debutant. Just 400 grams difference between first and second place. A reminder of the way that it works. During the weigh-ins, you're allowed to get your fish in there. But come on, it's going to be 4:30-ish this afternoon. Once they hear that final hooter, the fish have got to be caught.
If it's not in the net, it doesn't count.
Exactly.
No, it's got to be in the net, Keith.
A lot of matches, you get 15 minutes after the end to play a particularly big or difficult fish. There's none of that in FishOMania. When the hooter goes,
things to go to,
exactly.
You have to pull really hard, Keith, don't you?
Yeah, you do.
You have to do. I remember it well.
I remember 1999 watching that little koi skimming across the top. And there's no VAR either today.
No. It's. I was speaking to him this morning. I said I think like Andy Power served his apprenticeship in this competition. He's been here quite a few times.
Well, let's have a little chat with another one of our former champions now. Andy May is our sage. I could actually throw a pebble and hit him here, but that disturbed the fish. But Andy, we mentioned before that the anglers may change their tactics. Give us an insight into what they're thinking now.
Yeah, so definitely tactics have changed. Andy Power's gone from fishing close in, which is the method that I showed you earlier on in one of the demos. He's gone for fishing tight across. Now, the idea of fishing tight across is to make sure your hook bait is right amongst your loose feed offerings. It's pinned down to the bottom. So what the anglers will be using is a nice positive float with a robust body, so it keeps the rig in position. You notice the shot right close to the hook and fishing it pretty much over depth. So you're getting the fish coming into your peg, you're seeing the sort of like indications on your float, but the beauty of fishing, quite positive, you're not striking until that fish pulls your float under and it's on, it's hooked. Now, I've also noticed that there's a few anglers still fishing shallow, but not like on the other rig that I showed you before. So you get that initial run of the fish coming straight into the bait, but what happens when they get a little bit used to it, a little bit like that, you need a through the water rig. Now, through the water rig, you'll see the angler slapping the rig over, float settles, and then we've got some nice small shots down the line. Now that bait is falling very, very slow through the water, leaving it settled for a maximum 8 to 10 seconds and then slapping it over again, just repeating the business and keeping that bait going in all the time. That's the key, and you know, there's a few anglers doing really well with them tactics.
How much bait do you think of using in a match like this, Andy? How much would you be
You're asking
budgeting?
the wrong person in me, mate. I'll just fill it in, don't I? You know what I'm like.
That's why I asked you.
Like bees' wings.
I'd say a pint an hour is not uncommon. You know, a pint of maggots, casters, whatever they're feeding, it's not uncommon. The thing is, obviously, as you know, Keith, it's to get the fish competing. You need to put enough bait in to get the fish there, but then obviously you've got to hold them there, but then you've got to think not of putting too much in that you're going to fill them up too quick or send them down to the bottom. You just need to get them there and competing. So around a pint an hour, I'd say.
From what we've been seeing, Andy, have you noticed there seems to be lots of carp being caught today, not as many F1s?
Yeah, so we touched upon that earlier, didn't we, and how shy and crafty the F1s are. Yeah, it's surprising with the carp, but I'm not surprised that the F1s aren't feeding off. Obviously, there's been a few barbel caught as well earlier on, which, you know what barbel are like, they just want to get straight into the bait. But obviously, they've disappeared now. Carp are coming in. Wouldn't surprise me if there'd be a last run, last hour maybe, of F1s. Should feed later on, I would have thought.
Andy, mate, thank you very much. There's another happy Andy over there on peg 19. He's our leader. I think he's just extending the lead, Andy Powell. It's great that Andy May's talking us through the tactics, and he's giving us a perfect demonstration on how to catch fish at Westwood Lakes.
For Andy, it's going exactly to plan. He said what he was going to do to me this morning. He said, this is what I've got to do. I've got to catch barbel, and that's what his main fish are at the moment in his net. So, and one of the things, when you're fishing for barbel, you're not fishing the right method or technique to catch F1s. So if you get an F1, it's sort of a bit of a lucky bonus. He's actually fishing for the fish that want to feed hard on the bottom, don't want to come off the bottom, so you have to feed quite aggressive to keep them and pin them down.
I am aware, Keith, that we're getting new viewers as the afternoon rolls on. I know you mentioned it in the opening half an hour, but tell us about the fish that are being caught and the changes that we've got to a different lake, a different venue this year. Right,
so it's a snake-type venue, so in other words, it's a narrow channel that works its way around a field. The fish that we're catching, the fish that the anglers were aiming for originally, are F1s, which are a hybrid carp. They originally came from Israel, where they were bred for the table, believe it or not, because they come up in nice uniform size, like those bass you see in the supermarket. They're all the same size. F1s are the same. They're not supposed to be able to breed. F1 is a hybrid, like your F1 plants in the garden. Their seeds aren't really viable, so they're that kind of fish. The other fish that we've got, as usual, are carp. And carp, we know, are a bit silly, which is why the F1s are a bit cleverer than carp. They decide they're going to feed in a different way, so it makes them more difficult for them to be caught. Whereas the carp are just greedy, and they'll come in and they'll hoover everything up. And barbel, as Steve just said, are going to feed more on the bottom. Now, there are other species in. There's a few roach, there's a few tench. Andy Powell caught a tench in his first catch. They're not really counters. They're not really bonus. They're unbonus fish, because they're smaller than the fish you're targeting. So to catch one of those, it's almost a nuisance.
There we go. Those are the stars of the show, but so is Claire Thomas. Let's get back to the water's edge. Claire Thomas.
Thanks so much, Rob. I am down at peg 2 with Craig Ebrels, who is bank runner to James Howarth, who is sparkling on debut. He doesn't look flustered at all.
No, he's not. He's calm. He's had a bit of an early start, and he's a bit slow, but he's had a good last half hour, so hopefully it'll carry on.
You talk to him a lot more, I've noticed, than the other bank runners do to their anglers. What is it that you're saying, and how have you figured out how best to make that relationship work?
Yeah, because of good baits, you just talk to each other. Shall we try this? Shall we try that? Shall we feed a bit more? That sort of thing, that's all.
And what have you made of the conditions out here?
It's not great here because this wind has stopped now, so it might go a lot harder than it has been. I think the pegs down the bottom will get a lot stronger towards the day it goes on.
And down on peg 3 is Wayne Kearney. I understand that the three of you are thick as thieves. Is it nice to have familiar faces next door?
It is, it is. It's all come down together. I'll have a laugh, we're all in it together, so we're all fishing the same method, so I'd be glad if any of them won it.
But the visor goes down, doesn't it, once the competition starts? Friendship ends once that klaxon goes.
You can see the daggers, how's he catching, and like, well, he's catching it, I'm going to change to that, yeah. It is.
It absolutely does. Thanks so much for your time, Craig. Good luck for the rest of the afternoon.
We'll give it a go. Cheers. See you in a bit.
Well, over on peg 18 is Felix Schurmann from Frankfurt, who has watched this event back home in Germany on Sky Sports, he says, for many years. But now he's at the heart of it, one at the Carpodrome in Erzi Felix with a massive weight of 222 pounds. He'd dream of that this afternoon, but in truth, he says he's just happy to be here. But he's had a slow start, then a good third way in.
He's a very competent pole angler, but he's probably the best feeder angler in the world. And sadly, this isn't a feeder venue. I spoke to Adam Wakely, who's his bank runner this morning, and he said if this was a feeder match for Roach, everybody else would be fishing for second. Yeah. He is that good. Yes. So he's very good at catching fish, and I think he qualified on the feeder.
Peg 25 is Paul Wright, who has had an excellent previous 30 minutes. He got almost 6 kilos after an OK start, a pretty average start. But Paul Wright is currently in 11th place. If he gets another 5 kilos, then he could move up into the top 5. And we've been going a couple of hours now. Time flies when you have fun.
It does. I've been just thinking about the geography of the lake and seeing, as Craig just said there, the wind's changed slightly, and it is now blowing up that peninsula a bit more, where Paul's on MPEG, where Paul's 25. So it is blowing up a bit more into that area.
This is peg 9, John Jones, 38 years of age, who has a very familiar face as his banker. He's got Kieran Rich alongside him, who's been in the final on 5 occasions, but Kieran is that wise voice on his shoulder today. John qualified from Moorlands Farms at the back end of June.
Not sure if Kieran's ever been described as wise before. I've known him for quite a few years, as is Cookie, and he's a very, very good lad, isn't he? But wise, is wise one of his?
I would say he's the most aggressive angler that I've ever. I mean, don't mean that in a.
That's why I called him wise. I didn't want to get aggressive.
I meant aggressive in his how he fishes.
He's a lovely lad.
He fishes very positive.
Yeah.
Very, very positive.
Well, we've had. Was it 3 weigh-ins? We're due. Time goes, doesn't it? We remind you, you're watching FishOMania. Somebody this afternoon is going to win £50,000. We've got no idea who it's going to be at the moment, because Andy Power is leading. Very close behind him is Art Hilmy, and over there now is the reigning champion, Harry Bignell, who at this point last year was getting an inkling that he was walking away with it. This year, he's having a bit of a tussle. He's in 14th place.
Catching a couple of quality fish, though.
He's catching carp now, so if he keeps putting like 3 kilo fish in his net, you soon pull that back. But there's got to become a time when you have to start to say, I've got to be a little bit more aggressive. Whether that's the reason they're catching down there, or whether it's like Keith says, that wind's changed a little bit and give him a little bit more ripple on his peg. But this morning, when I walked down there was carp everywhere in that bottom peg where nobody really fancied.
The wind was blowing down that way yesterday, wasn't it? It's changed almost 180 degrees overnight. Yeah.
Well, Harry said his life changed overnight when he won FishOMania. The money is one thing, that can be a life-changing event, but also wherever he went, everybody recognised him because he was the man upon the podium in FishOMania 2021. His bank runner has spotted a fish that he wants to go for. We'll be back after we've had a little break. We will be back after the hake. Sorry, back after the break is what I meant to say. Hake break. I'm glad you're still with us. We've got you hooked, haven't we? Look how many cars are here today. If you didn't have a parking permit, you didn't stand a chance. They sold out FishOMania for spectators earlier in the week. Almost 3,000 are watching the anglers. 25 are by the Snake Lake here in Westwood Lakes. It's FishOMania 2022. It's a complete festival of fishing. Well, a lot of these guys are also rugby league supporters. I've seen some Hull FC and Hull KR shirts as well. Well, Hull KR in action against Wigan on Thursday night, 7:30 Sky Sports Arena, and it's Cass against Wakefield, 7:30 Sky Sports Arena on Friday night. Well, I suspect coming from Hull that Art Hilmy is probably a rugby fan. I know he's a fishing fan. He's currently in second place. Is it Rovers or Hull for you, Art?
Neither. Liverpool FC.
Liverpool FC. You'll never walk alone. You do know that, don't you?
That's the one.
Art, how are you enjoying your first experience of the FishOMania final?
It's pretty hectic.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. Started off well.
8 kilos in the first weigh in?
Yeah, it seems to be slowing down each half hour though, so I might have to change something.
Well, 8. Then 6.75 and then just over 6 as well. I think if you keep that up during the course of the afternoon, you're very much going to be in contention. Do you know how close you are to Andy Power?
Yeah, I know. I've got my bank runner watching, to be honest. I don't think he's had one this half hour. Not that we've seen anyway. So I just need to maybe, overtake him and put a bit of a distance between us.
You need to have a word with your bank runner because he has had one.
Oh, has he?
Just to let you know.
He's not paying attention. He's been struggling to count the number of fish as well.
Yeah, he just had one actually, short.
We'll just go silent a sec, Art, just let you concentrate on doing your job. Oh, look at that. Multitasking.
That was lucky. Self-hooking fish.
Yeah, the ones you want.
You did say self-hooking then, didn't you?
Self-unhooking.
Hooking is what he said. Our director just had a heart attack. Self-hooking. You're OK, Mike?
Yeah.
What are you catching, right? You catching F1s or
yeah,
carp?
all F1s.
All F1s?
Yeah.
Yeah, they seem to be in quite short supply for a lot of people. We've seen a lot of carp caught. I mean, obviously, we can only see what the camera's pointing us at the time.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of carp, a lot of barbel. Maybe it's that we can get to those fish because they take a bit longer to land than the F1s.
Yeah, maybe. To be honest, my plan was to just stick out and fish for F1s. As long as I got them going, I know to get a few.
Yeah, they were there quite early, but as I say, there's quite a few people struggled. Are you doing something, obviously you don't know what you're doing that's different, are you doing something that's not the usual method here?
No, to be honest, it's pretty standard, just constantly alternating the way I present the bait. Rather than having to constantly swap rigs, I'm constantly swapping the way I'm putting it in the water.
What, like slapping it or laying it in?
Yeah, slapping it,
or
popping
just
it in, laying it in, lifting, dropping.
Yeah. So you get a couple of fish?
Yeah, to be honest, it seems to, when we practice on Sunday, it seems to come in spells. So you'll see signs of fish, and then you'll catch a few, and then it'll go quiet. Normally, most venues you'd expect them to go deeper, and you might put a deeper rig on. But I tried that on Sunday, and they actually did disappear. So it's a case of trying to bring them back in front of you.
Well done, mate. You're doing well.
Keep up the good work. Keep concentrating. Thanks for letting us into your world.
Thanks very much.
Continue in second place at the moment is Art Hilmy. I'm sure with a Hull accent that he said a self-hooking fish, but if you heard something else, we do offer our apologies. If you thought that Art may have used some foul language. He hasn't been foul hooking fish, has he? Foul hooking fish.
It was self-unhooking fish. They come in the net, they do it all the time.
Well, over on Peg 4 is his big pal, John Alexander, who will share the money with Art if either of them win the £50,000. We are due weigh-in number 4. The anglers and their bank runners have just heard in the background the air raid siren go off, which signals that in the next few moments we're going to be going around to our reporters and finding out what the weigh-in has been. This is John Alexander had a decent start, 4.725 kilos. Then he went quiet in the second half an hour. Then 3.4 kilos, currently in 20th place. But what we want to know is how the leader Andy Power is doing, and the man that can tell us is Peter Stevens.
Yeah, very, very interesting, and as a result, a huge crowd building up here. Matt, his bank runner, is just getting his net out. We can then see where he stands at the moment. Really, really good start today by Andy, and really interesting to see how he's gone on in the last half an hour, whether he can hang on to that lead. Matt just waiting very, very patiently. Here we go. Right, let's have a see. The total on the weigh scale. Whoa, 2 or 3 big ones in there. Let's have a look. And the numbers we're after.
2 kilos, 600 dead. 2 kilos, 600.
Okay, 2.6, over to you.
Well, thanks, Peter Stevenson, for letting us know exactly what's happening with Andy Power. He'll want to know what is happening down there. I think it's around peg 19. Let's go down to find out how Art Hilmy is doing with Andy Scott.
Yeah, still down here at 15. Harry O'Sullivan, Art Hilmy's bank runner, just going to bring this net out. And it was a sort of a slow passage in the middle there, but slowly but surely, certainly towards the end of this half an hour. There's only 400 grams difference, and that's not a bad looking net. Yeah, plenty of carp in there. Keith, plenty of carp in there. Let's have a look at the scales here. So we think
4.325.
4.325. We think unofficially that should take him back ahead of Andy Power. So that's 6.7 last time out. 4.325 now. It's 25.8 for Art Hilmy. Still down here at 15, still catching.
Well, there's a great match developing between Art Hilmy and Andy Power. Andy, who has, well, won many, many majors in the fishing world over the years, never FishOMania. And Art, who is one of the form fishermen in the country, Keith.
Absolutely, he's been doing really well lately at various venues. He came here, and I think the first time he came here, he framed, he won some money. So the thing is with these F1s, Rob, wherever you go, they're the same.
Yes.
Doesn't matter whether you catch them in the northwest, the northeast, the south of England, the way they behave, different fish farms they come from, they behave very, very similar. So when you get to be a great F1 angler, and Bagger Bennett is probably recognised as the best F1 angler, he'll know what to do wherever he goes and fishes from.
Yeah, he'll fish the same rigs, the same thickness lines, the same size hooks, the same depths. The very, very much creature of habit are F1s.
Well, we've heard from Andy Scott and we've heard from Peter Stevenson. Let's find out what's happening in the world of Claire Thomas and her anglers.
Well, the reigning UK women's champion Sarah Taylor was off to a barnstormer of a start here on debut in the main draw of the FishOMania final, up into 7th place with 3 weigh-ins concluded. But it's not been an easy half hour for the Doctor Who aficionado. She didn't actually manage to bag a thing in that last window, so her total weight will remain the same. Plenty of fishing left to come though, and she's a very cool customer. So we'll check back shortly, see how she's getting on. Hopefully she's still in the mix to make a little bit of history here today.
I hope I haven't cursed her by talking to her, you know.
No, you'll be fine.
I think it's only fair at some point that we actually mic up Andy Power and have a word with Andy, because we've had a word in the ear live on air with most of the anglers so far.
I don't think she'll be too concerned because nobody's running away with it yet. But and she's there hanging on in at a reasonable distance away, I think, still, isn't she, Keith?
Yeah, you saw what she just did then when she put her bait in, fed, and then she rolled her pole over. That's the kind of slapping effect that Art was talking about. And that slapping replicates the loose feed going in, and the inquisitive F1s come up to see what it is, hopefully see your bait, and hopefully grab it quick enough to hook themselves. The self-hookers.
No apology necessary. Peg 23, Harry Bignell, the champion, is beginning to get busy.
And
31 years of age, with Dale Shepherd, but maybe the most prolific angler has been Andy Power. Will the 9th final be the lucky one? He's been the runner-up twice, which today would earn him £10,000, but he's got his eyes on 50 grand, which is what the champion takes home.
Again, that was another barbel, and if you see him, he was stood up then, Rob, to land that fish, and it's because when you're playing a barbel, they never give up fighting, and you can't sort of get their heads up to the surface. They just go round and round in circles, and you have to really pull them a lot harder than any other fish to get them to come to the top to net.
Well, this is the view from above. It is the drone above the Snake Lake at Westwood Lakes. We are in the heart of Lincolnshire, as you can tell. Flat, pleasant weather, little breeze, and 2,500 fixated fishing fans, 25 anglers competing for the biggest trophy in UK angling. And I know we're being watched around the world as well. Hi to you over there in Europe, and the viewers watching us live in Canada. That's peg 25. Paul Wright, he's at one end, and at the other end will be Andrew Dyson on peg number 1. Tell us about the blockers, Keith. Nobody has a free area, do they?
No, that's right. So next to peg 25, the next peg up, 2 pegs up, so everybody's got the same amount of gap, or 1 peg up on 25, 2 pegs up on 1. There'll be an angler fishing who's been employed, recruited, just to fish properly, to fish competitively for the day, so the anglers on 1 and 25 don't have a bit of lake to themselves. Do you want to know where you are on the leaderboard?
Well, yeah.
Well, last time we had a weigh-in, you were in 8th place.
Yeah.
But we've had one since, and you have moved up there, which is the reason we're speaking to you. You're currently in 3rd.
In where, sorry?
3rd.
I'm in first, am I?
Number 3. Number 3.
Number 3?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Just behind Andy Power. You've had 24.375. Andy, 29.1. Art, 29.475. So about 5 kilos behind.
But the difference is that you're catching quicker than anybody else at the minute.
Yeah.
And obviously that's why...
Well, I don't think I am, mate. I think Paul Wright's catching quicker than me, definitely.
Well, unless his weigh-ins...
Yeah. I think there'll be I might drop down, mate, I think, because I've had a bit of a bad...
Well...
The last weigh, just to tell you where you are, Harry, you had the best weight by far. You had 7 kilos in the last weigh-in, which is almost twice as much as those around you.
Yeah.
If you need a little pep talk.
And Paul had 5 kilos, 5'4", I think.
Yeah.
So at the minute, you are one that's starting to pull it together. The thing is, you know what it's going to be like. The more fish you catch, the closer you go up that leaderboard, the more people you're going to have around you. Yeah. It's one of the things you have to put up with, I reckon.
Yeah, I know what you mean, mate.
And you're catching carp as well. That's another.
Just let him catch. Let him catch.
Yeah, because all we catch, mate, is carp. That's what we want.
Yeah.
We're catching small fish. But yeah, it's steady away, mate. Like I say, just keep going and hopefully they rock up properly. They haven't rocked up yet properly at all. It's bits and bobs, that's all it is.
Well, you're doing what you do, aren't you?
Yeah. Cheers, mate.
You're right. Do you know when we had the draw the other day, he just cut me off the internet? He can't do that now because he's live on Sky.
Yeah, I didn't actually mean to do that, to be honest.
I was only joking, mate. I'm only joking.
But yeah.
People do that to me all the time.
Who's that? Is that Cookie I can hear in background? Yeah. Yeah. Steve, how are we doing?
All right, mate.
Good.
Watching there.
If you could phone a friend and Cookie was a friend, what would you ask him?
Say again.
If you could ask Cookie some advice now as a former champion like yourself, what would you ask him?
What would I ask him for? If I'd ask him for something?
Some advice, he said.
Advice? I don't know, mate. I don't know.
Throw bars of soap in everybody else's bait.
Yeah, go throw some money in there.
Are you using much bait, Harry?
Yeah, I've had about 5 pounds of casters so far.
Have you?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I wanted to come and do, and that's what all I was going to do, mate, is just do this. So
yeah.
Obviously, you just need it to. You need them to rock up on it. If they rock up on it, it could be great last hour and a half. But if they don't, they don't. We'll just have to see what happens, mate.
If you remember this morning, you said you wanted 120 to 125.
I think you're going to need to win today. I think you're going to need £100, mate.
Well, you're going to end. You're heading for that.
Yeah.
You're heading for more than that. Actually, I think you're slightly in front of that. You just need to keep doing what you're doing, Harry.
Yeah. I will do, mate. Do you know what I mean? The problem is, right. This is the issue. The wind's coming southwesterly, but it's also coming southerly as well. So it's like when the wind's blowing at me and I've got some ripple, I can catch them. But when it's flat, like it kind of is now, they're just like they just go dead scatty, and you can't catch them properly on the bottom. They want to come up and they go around the back of that island. I don't know really what's going on in terms of where they're going, but they're just not feeding when it's flat. So
the shape of the lake's what makes the wind more tricky as well, isn't it? Because you can see it eddying. It seems to be blowing different directions in different parts of the lake, and it's actually the shape of the bank that does it. But I can understand exactly what you're saying. Once the surface of the water's diffused and they can't see up so much, they definitely concentrate better.
Yeah, 100%, mate. It's wind's massive in it, and everything in fishing. It's just huge.
Yep.
But you know, just hopefully, fingers crossed.
Well,
they'll turn up properly on this line, mate, and they'll catch another 45, 50 pound. But it's not looking like it.
Well, your man Adam's proving that you're starting to catch more than anybody else at the right time. You was keeping and maintaining in first half. All right.
The thing is, right, is this venue's absolutely ran with fish, like proper rammed, and it's shallow. So if you start putting bait all over the place, they're just going to be everywhere. Do you know what I mean? You're not going to catch anything. Like, you're not going to be able to read the line for long enough. You can't see really what's happening. You're not fishing a line for long enough to understand what's happening in your peg. So I think you've just got to fish 1 or 2 lines, try and feed enough bait to gather them into your peg properly, and then when they're hard, just clatter them. But you know, it's all well and good saying that, but at the moment, mate, it's slowing down big time.
But when you look round, it looks like where Andy Bennett is. Andy's really struggling, yet everybody said that he was going to be the man to beat.
You see, I've just fouled up one there now, Steve. Can you see? It's just,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
I think lots of people have had that issue, Harry.
Yeah.
It's way it is. I know that's just because of the amount of people that's on the bank, as you know.
Yeah.
Film
definitely.
crews and cars. You don't have this disturbance here normally.
No, they don't. It's just too many in it. They're not used to it, are they? Definitely not used to it at all.
But you're doing as well as anybody else, and you're pushing people.
Yeah.
Where you've got your plan, it's working to your plan. Other people haven't started to change theirs to try and not let you get that much closer.
Yeah, definitely, mate.
Just keep doing what you're doing, Harry.
Yeah. Cheers, bro. Nice one.
Cheers, Harry.
All right. See you in a bit.
Harry, that is absolutely brilliant.
Right.
How many sports can you get an insight into the mind of a champion? Harry, currently in third place, had by far the best weigh in the last half an hour of 7.1 kilos. He's currently in third place behind Andy Power. He's 4.725 kilos behind the lead. Andy Power in second place, just a very small fish behind Art Hilmy, who is the current leader on peg number 15. Harry on peg number 23. Right, let's go back down to the water side and get an insight on how things are developing and join Claire Thomas.
Thanks very much, Rob. Fantastic insight there. And I'm hoping to get a little bit more from this man, Rich Chapman, who is bank runner to 3-time champion Jamie Hughes. What an honour. How exciting that must be. Are you learning as much from him as you are contributing towards his campaign today?
I don't think we're contributing a lot, to be fair. I think it's more just with him, he knows what he's doing fishing-wise. It's just about trying to keep him calm and not making any silly decisions, but you're not there to tell him how to fish. You're just there to kind of keep him on track and not doing anything silly.
Well, you mentioned doing things silly. That must be quite easy to do with all the distractions that Jamie has to put up with, because there is a sizable crowd here at peg number 5. Is it a blessing and a curse that he's got the reputation that he does?
Yeah, it's great that obviously people want to watch him and everything and want to get hats signed and things like that, but I think it does definitely, the first couple of weigh-ins when there was a bit more noise, it's all settled down a bit now, but it was definitely having a bit of an effect on it, but it seems to be calming down a bit now. It's just dropped on that short line and sneaking a couple more out.
Well, hopefully Jamie continues to climb the leaderboard. You've just mentioned weigh-ins, Rich. We're getting the 5th one of the day underway, so let's head to Andy Scott, who is on the other side of the lake.
Yeah, thanks, Claire. Still down at 15, still with Art Hilmy. Harry O'Sullivan, bank runner, has got the net out of the water. Let's have a look. This is like an NBA game. It's you go, we go, you go, we go with Andy Powell. That's a good spread of carp in there as well. There can't be much between them. 375 grams. I'm going to be right on the steward shoulder here. Boris, let's have a look. Let's let this settle.
4.475.
4.475. So I don't want this on me, so I'm going to wait for the steward's arithmetic. the pressure of adding up live on air is too much for me. 33.950. 33.950 for Art Hilmy, the current leader, down in 15. So, Peter, over to you. What can you tell us?
OK, let's see how those figures match up. Matt is bank runner. Come on, in you go. Let's see where we go. Fish in the bag. Okie-dokie. Get that on the scales.
OK, we have got 6 kilo 400 dead. Happy?
6 kilo 400 dead. Decent half an hour. And Claire, are you there to update us on your side?
I am indeed. I'm still here at peg number 5, where Jamie Hughes, making his 13th FishOMania Grand Final appearance, has had a really good last 10 minutes or so. 4 fish reeled in. Let's find out what that results in. 3.5 on the scale, so he was on 18.875 before this one. That is a sizable contribution towards his tally for the day. So Jamie Hughes still in the running and looking for that historic 4th title.
Tough at the top. It's tight at the top after 6 weigh-ins of FishOMania. Remember, if you're just joining us this afternoon, we have 10 weigh-ins every half an hour. The cumulative total, the calculation of how many fish have been caught during the course of the afternoon, decides who will take home the £50,000. They've come from far and wide. From Frankfurt in Germany is Felix Schumann. Alongside him, is Andre Schipper, who has come over from the Netherlands, who qualified from Snake Lake de Berenquil. He's had a quiet start. Been averaging around 2.5 kilos every half an hour. So he's absolutely enjoying the experience. Came over on the ferry to Harwich, and he's having a fishing holiday as well as competing in the final. And knows that the folk will be watching back at home across the North Sea.
And is Art still doing what he does? Now I look at the match results every week, and just recently he has been at the top or in the frame of virtually every match that he's been in. And you get those runs of form, Steve, don't you?
Yeah, and you have to make some while...
Yes, make hay while the sun shines.
Yeah, and he is doing. Because that bubble bursts at some time.
Yes. And it's who comes back best are the people that last longest in the sport. Sometimes people don't come back and they give up.
People never remember them that come second as well, Keith.
Thank you. Thanks for that. I've won a couple, you know. Not FishOManias necessarily, but 42 years ago, my most famous second.
Which was that, Keith?
Division 1 National.
Division 1.
Art Hilmy was born 42 years ago.
There you go, see.
Well, he's our current leader, Art Hilmy, who is the debutant in FishOMania, and he is absolutely lapping it up. As you're saying, Keith, he has been in excellent form in recent weeks, and he's got experience of this lake as well, so he will know how to form his tactics during the course of the day.
For sure. And do you know, it's quite often the case that people that come to a lake or a fishery late on, people that grow up on a fishery know what they know, and they tend to do what they know and are reluctant to change. But if you come on as a newcomer, you try your own things, and sometimes they work, and you can modify what the other people are doing because they can't see it happening. You must notice that, Steve. You fish the UK champs, and it's not often the local on the venue wins the UK champs.
Quite often, what happens if you imagine that somebody come here today and fish with sweet corn, and he won, and he came next week and won again. All of a sudden, the only method you can use to win at this venue is sweet corn. Yeah. It's not true. It's just he's done it right on the right occasions. So everybody fishes sweet corn, and then somebody will come and fish with maggots, and then it's won on maggots. So we all follow trends.
Jeff Ringer and the PVA bag at Earlswood.
Yeah, same thing.
He was the first one used it one week, 3 used it the second week, the third week.
Everybody's using it. That's right. And is it because he hasn't put all his eggs in his one basket, he's leaving everything open?
Yep. He can refine it. He's got it. He's not got, like Harry said, not feeding everywhere. He's refined it to a few areas, a couple of areas, distance apart, and Andy Power, where they know they can catch.
Well, there's a slight wind, but winds are not changing at Westwood Lakes. I can tell you've just had one great scoring from Christian Jones, over 8.5 kilos. But will that be enough to take him into the top 5? It's been Andy Power and Art Hilmy who've been dominating FishOMania 2022. When we come back from the break, we'll tell you how things are panning out after 6 weigh-ins. Almost 3,000 spectators have assembled at Westwood Fishing Lakes in Boston, Lincolnshire. Many of them envious that they are not out there centre stage on what we call the Snake Lake, competing for £50,000 in the biggest honour in UK fishing, which is the FishOMania 2022 title. One of the many big events we have on Sky Sports this weekend. Live tomorrow, the French Grand Prix, 12:30, Sky Sports Formula 1 channel, also in Ultra HD. Well, we want to know who's on pole, if you excuse the fishing pun, after 6 weigh-ins. I know Art Hilmy can hear me, and I've got some bad news for Art, who has been leading for most of the afternoon. He's just a whisker, 1.55 kilos behind Andy Power. They've been swapping and changing as the afternoon has been going on. We've had 6 weigh-ins now. Jimmy Brooks has had a very good last half an hour, 6.65 kilos in the last half an hour on peg 12 to go into 3rd place. He slowed down a little bit for Andy Dyson. He got 4.675 kilos. Paul Wright is catching. Harry Bignell maybe a little bit distracted by Sid the Soundman and having a chat with our studio guests. And Adam Richards got a good 4 kilos in the last half an hour. But the angler who's had the biggest rise in the last half an hour, with over 8.5 kilos in 30 minutes of fishing, is Christian Jones, who went from 14th place to 8th place. If he gets another 8 kilos in the next half an hour, then he becomes a contender. Well, that is peg 10. Christian Jones, only 23 years of age, who has been in FishOMania before in 2019 when he got 24 kilos. He's just caught 8 kilos in half an hour. That's the most impressive catch we've had all afternoon.
Yeah, you think about £18 in old money in half an hour's fishing. That's phenomenal, especially as it's coming as the fishing for many people has quietened down a little bit.
We're into the second half now, and this is the second half of the leaderboard, and unfortunately a number of these anglers could be discounted now, or they've really got to get a trot on Andy Bennett, much fancied legend in this sport, twice the champion, currently in 14th place. Danny Keenan down there at the bottom. What is good to see, though, is everybody is catching. We've had years where anglers have got very little in the net, so at least there's been action wherever you go on the lake.
We know that. My mate Steve Cook knows that. He knows what it's like to have nothing in the net.
Yep, I know what it's like.
Well, one of the rises is like the charts on a Sunday afternoon. I used to love that, listening to see what the rises would be. Going up into 3rd place, I think he was in 8th place last time we looked, was Jimmy Brooks. He's had a very decent catch of 6.65 kilos. To go on to 28.875 kilos. So he's now only 5 kilos off the leader, Andy Power, and that is Jimmy Brooks, who's down there on peg 12, making a bit of a charge for it in the second half.
Do you think, Steve, you said earlier on that you felt the F1s might get used to it?
Yeah.
And it behaves more like it normally does. Do you think that's come into pass? I mean, Jimmy Brooks knows the place inside out. He's a local. He's catching well how he normally catches. And earlier on, obviously, he wasn't catching how he normally catches.
And Christian as well.
And Christian
doing
well,
fishing for F1s.
Yeah.
Because the fishing shallow, when you're fishing shallow, you can get like a colossal weight very quickly. We said at the very start you were looking at £120. They're already close to £80, the leader. So it's looking online for that.
You know, you said before that the glasses are there so they don't have the glare off the water. with Jimmy, they're hiding a shiner. He had a horrific five-a-side injury earlier in the week, but he said nothing was going to keep him out of the final. And he's gone through the pain barrier.
And there's in Manhattan, a bit of a quiet one after the initial first half-hour wait. But he's holding his own, isn't he, now?
Yeah, they're just coming back, and I wonder if what you said, if the F1s are getting used to the crowds, they're coming up in the water, Harry doesn't want them up in the water because he's catching carp, he wants them down on the bottom. But do you think the anglers that are maybe thought he couldn't compete with F1s? He's not a regular F1 angler, so who knows?
I thought at this end was where the F1s were going to be. That's why Andy was. Everyone was saying that it's not worth having a bet on Andy because Andy's going to walk.
Yeah.
But there's still time for this to swap and change. You know, it's got as a spectator sport. There'll be probably one at best that we've got with that.
Yeah. It is crazy, isn't it? The number of people, when I tell them I'm working on FishOMania, and they say, does anybody go there and watch it? And you say, yeah, it's a spectators. People are fighting for tickets.
Yeah. You can't. But you won't believe how many people's asked me, say, have you got any tickets back?
Yep, me too.
Have you got any tickets? We can't get tickets. It's colossal. Because before it wasn't an issue. Because it was that bowl shape, they just come and pile themselves up.
Yeah.
And there was no issue to the amount of people. But parking problems here means that it's got to restrict it.
Well, around 2,500. We've got the golden ticket to come and be on the water's edge today. And very respectful as well to the anglers. Everybody here knows exactly what's going on. They give them the space.
Oh, the spectators are great, Rob. You know, we've had people talking to us and around and about us most of the day. They've all been calm and respectful and moved away when we're on air. It's a lovely, lovely crowd. And something else about this fishery that's different from most, I'm trying to think if it's all the other venues. How many other FishOMania finals have there been where you can see houses? And we're actually that close to Wibberton in Boston here. We can see the houses of local estate. They're just literally across the grass.
I'm actually wondering whether it's the biggest sporting event ever to take place in Lincolnshire.
In Wibberton. It is in Wibberton, definitely.
Right, this is the top three. This is the play school boxes. And what can we see through the square windows? We can see Andy Power in first place, or the rectangular windows if we're going to be exact. Andy Power, 35.5 kilos after 6 weigh-ins, is leading. Second place, Art Hilmy by 1.55 kilos, but making a charge in the last half an hour. Currently in bronze position is Jimmy Brooks with 6.65 kilos, gives him a total during the course of the afternoon of 28.875 kilos. If you're just joining in, this is FishOMania. Andy would take home a big trophy and £50,000. Second place would get Art Hilmy, £10,000, and Jimmy Brooks on peg 12 may be in for one of the section prizes for £2,000. A lot of money on offer, but they all want to see their reflection in the trophy come around 4:40 this afternoon.
We say every year that it's not about the money, and I can tell you now, you can ask any one of them, it's that trophy. It's that trophy. It's because it's a one-off thing. You can only be one with it. They're all different. Everyone's a different trophy. The money's good. The money's, you know, it's a nice amount now, but it's not that. It's what you guys do to it. You Sky Sports make this. By televised, putting cameras in people's face, talking to them live like we have been doing, it makes this competition so special.
It is a distraction, but it's a distraction you want because it means you're at the pinnacle of angling.
If somebody lost it because we did something and he lost the fish and he didn't win it, he'd be gutted. But he'd be back next year doing the same thing and hoping to be in that position to that to happen again. It's so special. It's a special event. And unless you're a fisherman and fish it, you'll never understand.
No chance for me and Keith. You might have a chance next
year.
No,
I think I've had
go beyond the 7 qualifiers that you had in 2022. Our pundit today, Steve Cook, one of the esteemed champions of FishOMania back in 1999. Who will it be in 2022? Andy Power, peg 19. Not too far away from him, Art Hilmy in second place, and making a charge is Jimmy Brooks. There's confirmation of what's on offer this afternoon. The section winners, there are 5 sections. Each section winner is going to take home £2,000. The runner-up would get £10,000, which is a consolation, I suppose. And it was interesting when we saw Harry Bignell before, when he won a cheque for 50 grand in one hand and the trophy in the other hand, all he could do was look at the trophy.
When you look at these three that's fishing now, and they're all, 2 of them's fishing the same, trying to catch F1 shallow, and Andy's fishing for his barbel across. So you've got two different methods, but all competing for the same
We found Andy
spot.
again, and I thought he had a... They've all got angler's bladders, Keith, haven't they? We thought we'd lost him and he disappeared, but he's not going anywhere until at least 4:30 this afternoon.
He's in the zone, as they say.
And you do get in this and you forget about everything else, Steve, don't you? It's just you and your float or you and your tip. I mean, I was never much of a tip angler, but it was me and my float, and I wanted to, you know, you could look away and see things, but you knew what was going on there anyway.
Well, you can see it's not a fashion statement for Art Hilmy on his collar there. Art is mic'd up for sound. He can hear every word that we're saying as well. And I know, Art, when we went into the last commercial break and we were having the weigh, and you wanted to know exactly what the difference is, we can confirm that he's, well, just over 1.5 kilos between yourself and Andy Power.
Yeah, I heard
What's the
that.
plan, then?
I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. They seem to have come back on this shallow line, so I'm just going to plug away. Keep putting fish in the net.
How many fish have you got in your net for this way already?
I've got 6.
You've got 6 already?
Yeah.
I think that'll push you back to somewhere near lead at the minute. And he's just put one in his net, but I think he's only had the one. I think.
Has Jimmy had many this half hour?
I haven't noticed actually, because they actually be on him, but I can see him behind me. I've seen him putting them in. So.
Yeah.
Just keep looking right down the side, Art. Did you catch right in the edge?
I caught one, but it just doesn't feel right at the moment.
Yeah.
So I'm going to leave it. Hopefully I don't have to use it, but it's there as an option.
I actually said at the time it had been down there for a very long time.
Yeah.
For you to use it as a method, and I thought you might be just resting on your lines for a few minutes.
Yeah, like I said, I just had the one F1, and normally on here, if they're in your edge, it goes straight away.
That was the feeling I got.
Yeah.
Do you think, on a personal note, for you, it's fish different to how you expected?
To be honest, every time I was practicing, because I started practicing here when John had qualified, just to help him as his bank runner, and I always seemed to draw up the top end, and it seemed to be a much smaller stamp of F1s up the top end, and you'd always get some good weights from around here. This is the furthest round I've been. I was on Christian's peg on the practice match on Sunday, and I finished 3rd, but I actually ran out of bait with 3.5 hours left. So I know I could have done a bit more. I kept that to myself. And yeah, it seems to be fishing exactly as I expected.
How much did you use?
I had 4 pints on Sunday, 4 pints of casters.
Yeah. So how many have you brought today? A gallon?
I've brought 12.
12.
I'm not planning on using them. I think I've used about 6 so far today.
Okay. That seems about standard, because that was sort of what Harry said he'd use, Steve, wasn't it?
Yeah, I could hear him actually.
Oh, could you?
Yeah, he likes a moan, doesn't he? He's trying to moan the fish on.
I know some anglers who've made a career out of moaning. Some anglers are never happy unless they're miserable. I think he's just so intense, you know.
Yeah. Oh, he loves it, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's, you know, my very good old mate Steve Gardner was exactly the same. Real great character, fabulous sense of humour, but as miserable as anything when he was fishing. And the easiest person in the world to wind up. Not that I'm very good at winding people up. It's a character, though, isn't it? Some people just that's how they concentrate. That's how they work.
Andy's just netting one now.
Is he? How many is that? Is that?
I've only seen him have the 2, but obviously I haven't been watching all the time. But he's a barbel, so.
It's barbel versus F1s today, isn't it?
Yeah.
It looks
and Harry's
way.
getting carp.
Oh, right.
It looks that way. You just got to keep putting your fish in your net and keep concentrating on doing what you're doing.
Now that I've got this ripple back, it seems to be a bit better.
And Harry said exactly, well, you probably heard him.
Yeah,
he said
I did,
exactly the same thing. When it goes calm, the fish are there, but the bites are finicky and iffy and he's foul looking. When it goes ripply, then they get their heads down and really start to munch.
Yeah.
Well, to make things even, we are now miking up Andy Power. He's over there on peg 19. He's just caught a fish.
Get Andy May to go and stamp on his platform.
It's great to see you angling with a smile on your face. And Jimmy Brooks is on the charge as well in third place. We're getting close to the final 90 minutes of FishOMania. And, well, we are seconds away from weigh-in number 7. We are live in Lincolnshire. It's FishOMania 2020. We're into the second half now and things are changing at the top of the leaderboard. We are due weigh-in number 7 in a couple of moments' time. A reminder, a very busy weekend here on Sky Sports. Tomorrow is the Women's World Match Play, 1 o'clock Sky Sports action. And then tomorrow evening from 9 o'clock, same channel, the World Match Play final. It is £50,000 and the trophy that will be the envy of every angler, well, I was going to say in the UK, but Europe as well. I know we're being watched around the world. They're watching in clubhouses of golf courses in the Costa del Sol this afternoon, as well as Canada. They're having a family party over in Ireland as well for Danny Keenan. Not a lot to celebrate at the moment. And the current leader is Andy Power to make things fair. Andy has now got a microphone and a headphone as well, and we're hoping not to distract him. And a reminder that you are live on Sky Sports. He's a very politely spoken man, is Andy
Absolutely.
Power. What's it like to be at the top of the pile at the moment, Andy?
Am I top, am I?
You are by 1.5 kilos.
Oh, close then.
A total of 35.5 kilos. Art Hilmy is 33.95.
Does that mean your bank runner's now sacked permanent?
Maybe, yeah. I might get Neil McKinnon back.
No, I thought you were getting rid of Neil McKinnon now, because he's never been at the leader point in this part in a FishOMania.
That's a fair point, yeah.
I don't want to put ideas in your head or anything.
What's that?
I didn't want to put any ideas in your head or anything.
Oh, no.
So he wasn't recruiting himself, Andy. How's it going, mate? Is it...
It's difficult, really, because every time I think of changing, I catch a barbel, so it's difficult to sort of stick with one line. Sorry, the sound's gone, I can't hear anything.
You still hearing? Cookie was saying there that you finished runner-up twice. What have you learned from that to take you into this final straight?
Sorry, I couldn't hear anything then.
We'll get Sid the sound man back on, so he's a marvel. Are you hearing us now, aren't you?
It's back now, yeah, you're back.
He's back now. You've just heard the hooter go off in the background. Question was, you obviously finished runner-up twice. You've been so close twice. What have you learned from those two occasions to take you now into this final straight?
Just sort of keep your head cool, really. I've been in this situation quite a few times with other matches and been close to winning. And it doesn't pay to get hot and flustered, so just stick what I'm doing. There's not a lot else I can do, really. Just hope the fish come back and hopefully we get over the finish line in the first.
It just alternates between your two lines?
Yeah.
And,
I mean, like I said, it's difficult to sort of do anything else because I don't want to come off these lines and cost myself some time, but you know, we're leading at the minute, so I guess we've just got to stick with it. And
it's got you to where you are now, aren't they, them two lines, so...
Yeah.
Providing you've still got life there, where there's life, there's hope, and if you're getting signs and indications and the occasional fish, then stick with it.
Have you had any short again, Andy, at all?
Literally just before you mic'd me up, I had 2 fish short, and then when they were micing me up, it went dead then, really quiet, so I've just gone over across to see if we can carry on catching, but hopefully when it goes quiet again, hopefully we'll catch them short.
Well, Andy, I know you're desperate to find out how others around you are doing. 24 other anglers. They're due the weigh-in now. Let's go down. Looking after pegs 1 to 8 is Claire Thomas.
Thanks, Rob. I'm back at peg number 1, where I've spent a lot of time today, and that is because Andy Dyson is having the debut of dreams up on the biggest stage of them all. And right as I arrived here, he caught something resembling Moby Dick. So this could be a very good weigh-in indeed, and so it proves.
7 kilo. Sorry. 7 kilo 950.
A fantastic haul for Andy Dyson. He's right in the mix. So let's hear from another Andy. Andy Scott, over to you.
Yeah, Claire, I'm down at 12 with the man on the move, Jimmy Brooks. 6.650 last time at the 6th weigh-in. He hasn't stopped catching. He's on a hot run. Let's get his bank runner, Adam Playford, to bring that net over. Let's have confirmation of this. It's no exaggeration. I took a walk over to 12, and everyone was saying Jimmy Brooks is on a run. Let's see, there's some decent sized fish in there. You can see you have one very decent sized mirror carp. So Jimmy Brooks was in third with 28.875. Not quite the 7 kilo that's just come out. On the other side of the lake, 5.250 on the 7th weigh-in. We're just going to get confirmation of this. So Jimmy Brooks moves to 34.125. 34.125 down here in 12 with Jimmy Brooks on the move.
Well, it's not going to be enough to take Jimmy into top place. It could take him above Art Hilmy, but we know that Art Hilmy does have a decent number of fish in the keep net in the last half an hour. Some of those anglers didn't want to know what was going on. Some of them want to know exactly what is going on. It's hugely psychological. Harry Bignell's just had a weigh-in of 3.5 kilos, which momentarily takes him into third place.
It's definitely slowed down from what it was, though. His surge has slowed, hasn't it? He had a couple of fives and sixes, didn't he, Harry?
Yeah. Peg 25, Paul Wright. 147 pounds at Lindholm Lakes to qualify for the final.
This kind of fishing as well, same kind of fishing as what he's got today.
Chase me.
That's a characteristic of F1s, that's what we do.
If you look, then that was up to the side of its cheek.
Yeah.
You want up to the mouth.
That's why it wouldn't come up, yeah. But that's the brown goldfish side of the genes, isn't it? Brown goldfish stroke crucians, they fight that way.
Lots of activity around the Snake Lake. Let's find what's happening on those high numbers between 19 and 25 with Peter Stevenson.
Yeah, Paul Wright, he was a birthday man earlier in the week. This would be a terrific present if he can pull this one off. Let's just get the very latest. His bank runner, Michael, just pulling out from there. He's had a really good couple of hours. He's all been 5-6 kilo hauls in the last couple of hours. So let's just see if that stays up with that. Here we go. Just tip all these in and we'll just see if Paul Wright can keep this little bit of momentum going. Nice to get on a roll. Here we go. Let's just see, 5 or 6 in the last couple.
3 kilo, 250.
3 kilo 250 has gone down a little bit from the last couple. Let's find out how life's doing in this lovely sunshine with Andy Scott.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. Back down at 15. Art Hilmy for the weigh-in now. Bank runner Harry Brooks bringing this over, and it really is you go, I go with Andy Power at the moment. So let's see. Plenty of fish in there. 4.475 last time. So let's see. We'll be going to Andy Power straight after this. So this will give us an indication if there is a change again at the top of the leaderboard. So all eyes on these scales here.
6.225.
6.225. It seems to be the outside of the 8 kilos that we had from Kieran Jones last round. 6s and 5s are consistent catches on this side of the lake. 40. We've gone past 40. 40.175 for Art Hilmy down here at 15.
Well, they're crunching numbers behind the scenes. For now, that takes Art Hilmy possibly back into top place. Andy Dyson had a good half an hour. He had just under 8 kilos, which took him to the top of the pile. But that was just while they were working out with Andy Power. And Art had got Christian Jones as again moved up there with 6.4 kilos. OK catches for Paul Wright and for Harry Bignell as well, with just over 3 kilos for the two of them. And this is why we're here, to see fish caught. Where are we now? Looks like we're down at peg 25. This is Paul Wright. Paul is currently in 5th place with 31.4 kilos. Just over 3 kilos in the last weigh-in. But he's approaching weigh-in number 8. And this is a picture of concentration. Man versus fish.
I'm watching power.
When you're fighting a fish, when you're playing a fish like that, that's all you see is you and the fish.
This is James Howarth, by the way, and it's big hello to wife Lauren, who I'm sure would be here today, but she's not feeling so well, so she'll be supporting James from the comfort of the sofa, hoping that he wins because he's promised a house deposit and a holiday. She's going to keep him to his word if he takes home the £25,000.
50, Rob, 50.
50,000.
Devaluing.
Yeah. Well, he's going to keep half himself.
Oh,
that's what he told me earlier on. It's a little deal we had. I know he can't hear me, but I don't want to talk and disturb him. Well done. Well done. Right. Let's get back to Peter Stevenson.
Hi Rob, yeah, just done a personal best to do that 400 metres from Paul Wright to find Andy down here. Seems a long time ago, since 9 o'clock when we arrived, and he was the first angler I spoke to. Let's see the latest haul and just find out how the stats are starting to add up. Getting very, very, very exciting. There's a big crowd gathered here just to witness the weigh-ins, but these weigh-ins starting to run out now. It's starting to get tense.
Okay, we had 3 kilos, 500. 3 kilos, 475 grams. 3 kilos,
there you go, that's the
475
latest
grams.
offering from Andy Power. We wait and see how the day's going to pan out.
Well, less than 80 minutes left in FishOMania 2022. An hour and 90 minutes in many sports stands, an awful long time. To the anglers out there, it won't seem time enough, Keith.
No, there never is enough time. But there's too much time if you're winning, and not quite enough time if you're close. You just got to hope that you keep catching. You've just got to try and keep your concentration up. Try and keep those fish coming. You should be well into things now, and you just hope they don't change. And Andy's got his stall set, as he said. He's got his line close and his line far, and he's just trying to keep both of those lines buzzing at the same time. And you see he's catching in bursts. He'll catch 2 or 3 fish, then he doesn't catch a fish well, he'll change his line, even if it's only just for a minute or two.
But the method is used, because he's fishing on the bottom trying to catch them barbel, it's always a little bit slower than those who are fishing shallow, because you're bringing so many fish into your peg. They flick it over once, get a F1 on, and they're feeding for the next one. So if they come shallow, they come a lot quicker than what he's doing. But the bigger fish.
Yeah.
But the bigger fish, what Andy's catching.
Yeah. But as he said, he felt where he was, he had no chance of catching enough F1s.
Peg 1, Andy Dyson.
And to compete anyway.
Andy, in the last half an hour, guys, had just under 8 kilos in the net, which has taken him up the leaderboard.
And some of that might be because he's got ripple on now, which he never had before. So it's a change in wind direction.
During this weigh-in, we've seen the lead. Just this weigh-in, the leaderboard has changed 4 times. Just in this weigh-in. Top of the leaderboard, I meant, has changed 4 times. Not all, it's all changed. But top of the leaderboard has changed 4 times.
Momentarily, Andy Dyson was at the top of the leaderboard, but that's as we were weighing the fish for Andy Power and Andy Dyson. And I think now all can be confirmed and all can be revealed. After 7 weigh-ins, this is the state of play. Art Hilmy has again got a couple of strides ahead of Andy Power. 1.2 kilos difference. He's going like 1.5, 1.2, 1. I've got a feeling that by 4:30 this afternoon, it's going to be just a few grams. Andy Dyson has had a very decent half an hour, though, just under 8 kilos, 7.95 kilos to take him to a cumulative total during the course of the afternoon of 36.45 kilos. So it's looking very busy down there on peg 1, as it has done for Paul Wright as well, who had 3.2 kilos. Christian Jones, again, in the last 2 weigh-ins for Christian Jones, is at 8 and 6. He's at almost 15 kilos in an hour of fishing.
He's only got to keep that rate up, and he's notching up again, isn't he? He's getting up there. Similar, Jimmy Brooks and Andy Dyson, they're just doing enough to, well, not only keep in touch, but
I think if you're not in top 7, Keith, now, my gut feeling is that you're out of there.
Top 7, let me see. So you're down to Harry.
You're 31, it's 30 kilo. You're 10 kilo
Yeah,
behind.
that's a lot to make up.
So I think they're out of it.
1 to 7,
Yeah.
you think?
Yeah, realistically, I think it's 1 to 7.
Jamie Hughes surprisingly down in 13th place. He's normally quite modest, but he really did fancy the peg that he got. And these are the guys that are just out here now enjoying the sandwiches, the sunshine, and having a chat with the spectators on their shoulders.
It just shows you what does bookies know about fishing. Really. Andy Bennett and 2 favourites are a mile out of it.
Art Hilmy was in the top 3 with the bookies at the start of the day because he is a form fisherman. Andy Power has been there or thereabouts, twice silver position. Currently 1.2 kilos behind Art Hilmy. In 3rd position, making a bit of a charge on peg 1 is Andy Dyson. Jimmy Brooks, sounds like a country and western singer. He's currently in 4th place. And Christian Jones, another one about a young anglers, but an experienced angler as well, just had just under 6.5 kilos in the last weigh-in, who is lurking on their shoulders.
It's making for an exciting finish, Rob. That's for sure.
I wonder if Art can still hear us. Give us a nod if you can. He knows exactly what's going on. And if Andy can still hear us. I guess not. Well, Andy can. Half a smile from Andy. A huge grin from Art. Andy Dyson currently in 3rd place. If he continues like this, we'll be miking him up as well. We don't want to disturb you for too long, but first of all, let's have a quick chat with Art. I know you wanted to know what was going on around you. How does it feel to be just edging it at the moment?
Yeah, it's good. I'd rather be in front than behind.
Good point.
Yeah. But it's just, it'd be nice if the match finishes now.
From a fishing point of view, Art, you've done it how you wanted to do it,
yeah,
and it's working.
Yeah.
You're in front. You've just got 2 more ways to go.
Yeah.
What more could you ask for at this point in time? Nothing really.
Do you know what? I just need to have a similar couple of half hours like I've had all day, and that should be enough.
There's one thing, the top 3 is making for a real fishing spectacular.
Oh yeah.
For sure, for sure.
Yeah.
You're pushing each other all the way, which is, for us watching, is making it really good. But for you sat on that box, it's a bit nerve-wracking, I would imagine.
Yeah, it is. It is. It'd be nice if this ripple stays for the rest of the match.
Art, thanks very much for giving us an insight. 4 pegs away, peg 19, 2nd place, a fraction behind you. Keep swapping places at the top of the leaderboard is Andy Power. Have you changed your mind, Andy, about wanting to know what's going on around you?
I can see him out the corner of my eye, another fish.
That means he can see you with another fish as well, mate, don't worry.
Are there still barbel you're catching, Andy?
I haven't had a barbel for a while. The last few fish have been carp, to be fair.
Right.
But I've had to wait a long time in between bites, and it's just...
Yeah, because they're catching shallow, they're catching quicker, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah. And I'm sat here waiting.
Yeah.
Just hoping the float goes under.
Is that what you're going to stick till end now, or?
It depends, really.
Unless you're forced into something.
What's that, sorry?
Unless you're forced into making a decision, you're going to stick, or?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it doesn't take me much to, you know, put 8 kilo on the scales in one sort of half an hour session because they're big fish, and if I can get a little run of them, then that'll be it, I think. But it's just lining them up properly.
I don't know whether you were, but that was what Art said exactly the same. He said, we want a little run of fish, an 8 kilo weigh, and then he's home and dry.
Yeah.
So you're both on the same thoughts where that's concerned.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess he's got to clutch a lot more numbers of fish than me, really.
Is that sledging? You can hear each other. It's like cricket where we've got the microphone in the stumps and we can hear what they're saying. Art Hilney.
Yeah, I can hear him.
Can you? That's through the headphones and not because there's a lovely silence down there at the waterside.
Are you getting signs, Andy? Are you getting indications and swirls and things?
Yeah, I mean, the last 5 minutes has been good. There's a few more fish there at the minute.
I've got to change this wood band's come off.
It's a great point you make as well, Andy Power, because Andy Dyson, who's in 3rd place, got just under 8 kilos in the last half an hour and has moved up into 3rd place. But the camera's trained on Art Hilmy and Andy Power. One of these guys is going to be taking home 50 grand. Well, you never know. Could be Jimmy Brooks, could be Andy Dyson, could be Christian Jones. Well, geographically, they're not too far away in the snake-shaped lake, Westwood in Lincolnshire, Keith.
Exactly. And you can see on the map there is the extreme top right corner 15, and Andy is just at the start of the straight, coming south of him on peg 19, and similar sort of distance apart from their pegs to the far bank. Geographically, the pegs look the same. The wind's having a different effect. It's blowing probably almost straight at Andy Power now, whereas slightly horizontally.
How many are
in Art's swim. He's probably got a bit more ripple as Art. The highest point of these lakes are the islands in the middle, because usually the lakes are dug and it will produce a berm on the banks themselves. But when Alan dug Falcon Lake in particular, the spoil went into the middle. So the highest point's the island. So that's sheltering Andy from the majority of the wind.
It seems to have slowed down a little bit.
Yeah.
For everybody, just a little bit.
Yeah.
Keep your eyes on him, yeah?
The sun came out a bit, it's gone in a bit now. It was very warm for a few minutes, wasn't it?
Then all of a sudden they just put a couple of fish together, start a little run, go in and...
Come on.
Are you willing one on there, Art?
Yeah.
You're willing one on?
I'll do a Harry and moan one on.
No love lost between the East Yorkshire neighbours.
It's a Yorkshire thing.
It's rubbish here. Can't get a bite.
Well, Art on peg 15 has promised his big pal John Alexander over on peg 4 that should either of them win, they're going to split the £50,000, so that will be £25,000 each, Keith.
Sorry.
And one thing about today really is that I should like it to be a lad who's never won it before, and it looks like that's what it's going to be. You know, it gives them that experience rather than somebody who's won it before. And it looks like that's where we're going to be today.
We do have 2 previous champions in the field. Jamie Hughes won it in 13, 15, 17. Andy Bennett went in 20 and 21. We've got Andy May, who's giving us our demonstrations in 2016. Rob Hitchens won it in 2004, and he's the bank runner for Perry Stone. And some guy called Steve Cook won it back in 1999. He's educating us with his wisdom this afternoon. Looking enviously at those anglers as well, aren't you? You're enjoying what you're doing, but you're wishing you were...
I'd sooner be there.
Yeah?
I'd sooner be there, yeah.
How different is it now to how it was then? How different is fishing evolved in those 23 years?
Massive. To compete now against these lads F1 fishing, it's a young man's game. It's physically demanding when they're catching 200 and £300, constant moving, shipping in and out, fishing 16 metres, slapping, feeding. I always used to say, when you used to fish rivers, you'd speak to some of the lads and they'd say, I've used a gallon of maggots. The reality was, they'd drop 4 pints under the feet and only fed 4. these lads actually feed 10 and 12 pints. Actually feed. So it's very, very busy. Monotonous type of fishing, but relentless.
Monotonous, if I could say. Monotonous could be magnificent.
But like you said, Rob, I'd love to have been sat there. Probably today I could have competed, because this sort of weight is no problem. Virtually everybody, and men or women, can quite comfortably catch it. It's the decision making where these lads are really good, because they do it so often, do it on a regular basis and make decisions very quick, and don't think, should I do that? I might do it in a minute. They just do it and make massive changes, or small changes, that make massive changes to the results.
Sarah Taylor, our women's champion, had a decent half an hour, by the way. She had just over 4 kilos. She's currently, she moved up 4 places. She's currently in 16th place. But the cameras are trained on Art Hilmy, peg 15, leading Andy Power, peg 19, by 1.2 kilos. And Art is looking busy.
I'm not going to say what I think, because I won't want to put kibosh on either one of them.
But go on.
I think it's looking good for Art, if I'm honest.
Oh dear.
I think his peg's
that could be the
up
motivation that Andy Power needs.
At the right time. Yeah. You know, Andy's not out of it by a long way, but Andy's waiting far longer for bites. Art's putting fish in. I know the smaller fish, but he's putting fish in on a regular basis. And, you know...
Started as a breeze. It's now quite a significant wind, isn't it?
It was going to pick up this afternoon, and you notice it's changed quite dramatically. It was blowing into our right eye when we started. It's now blowing almost into our left ear, so it's gone round almost 90 degrees this afternoon, almost to where it was yesterday, Steve.
But yeah, one thing about today, it's nip and tuck at the minute. There's nothing in it really.
No.
And today's competition's not going to be over till that final whistle goes. No. That's for sure.
And while, as you say quite rightly, Art is catching consistently. If Andy gets 3 fish, that's Art's half hour wiped out.
Yes, yeah.
It's gone a little bit quiet for Andy Power. There's been a bit of a power cut. And Art Hilmy, he's caught a few, so maybe it's an Art attack. He may be having one.
He nearly smiled.
But we are approaching weigh-in number 8. It's imminent. It's a sweltering Saturday afternoon in the heart of Lincolnshire. We're at Westwood Lakes on the edge of Boston for what I would argue is the biggest ever sporting event in this county. Crowds have congregated since early this morning. You can't get a ticket for love nor money. There have been almost 3,000 anglers who tried to make it to the final. We got it down to the final 25, and there's probably 7 that could take home the £50,000 for the first prize and the shiny trophy. An hour to go. We're due weigh-in number 8. Well, that was the sound. We're into the final hour. If only we had a couple of champions of FishOMania, Keith, to give us an idea of what goes into the mentality going into the final 60 minutes.
99. Oh no, sorry.
No, you just stand there and look for it.
Yeah.
99. Andy May has joined us. He's been giving his wisdom and entertaining us. So was it 2016?
2016,
yeah,
bang on. Yeah, absolutely.
So you've been there, you've done it, you've won it. You've got a T-shirt that's a bit baggy on you now.
Very, very baggy on me now, thank you.
Yeah, you fill that one well. So going into this final hour, what's going through the mind of the lad? And I think they can hear us as well.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, it's sticking to the guns now, I think. Rather than swapping and changing, sticking to what they're doing. The likes of Art, he's fished that one line and he's just fished absolutely superb. He's just done it right from start to finish. It's been amazing to watch. Obviously, there's a few anglers starting to make a bit of a comeback as well. You know, the bigger fish have started to feed, the bigger carp, or bigger barbel are still starting to feed. F1s haven't really shown. And it's just going to make for an awesome finish.
I know you're a fishing coach, you're a mind coach as well, and they will be listening to you and hanging on to every single word. But what they want to know is exactly what the weights are in the bag. Let's go down for our weigh-ins. First of all, it's to Claire Thomas.
Thanks very much, Rob. Well, debutant Andy Dyson really is putting the carp in Carpe Diem. It's his first time on this big stage and he is making it count. Wife Shelley and 4 kids are watching on at home with that shiny new Sky Sports subscription, and they will be so proud of Dad, who is up in 3rd place and by the looks of it has got a couple of good-sized fish in that basket now. Let's have a look and see what he can do when it comes to closing the gap on 2nd and 1st place.
4 kilos, 125.
There you have it, 4.125 for Andy Dyson. Let's hear how the other medalists are going. Over to 2nd place.
Yeah, it's down to fine margins now, maybe a little bit of luck, looking at whether your angler's flustered or phased. I've got to say, Andy Powers looked cool and calm and composed all day since we got here early doors. Matt, not for the first time this afternoon, and certainly not the last. Get those fish out of the water and let's see what we're looking at now. Like I say, margins getting very, very tight now. This and 2 other weigh-ins to go. There's so many pairs of eyes on this meter reading, it's untrue.
Okay.
Here we go. There was a few in there. Let's have a look at the number. Here we go.
4 kilo, 400.
4 kilo, 400. Let's see if Andy Scott has got any better than that.
Back at 15, Arthur Hilmy, all eyes on him, bank runner. Harry O'Sullivan, they've just actually got a fish at the moment, so Harry's just predisposed. Okay, let's bring this net out of the water. Just talking about consistency here, so over the 7 weigh-ins that we've had, Art Hilmy has had 3 6 kilo pluses, 1 8 kilo plus, and the only time he's dipped below 4 kilos was in that 25 to 2 window. Plenty of carp. Let's see. Consistency is key. What are we looking at here? Let's let this settle.
4.725.
Boris confirms 4.725 again. So let's just see what that totals up to. 44.900 for Art Hilmy down here at 15, still catching consistently.
Andy's got chickening out there, wasn't he? He wasn't doing the calculations, he was leaving it to the experts there. And all around the lake here, there are people number crunching. And he's saying, Keith, it's coming down to very, very fine margins.
Well, he's nearly there with £100. That's £99 he's got in his total net now, which is what we were saying.
We said 100 to 120 pounds that you'd need. I think Art's got it in bag, really, if I'm honest. I think he's just slowly catching out. He wants to catch. He's done it all day, and I think he'll just keep putting up fishing net. 4 kilo, 5 kilo. It'd just be enough, I think.
He's maintained the gap there, hasn't he? Because the other weights we saw were 4.2, 4.7, so he's maintaining that kind of gap. I've only seen Andy Power catch 2, but I've only watched him for a couple of seconds. I don't know whether he's had any more than that.
What do you think, Andy?
I think that's it. Obviously, the fish are all similar stamp, aren't they? So obviously, it's going to take some bigger fish. I know Andy Dyson's had a few bigger fish, but because they're all sort of like similar size, they can't really pull anything back on Art. So.
What size are they catching? What size are the fish they're catching? It's difficult to see from there.
They're sort of like around a kilo. Most of them are around a kilo, yeah.
As big as that? They don't look quite that big.
No, they're chunky fish, so yeah, it's good.
And because he's fishing shallow, I think he just flips it over and he gets one.
That's it.
Goes straight back in and gets another one straight away.
As you might know, it's my favourite way of fishing the whole wide world ever. Just because you can, feed that bait, get them competing, and it's just a fantastic way of keeping them there. You know what I mean? When they get them there competing for that food, it's brilliant.
Over on peg 1, Andy Dyson, who is currently in 3rd place, is catching again. I can tell you in the last weigh-in, we're now getting weights through. It was a decent half an hour for Harry Bignell, who got 4.775 kilos, takes him up to 35.675, and Paul Wright had 4.275, takes him to 35.6. The leader, remember, was Art Hilmy with 49.175. He's just a consistent catcher.
Yeah. They're all that same ballpark, aren't they? They're 4.5 kilo, that 10 pound in old money ballpark.
The thing is like Dyson, they're catching proper carp, where Art's catching the F1s.
Yep.
The bigger fish, but they're not catching them as quick as Art.
No, he's catching 2 or 3 inches. But I think with Andy, where he is, Andy Dyson, obviously he's slightly up that arm, sheltered a little bit more, and that's where the bigger fish might potentially gather. So, yeah, it's exciting. It's all to go, isn't it? It's all to play for. It's brilliant.
It really is. Which is what we were hoping for.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not a one-horse race
No,
or one peg.
I can't remember a final like this. It's just been brilliant.
1996 was quite like this.
1996. No, I can't remember that. Can't remember then, Keith.
You were at
Sorry.
school then. You were still at school.
I might have had air then. I reckon I had air.
Except it was one with something like 6.5 kilos.
Oh, right, okay.
There was because it was always in old money. There was 14 ounces separating the top 6.
Oh, blooming heck.
Where Steve Ringer was second and dropped a skimmer with like seconds to go.
Oh, right. You don't remind him about that, do you? Steve?
No, not much.
Because we were sharing.
Well, let's get down to the lakeside and hear from Claire Thomas, who is with one of the bank runners, I believe.
I am indeed. I'm back at Peg 1 where we really are camped out because the Andy Dyson story is evolving nicely. Martin, his bank runner, is with me now, and I can't help but notice the two of you are really dancing along to that music.
Yeah, we're loving it. We're loving it. He's getting plenty of bites. He's doing things right. We feel like we're on the right lines at the right times, and yeah, he's loving it.
You mentioned that he's got the right lines. Yeah. You also said to me earlier that he's getting his rotation right. Yeah. What do you mean by that, and how much of a part have you had to play in that decision making?
Well, it's all on Andy. He's the angler, isn't he? But we've noticed there's a pattern. We nick 2 fish from the edge and then we've got to go short again. And it's just a case of just rotating them 2 lines, just keep them coming.
He's making his debut here today, but he doesn't look like it. He looks very to the manner born. Was he excited ahead of this, nervous? Where was he on that scale?
Yeah, he was excited. It was the build-up to it was brilliant because the draw was on Tuesday, so he had a lot of time to look forward to it. So, yeah, suits him.
Now, there's only an hour left. Not much time to make inroads on that leaderboard, but enough time. What's he going to do to close the gap on first?
He's going to catch carp.
Simple. That's simple.
That's simple.
I guess it really is actually quite a simple competition, FishOMania. Catch as much as you can, as quick as you can. Any final wise words you'll be giving to him?
Just catch as many as you can.
Well, there we go. We're saying the same thing over and over here, but then I guess it is 5 hours of fishing, so it does get a bit repetitive. Rob and Co, back to you.
Thanks very much, Claire. Simple. Stay sharp, catch carp.
Catch as much as you can, as quick as you can.
He's in again,
Let's go another one.
Actually, what you've got to do is make it last 5 hours. You know, you can sometimes catch too quickly, can't you, Andy? And
fizzles out later on.
Exactly.
You want to protect your swims and then go on at the right times.
Yep.
You know, and that's what these anglers are so skilled at doing. So that's another decent.
You just have to leave a couple of fish there, Keith, feeding to draw other feeding fish.
Yeah. That's if you notice when he stuck into one, he's feeding straight away.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Andy's in again as well. Power. Yeah, it's obviously the priming the swims all the time. It's so important, obviously, in match fishing to keep swims on the go. You know, as a coach, obviously, I'm teaching this all the time. Keep the swims on the go. So if one swim dies, you can go into somewhere else.
Feeding's everything, Andy, isn't it?
It is. Feeding and presentation.
It's everything.
Yeah. Massive. The 2 biggest things I'd say in fishing, and then confidence and obviously accuracy.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely feeding, presentation.
Sandy Power catching on peg 19. But the leader is Art Hilmy on peg 15. He's trying to match him, fish for fish.
There it is, he's got one in. That's Art, I think. I'm sure it is.
Is this Art again?
I'm sure it is, yeah.
That's a lovely ripple there now. It's turned into a bit of a roll along
It's
there.
lovely,
It's
isn't
a
it?
perfect ripple.
So slightly smaller fish, but F1s, and obviously F1s being shoalfish.
Yeah.
You know, just ticked over all day. Lovely.
Because that's all he's done all
Do you
day.
reckon he'd mind if I go and ask him for a go? Just like 10 minutes. Give us a go.
He's just done it how he wanted to do.
Yeah, exactly.
From start to finish, it looks like start to finish.
He's a superb angler, especially his shallow fishing. He's just stuck to his game plan and obviously he's made it work.
Have you coached him?
No.
No,
I can't
I wish he had done.
He probably taught me the way he's going. Yeah, I'd have learned something off him, Steve, definitely.
His name's only come to the fore the last couple of years.
I was going to say, last couple of years.
Quite a newcomer.
Definitely. I remember drawing next to him at Partridge. He loves Partridge Lakes, obviously my local, and he absolutely smashed me to bits.
Did he really?
Yeah, he did. So obviously straight over and asked him how he did it, and yeah, such a lovely bloke as well.
He is a lovely bloke. I
is.
spoke to him this morning for the first time. He's absolutely smashing
He
it.
is.
Why do you think he bettered you that day, Andy?
I don't want to go into it, to be fair, Keith, so on to the next question, really.
It was a serious question. What did he do that you didn't? Or what did you do that he
drew
didn't?
a better peg. Now I'm going to put it down to the wind and the ripple.
Yeah.
And presentation, feeding better.
And he landed them quicker.
And he got them in quicker, yeah. Apart from that, no. There you go.
It is difficult though, isn't it? You try and... See, now he's catching deep there.
Yeah, bigger fish as well, Andy Dyson.
You try and work out why there is that difference. And it's a tiny amount. When you look at the difference in the top of the leaderboard, it's 1 or 2 fish.
It's different styles for the anglers as well,
Yeah.
Keith. Obviously, Andy Dyson, I know Andy really well. He fishes up my way, up the old off fisheries. And he loves this short line for bigger fish, carp. Whereas Art, obviously, he stuck his game plan on fishing shallow.
Art's got another
yeah, so it's brilliant.
This is peg 15, leader, Art Hilmy.
That's a better one, isn't it?
Every time we put a camera on him, he's catching a fish, which is the idea of the afternoon, really, I guess, isn't it?
It's a bit bigger, that one.
Yeah, it is. Lovely.
It's nice to see that he's stuck to his guns all the way through.
It's brilliant. Obviously, just changing the depth. But obviously, when you get into that rhythm and you get used to knowing what you're looking for, a couple of inches either way, up and down,
it makes a massive difference, doesn't it?
It's ridiculous.
You wouldn't believe that from getting no bites a foot deep, coming to 10 inch, and all of a sudden you're catching one every drop in.
Well, you wouldn't
Just 2
believe the
inches.
difference, as Art said, between laying your bait on the water
Yeah.
and lowering your bait into the water.
Yeah, so obviously different rigs will do different things, but slapping the rig over with a little bulk, it's going down really quick,
Yeah.
and you're catching them that last 2 or 3 inches, whereas you're lowering it down, obviously the fish come in to take your bait and they can't get away from it, so they hook themselves, but it doesn't necessarily fall as natural,
No.
because you can't lower it in as natural as what it is when you're slapping the rig over.
There it is again, into another one. It's really exciting stuff for this last.
That bulk he talks about is quite important there, Andy, as well, isn't it? Because the weight will pull the float down,
Yeah.
whereas if you fish strung out,
Yeah.
the bait pulls the shot down.
Yeah, so the difference, so obviously if you're fishing strung out, you want to slap the rig over, hold the float tight, hold a real tight line to it so it's falling natural, whereas with a bulk one like that, you almost want to slap it, lift the float back over so it's going straight down the line, and the fish tend to hook themselves like that.
Well, that's Art Hilmy, who's like a human octopus. He's so busy. For the first time this afternoon, as we've had 8 weigh-ins, there is no change in the top 3. Andy Dyson still in the 3rd place. In the last half an hour, he got 2.7 kilos. Andy Power got 4.4 kilos, but in the last weigh-in, Art Hilmy had a weight of 4.725 kilos, which gives him a lead at the moment of just over 1.5 kilos from his bitter rival this afternoon, Andy Power. It's tight at the top. 6 kilos difference between Christian Jones, who's in 4th place. So at another decent half an hour, again, he had the best of any angler in the last 30 minutes. He had 5.35 kilos. Before that, he had a 6. Before that, he had an 8. So he's maybe quietly coming up on the outside. But it appears it's going to be the 2 Andys and Art Hilmy, the A team, at the top of the board. A reminder that these guys are still here. They have worked their socks off to make it to the final of FishOMania 2022, but now it's just a case of enjoying the last hour or so of FishOMania and catching some fish. That's how they all started in the first place. It's a sport, it's a pastime. But for these 3, it is incredibly serious. Art Hilmy from East Yorkshire, the leader, the man who has been in fantastic form in the Opens in recent weeks. He's on a charge. Andy Power. Most people will be happy with 2nd, but he's sick of it. He's finished in silver position on 2 occasions in the finals of FishOMania, and in 3rd place on hot peg number 1 is Andy Dyson. Art. The only issue for Art is that he's got to get it in the keep net, get his bait out there again, and he has just been continuous.
Yep, relentless.
Nice.
At least this time, and I know it's not much consolation, but at least Andy will have 10 grand compensation this time if he's 2nd Andy Power.
I think. Well, in 4th place, and don't rule him out, is Christian Jones, who's on peg number 10. He has been consistent, and he's been averaging somewhere between 6 and 8 kilos. He's only got 2 more weigh-ins. We're into the final hour, of course, of FishOMania. It goes down to the wire. It's how many fish they have in 5 hours of continuous fishing. There'll be no extension beyond that final hoot up. Look at that, 8.5 kilos, almost 6.5 kilos, almost 5.5 kilos.
I don't
You
think...
want an extension, you want injury time, stoppage time, anything.
If I'm honest, looking at what they've got already, I think it's between top 3. I think he's just that little bit too far behind, even with 8 kilos every weigh-in, to catch up, because they're going to catch 4 or 5 where they're doing.
He's had 5.3 last race, so say 5.5. So he had 11 onto his, he's got 49. Yeah. You had 9, which Art's had 2 ways, added together, 4.5, say, twice. Then Art's 4 kilos clear. Yeah. So Christian's got to have an outstanding time, and Art's got to break hook length.
Well, the tradition in FishOMania is that the anglers, if they're in the lead, have to stick on a microphone, put an earphone in one of their ears, and be slightly distracted by listening to us just bleating on and filling in the airtime. They don't want to hear from us, they want to hear from the guys who are out there lakeside. And I don't want to distract Art Hilmy. The only thing that could distract him is maybe us talking to him. Art, my goodness, you are living the dream.
Yeah, I love it.
Go on, Art, you're having a proper run now, mate, aren't you?
I'm not complaining, Andy.
Go on, lad. You're going arse, mate, yeah? Go on.
Yeah, but not with you, mate.
I've just said to these boys, you let me come and have 10 minutes, wouldn't you?
Hey?
Leave your rig set.
Help me sling some of these casters in.
Oh, mate, I'll be on far bank, sorry. I'll have 10 minutes after the match. Leave your rigs on, mate. Oh, you're doing awesome, mate. So good. Brilliant.
Nice steady match, isn't it?
So what's been best rigs? So you like your little, obviously your crystal dibber and your little bulk and your...
Yeah, just swapping between that crystal dibber and this smaller dibber. It's a 0.1 float.
Right.
And just working it loads.
Yeah, brilliant, mate.
And trying to hold the fish here so they don't swim off.
Yes, we don't let them next to you getting them, do we?
No, definitely not. Not to my left.
Mate, you're doing an awesome job of keeping them there.
Brilliant.
It's so good to see.
Just seems from here, Art, you've had probably the strongest last little session than you've had so far.
Yeah, to be honest, that quiet patch in the middle, it was when the ripple went. And now the ripple's back. As long as it stays, should just be able to keep putting the odd fish in.
Have you tried on the bottom underneath them at all? Have you? I mean, I felt
no, I'm like you. I don't have a plummet.
What's a what? Yeah, well, I know. Just everywhere's 14 inches, mate, isn't it? That'll do.
What? It's not 14 foot in here.
You'll find out when you jump in, pal.
Hey, let's not rule out Andy Power. Andy can hear every single word you're saying, and Andy is only 1.5 kilos behind Art Hilmy. Is there anything we can say to help you? Or what can you do?
Go on, stamp on Artem's pole.
Go on, the power. You're doing awesome as well, and great to watch, mate.
Yeah, struggling in the wind a bit. Struggling to hold the pole, so it's looking a bit difficult at the minute.
You're really working at it though, mate, and you're going across and then coming back short and then going across again.
Yeah.
Proper working at it. How's the barbel situation going? Are you still getting the odd barbel every now and again, or is it mainly F1's carp now?
It's either a little carp or a barbel, but the barbel won't there's not loads and loads of them to line them up.
Yeah, yeah.
You don't really know what you're going to catch next, to be fair. Could be an F1 or carp. But even the carp aren't that big, to be fair.
It's got really strong, that wind now, hasn't it?
Yeah, struggling a bit.
Oh, go on. Is that how quick the bites have been coming, Andy, or are you having to wait for them a little bit?
Oh, bit both.
I'm not going to say it. Nobody likes you that. Yeah, just keep doing it, mate. There'll be another one there waiting for you.
Andy Power currently second place, 43.375 kilos. 1.5 kilos behind Art Hilmy with 2 weigh-ins remaining. FishOMania 2020. Andy Dyson shouldn't be discounted in third place. He's 40.6. 2.65 kilos behind Art Hilmy. And Christian Jones is on a bit of a charge, currently in 4th place. This is just a couple of minutes ago on peg number 1. Andy Dyson currently in 3rd place. Just over 4 kilos behind the leader, Art Hilmy, with time running out as we're in the final straight of FishOMania 2022. That's multitasking.
It's a nice fish, yeah.
That's a proper, isn't it?
It's fishing depth as well.
Yeah.
It's just in case you don't know, it's about 1 metre, Andy.
Oh, right, yeah. I wouldn't know. No plummets.
Andy never between, was it May and October you never fish on the bottom?
Oh, earlier than that, Keith. Probably March and December.
And then you go on holiday for 2 months.
That's it. Yeah, novice Andy, he loves that line, that short line. It comes really good for him wherever he goes. He just he really does make it work.
It's a strong line in a lot of venues towards the end of a match.
It is, but it's surprising.
3 or 5, yeah.
It's surprising how they're there with them nets coming out.
Yeah.
I really didn't think that it'd be like that, but it shows you how they're all catching on different methods as well.
Yeah.
It's brilliant.
Yeah, it's been intriguing because the 3 of them have obviously drawn very different areas.
Yeah.
Although it's the lake's virtually the same size wherever you go, the same depth wherever you go, the topography of it makes it different. The way the wind blows, the way the sun hits it, and all 3 of those have obviously made the right decision for their peg on the day.
Yeah.
I mean, Andy Power said, "I can't win it with F1s.
Yeah.
I've got to fish for barbel because they're here."
Andy's gone straight out and he's got one now again. Just not quick enough or big enough.
No.
Well, positive for Power. Andy Power, 2nd place. Needs to close the gap on Art Hilmy. We have 2 weigh-ins left. We're into the crucial time now in FishOMania. Who will take home the trophy? But more importantly, well, I guess maybe more importantly to the family, the £50,000 first prize. There are 2 weigh-ins remaining at FishOMania 2020. He's not exactly a runaway leader, but he's a consistent leader. Art Hilmy. This was as we were away on the break. Guess what? Art Hilmy caught yet another fish. He is so prolific. He's been incredible. Liverpool fan, isn't he? He's like the Mo Salah of fishing. This is the state of play. Before the next weigh-in, 44.9 kilos. That's going to go up considerably. And in 2nd place is Andy Power, 43.375 kilos. And it's been a little bit quieter there on peg 19. Well, this is a magnificent event. There are so many that think they are experts when it comes to putting on, but there's nobody more expert than our team at Matchroom, who spend a whole year organising this, and the brains behind the whole operation is now with Claire Thomas.
She is indeed, and she has masterminded an incredibly competitive FishOMania. So, Emily, just tell me, how delighted are you that we've got about half an hour of fishing left and you could throw a net over the top 4 or 5 anglers?
Well, it's fantastic, isn't it? We've got a great stage here at Westwood Lakes, and like we said, we've got it's competitive in the top 4. And sometimes you lose that a little bit with FishOMania. There can be one person running away with it. It's quite hard to stay track on that, but I think it's been fantastic for the viewers at home who are seeing all of these live scoring coming through, seeing the reporting happening, staying engaged. But you've got live spectators here as well, walking around with the live scores, saying, right, who's in the lead? We've got some music here. The atmosphere is really nice. It's getting me thinking about what we're going to do for next year to make it even more exciting. Should we get some, Formula One grandstands in, or a live DJ sort of thing? So, yeah, it's really fantastic and competitive. Exactly what we want.
I'm personally waiting for that trademark Matchroom golden buzzer to make an appearance somewhere in the mid of the lake for the anglers to swim out to and bang at some point. We've got 25 anglers in the field for the first time this year. You must also be delighted with the presence of Sarah Taylor and Charlie Law, the youth champion. There are so many storylines.
Yeah, I don't know about the golden buzzer yet. We sometimes have to draw the line between being too gimmicky at times, but I don't know. Maybe there's a one weigh-in, the 1/2 hour weigh-in where you hit the golden buzzer and you get double weight. I don't know. I could be Barry might be sitting there going, no, what are you doing to this beautiful sport? But look, it's great. In previous years, we've had the junior event, we've had the ladies event, and now all of a sudden it's like, no, we have one main event and that's open to everyone. We get the ladies champion in, we get the national and youth champion in as well, and it's being competitive for them, that's what should be happening. And anyone who's watching this, the younger generation, the next gen, they'll be saying, right, I want to get involved in this. It's £50,000 for the winner, £10,000 for the runner-up, and also we added in the sneaky little bonus of the section winner as well. So it's £2,000 for each section winner, and it just keeps people engaged with the tournament, making sure they're still fighting for going. There's the klaxon.
There is the klaxon indeed, and as you mentioned, it's a life-changing amount of money, a life-changing half hour coming up right here on Sky Sports. Let's get through to that penultimate weigh-in.
Well, you can see Claire Thomas enjoying her first FishOMania. My first day at Sky was 1995. Was FishOMania. Welcome to the family, and how it has evolved over the years. In what, half an hour's time? Oh my goodness, the afternoon has flown. Somebody will be taking home the trophy and £50,000. The way things stand, it will be Art Hilmy, because he has got the lead and he has been catching. But there's a real rush on for second place. This is Andy Dyson on peg 1, who had 40.665 kilos, and he has caught. In second place is Andy Power over there on peg 19, and he has been a little busy. Unfortunately, Andy's just been little rather than very busy. And Art Hilmy has just been catching every few seconds. Let's get a feel of what is happening down there on the main stage and join Andy Scott.
Down at 10, we're ready to weigh in Christian Jones. Bank runner Kieran Marsden's going to bring that net out. And I just have to say, I hope Christian's not going to kick himself. He had that 3, 4 and 5 weigh-ins. That might have cost him because 6, 7 and 8. How about this? 8.5, 6.4, 5.3. They reckon this one could be this one could be nearer 10. Let's see. Let's just see. There's some big fish in here. There's some big mirrors in here. Is this charge going to be too late? Let's just have a look. Could second place be under threat? So it's not the 10 that we thought, but it is...
8 kilos, 50 grams.
8 kilos, 50 grams. So another one over 8 kilos for Christian Jones, a 23-year-old from Ellesmere Port. He's got good support. They're willing him on. Let's... pressure here. Pressure with these maths. I don't want to do it live, so obviously what I've done is I've just stood to the side and let everybody else do the maths. But all jokes aside, we want to get this right. $46.425 for Christian. 46.425 down here at 10. Claire, let's get over to you.
I'm not even going to attempt that arithmetic, Andy, but what I am going to do is keep you on top of this weigh-in, taking place down here at peg number 1, where Andy Dyson is having a day and a debut to remember. Martin, his bank runner's just bringing the fish over. We've got 2 weigh-ins left, and Dyson's still very much in with the shout, and that was an absolutely heaving net full of fish. It'll be fascinating to see how much that adds up to. So we'll just come around here and take a peek at this screen. Oh, it's up over 8 by the looks of it.
8 kilo, 75.
Well, a fantastic sprint finish from a man who has looked really comfortable on this biggest of stages. So too, I believe, is the angler who's with Peter.
Yeah, well, I can tell you there are phones, there are calculators in the crowd behind me going into overdrive. It's all about the big totals now. Matt, can we just see how Andy's gone on in the last half an hour? He was telling me earlier that Andy, a veteran of 40 finals, so he knows what he has to do. He knows what's at stake. And let's just see what he's managed to get in the bag this time round. There we go. Some really big totals coming in. in his penultimate weigh-in. Let's see how Andy's going.
We have 1 kilo. Kilo 775.
Okay,
1
there
kilo
you go.
775.
Oh, okay, that's where we are. Over to you.
It is getting tight at the top. It looks like Art Hilmy is extending his lead, and the trophy and £50,000 will be making its way to East Yorkshire. He is one of 14 debutants out of the 25 anglers in the final, but he's a form fisherman at the moment. In third place is Andy Dyson on peg number 1, who's making a late charge. Another one of our first timers when it comes to the final. Squeezed between them in second place, Andy Power, but less than 2 kilos was his last catch. Looks like the 50 grand and the trophy could be going to Art Hilmy. That's what Steve Cooker was saying. But there's quite a race on now for second place. Harry Bigelow, by the way, had 2.275 kilos. Let's go down back to the water side. Andy Scott.
Back at 15, Art Hilmy, he's had a great round. Every time I've come over, there's a fish. I think every time you've cut to it in the truck, this is a big load. Could this be the winning load? Yeah. Just consistency. How many times have we said that today? Consistency is key, consistency is king. Plenty of carp there. So let's have a look. All eyes on the scales here. Where were we last time? 44.9 Art Hilmy after 8.
8 kilos, 025.
8 kilos, 025. Look at the crowd behind 15. That's a great round for Art Hilmy. He's gone 6.2, 4.7, now 8.025. That makes his total at the moment 52.925 down here at 15.
And he knows that, and he can hear it, and he's not cracking a smile yet. Oh, he's trying. We can't distract him. Art, if this was cricket, you'd go to the clubhouse, have a pint and declare.
I want to know the scores.
Just don't jump in at end, because you'll break your ankles.
Yeah, just give it a little step out.
Just paddle a little bit.
There's still signs of fish there, right?
It's just a bit quiet, but then they come back in spells.
Yeah. You're just not panicking.
There's one now.
Cool, isn't you?
There's one now.
Here's one now.
Come on, talk us through it. Talk us through it.
Well, it's just about keeping the rig tight, because obviously the rules here dictate that you can't fish overshotted. You've got to have, there's restricted how far you can have between your float and your hook, and so on. So it's just keeping the line tight, because these F1s are ravenous, but they're also very clever.
Are you getting them swirling now, or are you just obviously they're just taking it, so you're getting competing?
To be honest, Andy, I'm looking for signs, but the ripples, you know, when it's hard to tell when they're swirling because the ripples that heavy.
Yeah.
Early on it was like that, and then all of a sudden you see them disappear, and then you've got to up the feed or change the pattern.
Nice.
Looks like a back shot there, Andy.
Yeah, back shots. Obviously, I mentioned then keeping everything nice and tight, and you've got to use back shots. That comes to the fore more and more, even for shallow fishing. Normally,
Yeah.
obviously, you're restricted with your limit pole tip to float. Having that back shot on is just keeping it extra tight, so the fish just basically take your bait, suck your bait in, and then the hook's instantly.
They hook themselves?
Yeah, just hook themselves.
Your back shot forces you to keep a
Yes.
tight line
Yeah,
as your
yeah,
float
yeah.
sinks, so you've got to keep it tight.
You're right, obviously, depending on the wind, which way the wind's going or the undertow, you either want a tight L or a tight J shape on the rig, and yeah, it's really is.
Cameras are currently trained on peg 1, which is Andy Dyson, who is currently top of the leaderboard with 48.74 kilos. But that art is because we actually haven't yet made it official.
He's got quite a few carp hoovering up in his peg, hasn't he?
Yeah. Bigger fish, Andy's catching up that arm there.
So it's 50% bigger than ours.
Yes.
Yeah, just that a little bit quieter up there, isn't it? Obviously, Art's got to, catch sort of 2, maybe 3 fish for one of Andy's. So it's a right exciting finish, this, isn't it?
It will be.
I tell you.
20 minutes remaining here at Westwood Lakes in Lincolnshire. Christian Jones is on a charge. He's had a very good second half to FishOMania. He's got 21 minutes left to continue this charge. and to work his socks off. £50,000 for the winner, £10,000 for second place, £2,000 for your sections. He's got his eyes on a prize.
Decent fish.
Decent fish as well.
I think they're from down Edgekeith. I think he's catching fish down as you carp. That's where his 8 kilos come from last time.
Did it?
I think so.
However, every time we put a camera on Art Hilmy, and they're just trained on him constantly, he catches a fish. He's doing what we brought the whole circus to town for, to see him entertain.
If you could do a perfect match and say I've fished a perfect match, he has. Basically one method, shallow for F1s, and he stuck to his guns all the way through his little quiet spell, up to his good spells, and he just made it work and fished it properly.
I think anyone else may have panicked, you know, in that state where obviously he started off catching well and then he's gone quieter, so they might have panicked and picked more rigs up, but Art's just stuck to it.
Art wants to know what the lead is. Okay, Art, let me tell you, you have got 52.925 kilos, which is 4.185 ahead of Andy Dyson, who has moved into second place on peg 1. Christian Jones is on a charge on 46.425 after just over 8 kilos in the last half an hour. Poor old Andy Power has moved from second place down into fourth place, only 1.775 kilos in the last half an hour. Decent half an hour for Paul Wright and Jimmy Brooks, both had over 5 kilos, as did James Howarth, who's moved now into 8th place. So Art Hilmy has over a 4 kilo lead with time running out as we head to the final buzzer.
Shall I tell you something interesting? You've probably
you told me interesting things all afternoon, don't stop now.
But you've probably not noticed it on the leaderboard. The top 5 weights are each top weight in their section. So the fish have come from all around the lakes. Can you see that, Andy?
Yeah.
That's really, that's special, isn't it, that?
It is, really is. There's never been...
never been like that.
FishOMania like this, no. It's so good. I said the charger that these boys are putting in now, obviously Andy Dyson and Christian Jones, it's still lots to play for all this, isn't it? It really is. Andy's just slowed down a little bit.
I think Andy Dyson's got to do something, have a pretty good last 15 minutes.
I think the fact that Andy obviously is on them slightly bigger fish, he's...
going to push him.
He is, yeah, but obviously Art's still catching as well, so... Yeah.
Exciting, isn't it?
It's brilliant. Love it. Good show, isn't it?
We've had 9 weigh-ins. We're due one more. Up and down the country, almost 3,000 anglers have competed in FishOMania to make it down to the final 25, 22 heats. We've got the ladies champion, the next gen champion, the reigning champion. They've come from the Netherlands. They have come from Germany. It has been quite a competition this afternoon. And poor Andy Power has been there in the top 2 all afternoon until the last half an hour. There are no words.
No.
All right. But you've got to find some.
I think the conditions did for him, didn't they? Because he's fishing longer than the others. He's got more difficulty keeping his pulse.
We mentioned about how the wind had changed.
Yeah.
It had come more across and into his face and got stronger.
Yep.
And that's what's finished him off.
Yeah.
And it's made Art's peg stronger.
I'll tell you what we've not done, though, and I know it's not the right time to really get technical. We've not spoken about the pulling the elastic, the puller bungs on the elastic, which has enabled these fish to be landed so much faster without bullying them.
Yeah.
So you use a lighter elastic, but you can shorten it while you're fighting them. Whereas in the old days, you'd have either needed more powerful elastic to bully them and maybe even break the line or for the fish to pull off.
Yeah,
but now you can use a lighter elastic and shorten it, because these new elastics stretch times 12. I mean, massive amount of stretch. Reduce the amount of stretch, get the fish in quicker, and there's Christian another one.
In form, peg 10, Christian Jones.
As you know,
last weigh-in over 8 kilos. That's twice he's had 8 kilo.
And we've just seen him put 2.5, 3
He's on for another 8 kilo this time.
I was going to say he's had 3 carp, hasn't he?
And he's catching down there, catching carp. And when the rock up down the edge,
6 kilos behind the leader, Art Hilmy. Surely not.
It would want to. I would think he'd need 12 kilos.
Squeezed between them in the top 3 is Andy Dyson on peg 1. Just over 4 kilos behind Art Hilmy.
He's had at least 1 big carp, hasn't he, Andy? Possibly 2. It is. It's the first time we've seen Art without a fish on, isn't it, this time?
To be fair, he ain't got no bait on. He's not fishing. He's not in the water.
He's normally coming back with a fish, isn't he?
16 tense minutes remaining at Westwood Lakes. Is it beyond Andy Dyson? Is it too much for Christian Jones? Can Andy Power get himself back into the top 2, where he's been all afternoon, and take home £10,000? Will Art Hilmy hold his nerve and continue catching? Or does he declare way out at the top of the leaderboard with time running out? Our debutant in the final.
Who do you think it's worse for, Andy? Art?
It's definitely worse for Art, because obviously he's at the top, he's got to stay there, but he knows he's got 2 anglers in Andy Dyson and Christian Jones really chasing him down. And obviously the size of his fish, with shallow fishing, certainly with how he's feeding it and his rigs, it's not really geared for carp. And then he knows that obviously Christian and Andy Dyson are catching carp. They're fishing, patient fishing, setting little traps on the bottom and just waiting for the bigger fish. Obviously he's just relying on numbers. So he has Christian, so he's got at least 4, hasn't he? This, tell you what.
Peg 10, Christian Jones. Currently in 3rd place, 46.425 kilos. Just a couple of kilos behind Andy Dyson in 2nd place. Art Hilmy leading. Andy Power, 4th place. Looks like it's too much for the likes of Paul Wright, Jimmy Brooks, Harry Bignell, last year's champion. What a 12 months it has been for him. He's had his moments this afternoon, but only one man has ever won back-to-back FishOManias.
It looks like he's fishing slop down it as well.
Yeah, he's fishing a
slopping his ground
ground bait with his casters in. He's cupping that in, dropping it on top of it, and they're waiting for it.
Yeah,
Art Hilmy's still catching, by the way.
Yep.
Yes.
Down there, Peg 15.
That's it. So obviously where Art's loose feeding, Christian is obviously setting his little traps, he's putting his little bit of feed in, setting his traps, so the fish come into that tiny little pile of bait, and obviously the biggest thing they can see there, probably on a wormhead or something like that,
Yep.
or a bunch of maggots, is his bait, and they just nail it every time.
And he's fishing for 1 fish at a time, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. And obviously they can, I think at the start, obviously, you couldn't really do that because you're getting too many fish in your peg, but now when everything's settled down and calmed down, you can do that now.
Andy Dyson, 2nd place. Peg number 1. Hasn't given up hope. Continues catching. Wants to get the bait out there. But again, Art is matching him fish for fish.
Yeah, Art's picking him out of a shoal, isn't he? Rather than fishing for that one at a time. He's got a shoal of fish there competing, and he's trying to catch one or two.
Art's fish are generally smaller, but he catches them quicker.
Yes.
Because of his method that he's using fishing shallow.
Exactly.
And Andy Dyson obviously is catching up bottom, but he's catching them carp.
Yeah.
Which is probably a carp, he needs 2 F1s to a carp.
Right, I was going to say go nowhere, but you've got about 3 minutes to head to the kitchen, put the kettle on, get to the bar, wherever you're watching, have a little break, and come back and join us for the finale of FishOMania 2020. To the final straight of FishOMania 2022, and there's a flurry of activity down there on peg number 1. In 2nd place is Andy Dyson. Not enough time on a Saturday afternoon, it seems, for him. 9.5 minutes remaining, but he's catching, Keith.
Size of that fish as well. That's 4 of Art's there.
It is, and he's already had like at least 2 what we saw before on.
Is Art playing one now as well?
This is peg 15, the leader, Art Hilmy.
This is literally right down to the wire, three of them into this.
This looks like a better fish as well for Art. Do you know what? You can't call it now.
You can.
You can't call
these
it.
top 3. No.
Christian's come from nowhere.
Yeah, what a run Christian's had.
Art's just plugged away.
Steady away.
Steady away.
Go on the power. He's coming back as well.
Andy Power has been in the top 2 for 8 of the 9 weigh-ins that we've had this afternoon. We're approaching weigh-in number 10. For those that haven't seen FishOMania before, where have you been for the last 27 years? But we get to the final hoot up, and it's whatever is in that net goes on to the final count. This is how things stand at the moment. 3rd place, Christian Jones is on a charge, peg 10, 46.25 kilos. Just ahead of him, second place, Andy Dyson. Art Hilmy, he's just hogged the cameras. Around 53 kilos. It's going to be a lot more than that when we have the final weigh-in.
He's just concentrated and done it from start to finish.
Yeah, that's what the other two boys are proper on the charge, aren't they?
Yeah, it's
Christian
just
with
in,
another.
and that'll be a carp.
It will be.
It'll be a carp, so
It'll be at least 1.5 kilos, possibly.
How far is he behind?
He was only 5 or 6 kilos behind, I think, wasn't he?
Christian was 6 kilo, about 6.5 kilos.
6.5 kilo behind. I think it's a little bit too much.
He's going to need 12 kilo this way.
It's going to be close, it's really close. They're all chunky, decent sized fish he's catching, aren't they?
You know, we did predict, if you remember at the start, I said there'd be 6 people who'd be really close and not be much more than £20 between everybody.
You're right.
And the power's in again, on his short line.
Well, he's on a search for second, Andy Powell, which would be £10,000. He's finished second on 2 occasions. It'll be scant reward for what has been an outstanding afternoon, but things have dried up. Certainly not, though, on peg 15 for that man. Art Hilmy.
If you notice attention to detail, he's adjusted his rig after virtually every fish.
Yeah.
He's moved that
back shot.
The back shot.
Yeah.
He's moved, put his float just how he wants it, pushed his bulk together a little more.
It's so important that, obviously, along with feeding, the presentation in your rig, it's got to be absolutely bang on every time. The shots that you're using, they'll be slightly moving up the line, so just moving them back into place, just so that bait's falling as natural as possible.
Yeah, really, the
look at all the different contrasts, all the fishing as well.
Everyone's different.
Short,
everyone's
brilliant.
different.
Yeah.
And the second and third can't do no more than just try and push it a little bit, because you can't push too much, because you destroy your peg. You just got to hope that Art's dry up a little bit and Young pushes on a little bit more.
So Andy, we know he's had at least 2 decent ones, he's just up to another one.
And he's into one now, look.
Yeah.
Art will be praying for that klaxon to go.
Yeah.
Please go.
Yeah, it's been for the last 3 hours.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Peg 1, second place, Andy Dyson. Second place wins £10,000. Considerable amount of money, a lot of fishing gear.
The fish are fitter as well, aren't they? They pull back, they're not...
I think because most of them fish with light rigs to catch F1s and carp, you have to marry a nice medium between the two.
Yeah, fish too strong for the carp and you'll lose the F1s. Fish too light for the carp, and but obviously the shallow water as well, they just want to charge off. Good oxygenation as well, so they're going to fight harder.
Andy says this is his first serious attempt at reaching the final of FishOMania, and it's going to be an experience like no other.
Another decent one.
However, on his shoulder is Christian Jones on peg 10. He's had a sensational second half of this final.
Just fishing up against that reinforced bank. So it'll be a tiny bit deeper there because the reinforcements of the bank, and they've rocked up, to use one of Art's expressions.
Yeah.
Generally, they're coming out edge keys because people chuck all the bait in at the end, and they remember. And
even if they're not supposed to.
Yeah, they
remember. But then again, people fish the edge for the last half hour because they do that. So the fish are used to rocking up there to be fed anyway.
They know it's going to come.
Yeah.
So you tell me they've got a memory of fish.
That's it.
3.5 minutes remaining.
Wow, this is tense, isn't it?
There's going to be a new name on the trophy. Likely to be Art Hilmy. Outside chance it could be Andy Dyson or Christian Jones. Andy Powell got his sights on second place for a 3rd time. There is a tension in the air around Westwood Lakes.
I think Christian's make the comeback of all comebacks here. I really do.
Definitely.
His last 4 weigh-ins will be best 4 weigh-ins for anybody, I think, by far.
I think he might overtake Art, you know.
I think Art's only just got to keep putting fish in. But he's got to keep putting odd fish in.
He's got 6 kilo he's got to pull back.
Andy Dyson's in again as well.
How far's Andy behind? Andy Dyson?
Sort of 4 kilo.
4 kilo.
I tell you what, this is going to be really close.
Yeah, it's going to be tight.
Really close because
Art's not caught as many.
No, he hasn't got as many this one.
No.
This is probably his worst half an hour.
Certainly in the recent times.
Andy Dyson, peg 1, second place, just over 4 kilos behind the leader, Art Hilmy, with just over 2 minutes remaining. Does he have one more fish in him?
Time for one more, time for 2 more.
This is when you want your bank man to tell you, keep you informed down to seconds.
Yeah, you
can see his
Yeah, he's looking at his
He can
watch.
hear us. I think he can hear every single word you're saying, could you remember?
Well, in fact, I think his bank runner's ringing around to find out what's happening. Live.
That's Harry O'Sullivan who's on the phone.
Yeah, he's trying to find out what
Alongside
we're
him.
talking about and how close it is because it looks like he's had 5 minutes out without catching.
Can he get one more in to secure the £50,000 and the trophy?
This is going to be
Andy
really
Dyson,
close.
second, peg 1.
It is going to be close. And to be honest, we didn't see this coming between
It's just up one.
Art and anyone else, did we?
No,
We saw it between Art and Andy.
Go on.
Andy Power.
Yeah. He really wants that hooter now, doesn't he? Art? Really wants that klaxon now.
A minute to go to catch a whopper.
But if he puts that in, whoever chasing him's got to catch a fish.
Yeah.
That's got in. That's a better one as well.
Nicer.
Bigger F1. He's got time for one more if he's quick. If he goes straight out and it goes under.
He's got a pull, Steve, hasn't he?
He's got to pull.
He's got
I know how
sit
to
back
pull.
and
I know how to pull.
That's it.
I want to go straight away.
He needs to go straight away. You need to pull out. You can hear me?
Hard.
In one. So, yeah, it's obviously the way they're fighting now, the upper fish now, it's
They're going to really struggle.
unlikely that
Yeah.
they're going to get them in time into.
Yeah, I think that's it now. What an amazing final.
Been amazing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Competition complete.
Awesome.
Crowds around Art Hilmy on peg 15. The debutant in the final, the man in form in the country. It has been an absolute masterclass. He doesn't know it yet that he's the champion. We've got to have the official 10th weigh-in, and there has been a charge from Christian Jones and Andy Dyson.
We don't know it yet, do we?
We don't. Nobody
We don't
knows.
know.
Nobody knows.
No. I think it's a lot closer than anybody thinks, Rob. A lot closer.
You're back on the fence now because you said before that he was going to walk it.
Well, you wouldn't seen that coming, would you? You could not have seen what's happened.
Not with the charges, especially
No.
that late charge from Christian's been amazing. Obviously, go on the bagger.
What an awesome final.
Self-taught angler, Art Hilmy, discovered fishing on the banks of the River Hull, caught nothing on his first day, took on board the advice from those around him, good friends with John Alexander on peg 4, said they'd split the money if they won it. So we say Art Hilmy's going to be £50,000 richer. It might be that John Alexander is £25,000 richer. We have to have the official weigh-in. But come whatever, he's had the afternoon of his fishing career. He's loved every single second. Relaxed, controlled. Let's go down and have the final weigh-ins. First of all, we head to Peter Stevenson.
Yeah, I can only imagine what Andy Power and his bank runner Matt are feeling. It's just been one of those days. Halfway through, they were nearly there, looking at 50,000, maybe looking at 10,000. Matt's going to bring the net out for the final time. Let's complete the formalities, but it's just not been their day, and they must be cursing their luck at the way that money was in the fingertips halfway through the day, but it slipped through those fingers as the day has gone on. Confirmation of their final total.
6 kilo, 125. 6 kilo, 125.
There you go. Let's get straight over to Andy Scott.
I'm down at 10 with the man with all the form coming down the backstretch, Christian Jones, Kieran Marsden. Let's bring that net in. I'm out of breath. I've just run down the bank, but it has been breathless down here on 10. So from 6 onwards, Christian's gone 8-5, 6-4, 5-3, 8-0, 5-0, and he didn't want that klaxon to come. Now that is a big load. All eyes. This is going to be crucial here. The battle for second. The battle for second. 10, 3, 2, 5 for Christian in the last round. 10, 3, 2, 5. Let's get this total right. So Christian with an incredible run. Just want to reiterate that from 6 through 10. He ends up with a total weight of 56.750 after 10. Let's get back over to Claire Thomas.
Thanks very much, Andy. We'll let you get your breath back. Well, our breath down here at Peg 1 has been baited because Andy Dyson has conjured up a real sprint finish down here. There are an awful lot of fish in that net, and he's been a bit of a smiling assassin today, Andy Dyson, dancing away down here, enjoying the tunes from the DJ to his left. But when push has come to shove, he has been all business and put in a debut to remember. Family watching on at home will be eagle-eyed right now, waiting to see what the final tally is.
7 kilos, 600.
7.6 kilos then for the man from Crewe on debut. Looking happy indeed with his day's work. What a way to acquit himself on the first time of asking on the biggest stage of the angling world. Is he in with a chance of that £10,000 prize? Is he in with a shot at the big time? There are £50,000 to be won, a life-changing amount of money. But of course, one man could beat him to it. Art, I believe, is with Andy.
Okay, so everyone just needs to calm down here because this, after all those hours of fishing, is what matters. Harry O'Sullivan, for the last time today, let's bring that net up onto the bank. Let's just see. This is going to be close, guys, we think.
Three kilo, 225.
3,225. So let's make sure that we've got that total right before anybody celebrates and the fireworks go off. So, Art Hilmey's final total after 10 is 56.140. I repeat that. After 10, his final weight is 56.140. Harry, you sign that off.
The numbers.
Let's just crunch these numbers. Let's make sure we're right here, guys.
Well, a lot of confusion behind the scenes. We've got a lot of amateur mathematicians behind Keith and I. I wouldn't trust my O-level in mathematics, but I think we have the story of all stories. in FishOMania 2022. The silent assassin came up on the outside, fished in 2019, Christian Jones, a final catch of 10.325 kilos. Of course, there could be another surprise somewhere around the lake, but that is flabbergasting.
Unbelievable. You couldn't write that to finish like that, could you? That last fish he had was just enough. Yeah. And we noticed that Arts had slowed up that last half an hour. He's been steady away all day, and that's probably been his worst weigh-in all day.
It has.
Unbelievable.
Still don't think he knows, does he?
Unbelievable. No, he don't. He obviously doesn't know he's won it yet. He knows he's close, but he doesn't know he's won it.
He said he was having a comeback of all comebacks.
I think he might know.
Oh, he started smiling.
Andy May, former champion. Steve Cook, former champion. Have you ever known anything like this before? Your faces when they had that final weigh-in and you were counting on your fingers and your toes.
I wasn't counting, I don't do maths.
We knew it was getting close. We knew it was getting close and just pulling him back.
I was watching your face,
but we couldn't.
Your jaw dropped. You couldn't believe it. You really couldn't.
Is that because you had a bet on him, Rob? Did you have a bet on Alec?
My bet might have been on Art. He's a whole boy. We thought it was going back to the banks of the Humber for a second year in a row. Art has had the last 90 minutes been sensational. And then he goes quiet in the final weigh-in. And then Christian Jones gets 10.325. Nobody expected that. We knew he had a big bag. He's been averaging about 8 kilos for the last hour or so. Andy Dyson, and I think word is getting out, and I think the officials are about to make it official that we have a new FishOMania champion. Yes, you do! Christian Jones has made a major splash and is the new FishOMania champion. The story of all stories. Incredible.
I've seen every FishOMania, Rob, been involved with quite a few, and I've never seen anything like that. Never. Unbelievable.
I've never known a FishOMania like it for weights and how close it was, but especially the finish as well, just to cap it all off.
One fish either way made the difference. Just one fish.
Well in, Chris. Awesome.
I was quite convinced that I had that 4 kilo. I was quite convinced he had enough.
Yeah.
We couldn't quite see him, Keith, here. We couldn't see him because the crowd got bigger and bigger in this last half an hour, this end. We couldn't see him.
And during the break, we were working out, well, he needs to catch that twice, and he needs to catch that twice.
Yeah.
Art needed just 4.5 kilo each way. If Jamie repeated, if Christian repeated his weight, and then suddenly a 10 kilo comes out. Who could protect 10 kilo in the last half hour?
Over 20 pound in the last half an
hour. He's not been a 10 kilo all day.
Yeah, we knew he was catching big fish and carp when they've come in that edge.
Well, let's get down there and sense some of the shock and the adulation on peg number 10 and join Andy Scott.
Christian, we are live. Come on in from nowhere. Try and just sum up how you're feeling now. What a run. It's never over until it's over. Did you think coming down that stretch, I'm on a run here, I can do this? 10 kilos in that last catch.
Well, my bank runner Kieran kept saying to me, you're too far behind, just fish for second. So I wasn't really thinking, my edge was good at the end, and then I couldn't believe when they said I'd beat Arter, I couldn't believe it. Unbelievable.
Are you getting live scores? Do you know what you've got to do to catch him? And did you think I can do this?
When it started going down the edge, because there were bigger fish, you're seeing some of the fish I was catching with proper carp, and I know Arter, fishing shallow, would have been catching more F1, so I knew if they kept coming I could catch up, but I didn't think I would. It's amazed me, to be fair.
Let's just have a look at that run. So from 6th weigh-in, 8.5, 6.4, 5.3, 8.050 and then 10 in the last. That's just consistency. You had that little bit of a lull that everybody said would happen, but didn't bother you.
Yeah, well, what I thought was, in that time when I had the lull, just try and catch what I could and keep feeding me edge and wait for him to come back. And I started seeing a few fish coming in, and when I dropped back in, sort of probably 2 hours to go, my first fish was a 6-pound carp, and that got me back into it, straight away.
Did it fish how you thought it was going to fish? Because there's a lot of talk going around about all these F1s, but actually, it wasn't the F1s that won the day.
No, it was different. I expected shallow fishing for me to play more of a part. I know Arter caught shallow, but I couldn't make it work, so I just decided to bin it off, save me having to, swap about too much, just concentrate on two things, and luckily my edge has been good.
I want to make sure before we go we get a word with Kieran, who just said that he's too far behind. That's great bank running, yeah. In fact, let's bring him in now. Kieran, he just told us live on air, he kept telling me you're too far behind, you can't win it, you're fishing for second. Shows what you know.
I was just pushing him all the way to the end. I said to him, Art has not caught much this last half an hour. I said, we never thought we was going to win it, to be fair. We both thought that, but in the end it's turned out great, brilliant for him, isn't it? You know, great performance.
I just got to say, at 23, you know, you're an experienced fisher now, obviously a fishing coach, but did you think coming here today that you could do this, you could achieve this with the draw as well? Peg 10, there's a lot of talk about this part of the lake, but
I know the lake as well. We fish it a lot in the festival, so we know the lakes. I think that gives us a big advantage. So I did fancy that if I drew a peg, I did have a chance, but you never really believe it's going to happen until it happens, you know what I mean? I still couldn't believe it when they told me at the end. I still can't believe it now.
Listen, they've crunched some serious numbers there, right? You are FishOMania 2022 winner. Christian Jones, congratulations to you.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. At one point, it looked as though it was between Art Hilmy and Andy Power. Then Andy Power dipped out of the top two. Andy Dyson went on a charge. We knew that Christian Jones was doing well. We just had no idea just how well he was doing. Then a final catch in the last half an hour, he got to the final seconds of 10.325 kilos. Gives him a weight during the course of the afternoon, 5 hours of continuous fishing, of 56.75 kilos. The magic number which wins him the trophy and £50,000 by, well, 0.410 kilos, 400 grams. Commiserations to Art Hilmy, who thought he was going to be at least in Selway. He thought he was going to win it, let's be honest. He thought he had won it. He was taking the T-shirt off. He was ready to go in the water. He's probably spending the money, and he's finished in third place. So all he has to take home are the memories of an incredible and ultimately art-breaking afternoon for Art. Unbelievable. But, I mean, what a competitor. What a man. Andy Power in fourth place. Had 8 good half hours, and then he kind of finally lost it in the last hour. But a true champion, a deserving winner, making a big splash this afternoon at Westwood Lakes is Chris Jones. Ripples and reverberations around the angling world, Keith.
Absolutely, young man. As I said, he was Sarah Taylor's teammate in the juniors. It's a remarkable thing. It's unprecedented.
It's not the win, Keith. It's ours won it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's not the win, it's ours won it.
But all the top 4 are fished differently.
Yeah, yeah.
So we have 4 different methods. The top 5 have all come from different sections.
Yeah.
It's just a phenomenal venue for this kind of event. Today it's proved, anyway.
We turned up this morning not knowing what we were going to expect.
No.
We certainly didn't expect that.
Nope.
30 minutes to go. We didn't know what to expect.
Nope.
No.
90 seconds to go. We didn't know what to expect.
We thought after 2 hours we had it sorted, didn't we?
We knew what was happening. What do we know?
Remember what he does. Unbelievable.
Well, he's going to join us in a few moments. He did say when we asked him before, and if you did live the dream and you won FishOMania, what would you do with the money? And he said he's going to invest in a new van.
Good boy. That would be a special one, wouldn't it?
People say it's an old man's sport. 23 years of age.
Yep.
Was in the final back in 2019. Has been in finals as a teenager, and we'll have to check this. I think he's the youngest ever winner of FishOMania.
How old was Pete Black when he won at Hayfield?
We'll check. We'll get the stats.
Pete Black's 21.
You're the youngest looking, Andy, obviously.
Oh, thank you very much. Only on this lineup.
But look at that. That is how he won it. Went quiet. After an hour, went quiet. Must have thought he was out of it after 4 weigh-ins, and then went on a mighty charge.
Brilliant.
That's a Manhattan. That's the way you want to see it going.
Yeah, yeah.
They are tough to bits for him. I fish in the same circuit as Christian, so he's such a fantastic angler. Great young lad. Lovely lad.
It's a wise head on young.
It's
body.
just one hell of an angler. He's brilliant. What a performance. I'm still in shock, really. I thought I got it. It's still in shock.
Do you know him as an angler, Andy?
I know him really well. He fished on the same circuit, Keith. I've known him. I used to coach their sort of like youth team as well with Match Aid.
Oh, was that Tameside?
No, with Match Aid, junior Match Aid.
Yeah.
And just to see him come up through the ranks with Sarah, as you also already said, it's just brilliant. Absolutely tough to bits for him. And he knocked me out in a competition a few weeks ago, but we won't mention that. Won't mention that.
I think I saw
Hey,
that.
knocked out by a champion.
No. Don't mention it, Keith. Told you. Sour subject. Oh, fantastic.
Well, fresh-faced, victorious.
50 grand better off.
50 grand better off, yeah. Comes from Ellesmere Port, another one of our Wirral anglers, like the legend, Jamie Hughes. Steve Openshaw fishes on Andy's, on Steve's lake, should I say. Of course, we've had Sarah Taylor here today, the women's champion. Another one from the Sporting Peninsula. I'm claiming him, I live around the corner from him. But my goodness gracious.
Well done, Charlie Law as well, the junior. He's finished up in 12th place.
Brilliant.
Winner of the junior national, the youth national.
Yeah, he's pushed Jamie all the way as well, hasn't he? Next big.
Yeah.
Not far behind him. Great experience for him. Doing somewhere like Jamie next big.
Yeah, Jamie's beaten by a fish, basically. Or one fish.
Alongside him, Andy Dyson, who finished in a very creditable second place. I mean, he must have thought in that final weigh, in the final half an hour, 7.6 kilos. He thought, well, hey, that's maybe enough to put the pressure on Art. In fact, he went above Art Hilmy, but only into second place. And the man that went head first into the water, luckily it's only 3 foot deep. He's not the tallest of anglers, so he was never in danger. It was Christian Jones. And so he joins an illustrious list on the Roll of Honour. The 25th different name in 29 years of FishOMania. Andy May, 2016. If we can take it that far back, we will go back to Steve Cook in 1999. Christian Jones.
Need the widescreen TV turned the other way up.
If my maths are right, 1999 was the year that he was born, I think.
Is that
the
right?
new champion. Don't want to make you feel old.
Thank you.
Well, it could be right. It's a good year, that, for fishing. And it's going to be life-changing, isn't it? Wherever he goes now, people are going to talk to him. Like you, Andy, he's going to be signing autographs and posing for photos.
Oh, it's fantastic for him. They say at that age as well, a massive... Well, we all knew he had a massive future ahead of him, so...
Like we said, it's not the fact that he's won it, it's how he's won it, that's the thing.
Yeah.
I was really impressed with him the last time he qualified, because was he next to Jamie that day on the far bank of Hayfield?
I'm not sure, Keith, I can't remember. He might have been, actually.
Fishing the pellet waggler?
He might have been, yes.
He's got a really cool lad in him, really has.
He's like a younger Bennett.
Is he?
Really cool, calm, isn't he?
He is, he's just like a mini bagger.
Yeah. And they communicate and talk to each other a lot, don't they? They do.
He was straight round there giving him a hug, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And you know, how long ago was it, Andy May? You'll remember this.
Yeah.
When we were told there were no youngsters coming into the sport.
Oh, I'll tell you what,
and the
Keith,
youngsters coming into the
it's
sport weren't good enough.
It really is good. And they're so keen as well. Really, really keen. It's fantastic to see. Yeah, the future's definitely bright.
This is what he wants.
Yes.
That is what every angler in the UK and well beyond wanted to win. The trophy. It says FishOMania Champion 2022. They're going to be carving the name of Chris Jones on that. He's making his way around or snaking his way around the lakes, heading towards the podium. Remember what was on offer today. 10,000 second prize, 2,000 for the section winners, £50,000 for the winner. And that's not immaterial. It is life-changing, but what they wanted was to get their hands on the trophy. And how good as well for the image of the sport. Sometimes they say, oh, he's your dad or your granddad. This guy is 23 years of age. A proper sportsman. Concentration.
I think he's still young enough to fish a Youth World Championship, isn't he?
Yeah.
Under 23s?
Under 20, I think, yeah. Something like that. I might be 25, Steve. Yeah.
Loads of ability. Loads of ability. There's a generation that's grown up with this type of fishing, snake lakes and F1 fishing, that think like one. And Andy's, I said this morning that Andy Bennett thinks like an F1. And he's one of these young generation that are in that category.
Yeah. Oh, brilliant.
Right, I think it's almost time to get over there to the podium. They're getting the successful anglers in place. Andy Scott has made his way up the stairs, and let's make it official. Andy Scott, take us away.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause for all of our anglers in what I think you will all agree was a FishOMania that will live long in the memory. What a competition. Let's first go to our runner-up, who receives a cheque for £10,000 from the Matchroom Multisport Managing Director, Emily Fraser, from peg number 1 with a weight of 56.340 kilo. It's Andy Dyson. There can only be one winner in one of the closest and most dramatic finishes we've ever had in this tournament. From peg number 10, with a weight of 56.750 kilos, it's Christian Jones. He receives a cheque for £50,000 and, of course, the title FishOMania champion of 2022. It's Christian Jones.
The king of FishOMania, Chris Jones, 23 years of age, from Ellesmere Port on Merseyside. He's going to be posing for a lot of photos in the years to come, and he's going to have to give some consideration on how he spreads the wealth. £50,000, but fully deserved for, well, one of the probably the most magnificent achievement in the history of this incredible event.
Don't run into the last hour, Rob, who was feeling sort of sorry for Andy Power, who'd led for quite a bit of time, was pushing it, and he dropped off. Then Art come up, who'd been in there all the way through. We thought, that's it, it's done. And then for that to happen, I feel really sorry for Art to be how he was, for us saying that's it, it's done and dusted, and then for him to come out at traps like that last half an hour, unbelievable.
Just shows that's the beauty of fishing, that's the beauty of our sport.
Yes.
You never know.
You never over till it's over.
No, it's not.
But you couldn't see it happening, could you? No. You couldn't see a 10 kilo coming. No. You know, he had an 8 and we thought, wow, he's had an 8, and then somebody else had an 8. But you just couldn't see that 10 kilo coming. Maybe that was because, such as Harry Bignell had an 8 kilo, then they drop off to 3. Yeah. We expected it to be similar, not for him to push on with another 10 kilo.
I guarantee it won't be his last big check either. No. Not bad, not for him.
Well, I'm not sure. Is he fishing next year? Do they get automatic qualification?
Yes. Yeah.
And it's going to be here, so there's another layer. But he caught those quality fish quick, didn't he? I mean, without bullying them and without his technique at landing them was perfection, really.
He is like a mini bagger. Simple as that, mini Bennett.
Baby Bennett.
Yes, he's awesome. Tough to beat him.
A baby bagger.
Yes.
My goodness, what a story. Remember last year, it was won by a huge margin. This time it came down to fish probably about that big, didn't it? Come to a new venue. It's been a wonderful event. The spectators have loved it. There was the ripple around when they heard that Christian Jones, I would say come from nowhere, but he was at the halfway point, but came from 3rd place to 1st, right in those final seconds to take it. What were we going to write in the history books, Andy?
It was the shock on everyone's face that I can't get over, and I think it took a while for it to sink in with Christian. He literally didn't believe it for ages, did he? It's just been amazing. What a final. Best one I can ever remember.
Best one ever. Best one ever. That's it. Simple as that. Yeah, I can't argue. And like me, I can't argue. I think it was. I can't believe that. No, you normally do.
It was fantastic to watch. Chris he knew those fish would rock up down the edge. He's a regular here. He waited his time. He got them there. When he got them there, he fished for one fish at a time. He landed them beautifully. Everything was just a display of experience from someone who's 23 years old.
Taught everybody a lesson, didn't he? Because we were training the cameras on the top 3. He wasn't there. Then it became the top 2. And then he just came up on the blind side and went on this sprint like Usain Bolt.
That 8 kilo did it. Because he had
a few 8 kilos, didn't he?
Yeah, but he had that first 8 kilo was when everybody else was quiet.
Yeah.
And suddenly he came from sort of 13th to 14th up to like 6th or 7th. And you think, hold on a minute. and then another 8 nudged him up. But we were still working out that if he had another 2 8s and he has another 2 5s and he can't catch him.
Yeah, definitely.
But of course he had a 10, and it was the 10 that made the difference.
Pinning his faith down the edge of them carp as well, sneaking that bait in. It's just come good. He stuck to his guns, hasn't he?
For a TV programme on fishing, you couldn't make it any better. We couldn't actually have written that script.
But there's been so many fish as well. How could you do a highlights programme?
Yeah.
You know, there's been fish caught.
And a word as well, just a quick word, because we're about to go off there, but a quick word to the lads that finished in 2nd and 3rd place. And poor old Art Hilmy, who thought he had it sewn up, didn't he?
Andy Dyson fished a great match. He was clockwork all day.
Yeah.
Well, he just kept going. He kept going. He had one bad spell, but every other spell he was there or thereabouts. Andy Power didn't fancy his peg. He knew it was dependent on barbel. There weren't enough barbel for him to do it, as easy as that. And Art Hilmy, well, he fished a great match. And sadly, the last 30 seconds, basically, he needed one fish in the last 30 seconds, and it didn't show.
Gutted for him.
It will be gutted, because usually that's the time when they feed, really proficiently, but obviously he's just gone a bit slow.
This is the first time he's shown any sign of nerves this afternoon. His hands were jangling as he tried to juggle the trophy and the £50,000 cheque.
Oh, brilliant. No, tough to bits for him. Lovely lad.
Well, Andy, mate, Steve Cook, former champions, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. You've got great stories to tell. Keith Arthur, our face of fishing, make a date for next year for FishOMania 2023. But it's got something to live up to. This has been the greatest ever event. Thousands up and down the country have tried to get here. 3 thought they had their name and their face on the trophy, but we have a true new champion in Christian Jones.
Legs are shaking, hands are aching. Head is pounding, the back is breaking. The more I give, the more they're taking. I'm broken down, there's no mistaking. There's no time now, for goodness saking. I'm better than ever. When I'm looking at you, I'm better every way. Better than ever. Smile like sunshine, brightens up the darkest of days. Yeah, when we're together. Well, that's the way I feel, and I'm blaming it all on you. I'm better than ever, better than ever, better than ever.
Sky Sports.